everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi, the Multiverse Portal, Chapter 90 to 110, Chapter 90, Elsa's Ruins. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. After flying for more than 12 hours with the Wyvern escort leading the way, a huge forest finally came into view on the horizon. Attention everyone, we've reached the Elsa's Ruins. We are approaching the target perimeter, Lilaruka Arde announced over the internal comms. As they flew into the area, ancient ruins spread out below them. Lily, sitting in the co-pilot seat, stared at the huge stone buildings. Local hunters were supposed to protect this place. Some plants still grew on the stones, but something was off. The greenery looked rotten and sick, especially compared to the healthy forest nearby. No viable landing zones down there, August stated, scanning the coordinates. If they landed right in the Elsa's ruins, there would be no safe area around them. It was a tactical nightmare. The spreading corruption showed that many monsters had already gotten in. The decay is already setting in. It spread to the outside this fast. The ruins were meant to be sealed off, but the corruption had clearly broken through the edge. Everything about this place felt dangerous. We are rerouting to a nearby village for the LZ, August ordered over the mic. If we touch down inside the ruins, we'll be surrounded the second we land. We need a staging area. The rest of the crew quickly agreed with the call. If they landed a big metal gunship in enemy territory, it would attract every monster nearby. Going to a nearby village was the only smart choice. The areas around the ruins were still free of monsters, so the main target, Antares, was probably still alone. But sealed ruins were never really empty. Smaller monsters from everywhere would be drawn in by the dark energy. Let me handle the ground coordination, Hermes chimed in, realizing it was his time to pull his weight. Letting the Hestia Familia handle the diplomacy after piloting them the entire way would be pushing his luck. Hermes unbuckled his harness and went to the Wyvern. The trained creature was ready. When the bay doors opened, the Wyvern leaped into the wind, steadied itself, and glided down. Hermes followed, heading toward a village at the edge of the forest. The Wyvern landed before him. A few moments later, the large steel helicopter descended from the sky. For the villagers, watching a noisy metal machine come down from the clouds was truly scary. Luckily, Hermes was a god. As soon as he touched the ground, the village elder hurried over to greet him. Having a deity visit their small village was a huge honor. The gunship landed smoothly in an open spot. Once the rotors stopped, August calmly stored the huge aircraft in his spatial backpack. Hermes quickly took care of the diplomacy. In just a few minutes, the elder and villagers understood that this armed group was here to get rid of the monsters in the Elsa's ruins. The locals were eager to help. Watching someone store a giant metal machine was shocking, but with gods around, the villagers saw it as just another miracle. With the landing zone secure, August knew it was time to begin. Everything was ready back on Earth. Now, he just had to open the gateway and bring the troops through. All right, we're stepping out for a bit, Hestia announced, grabbing August's arm. A phantom doorway materialized out of thin air. What is that? The members of the Artemis and Hermes Familias stared at the glowing portal, completely stunned. Even Artemis and Hermes looked surprised by the sudden deployment. Without missing a beat, August and Hestia stepped through the threshold. A split second later, both they and the door vanished without a trace. Lily, who was busy sorting her gear, felt a tap on her shoulder. What was that? Lant asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. A phantom door. Wait, you guys didn't know? Lily blinked in surprise. She glanced over at Hermes and Artemis. Weren't the gods supposed to have briefed their kids? Lord August is from another world, Lily stated matter-of-factly. Did you seriously not know? I thought your patron gods told you. Hearing this, Lance snapped her head toward Artemis. Is this true? Yeah, about that, Hermes chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. The kid is from another world. Hestia called an emergency Donatus about it. All the gods know. We just only brief the captains. Hermes and Asphial Andromeda exchanged a guilty look, admitting they had kept the Rankan file in the dark. Rethusa coughed, realizing the secret was out. It's not exactly easy to casually bring up. August is a dimensional traveler. She had no clue how to explain August's crazy collection of weapons to her familia without sounding nuts. It was just easier to keep quiet. But now that August had shown his portal to everyone, there was no way to hide it anymore. I never expected Mr. August to have a background like that, a girl from the Artemis familia muttered. Surprisingly, the group handled the news pretty well. When you live with gods, the idea of other worlds isn't that shocking. Still, meeting a real interdimensional traveler was a new experience. That portal ability is terrifying up close, Hermes whispered to himself. His divine instincts had warned him as soon as the door appeared. If anyone tried to go through without August's permission, the spatial turbulence would tear them apart. He was sure the doorway could even kill a god. It's my first time seeing it too, Artemis admitted, equally surprised. But Hestia walked through it like she's done it 1,000 times. She suddenly got it. The old church in Aurea wasn't really the Hestia familia's headquarters, it was just a meeting place. Their real base was in another universe. That made the perfect safe house. Meanwhile, back on Earth, August and Hestia stepped through the portal and arrived straight into August's apartment. From there, Hestia grabbed him and flew them directly to the designated military staging ground, having called ahead to confirm their arrival. As soon as they landed at the base, August saw a sea of steel and soldiers. Huge piles of heavy weapons and fully armed troops secured the area. 10,000 combat personnel present. All weapon systems are primed and ready. But the man barking the report wasn't their usual liaison, Commander James. It was Major General Thomas. And the general was strapped into full combat gear, carrying a heavy tactical rucksack. August stared at him in disbelief. What was going on? August pointed at the aging officer. Aren't you supposed to be sitting in a command tent back at headquarters? If you're here, who's filing the reports? Oh, I'm no longer the Major General of this base. I demoted myself to Chief of Staff for this specific expedition. General Thomas, now Chief of Staff, Thomas declared with a massive grin. August was completely confused. Commander James and Thomas were both top officers tasked with managing the portal safely from Earth. Now Thomas wanted to go to the front lines. What was he thinking? My rank is still Major General. I just pulled some strings to secure this deployment slot, Thomas explained smoothly. He didn't mention that he had almost threatened his bosses and given up his comfortable desk job just to join the mission to another dimension. Technically, he kept his rank, but his job was now completely different. You guys are nuts, August sighed. He quickly realized this wild old man had probably pushed a coworker aside just to take his desk job and join the mission. You're middle-aged. Do you really need to be on the front lines? Thomas laughed, his eyes full of excitement. I've been stuck behind a desk for years. Now a brand new world opens up and you think I'll just stay and do paperwork. If I can't use my rank for something like this, what's the point? Going into a fantasy world. That was the ultimate dream. A young runner armed with an assault rifle jogged up and saluted. Major J reports that the foreign diplomats are still staging a sit-in at the front gates. They refuse to leave, no matter how many times we order them to disperse. The soldier shot a quick, awestruck glance at August and Hestia before snapping his attention back to his commanding officer. Bureaucratic parasites, Thomas groaned, rubbing his temples. Call the military police. Haul them off the premises by force if you have to. And tell the armored divisions to prep for immediate deployment. Yes, sir. The runner sprinted off. What's going on over there? Hestia asked, sensing the impending headache. Nothing to worry about. Just foreign intelligence catching wind of our little operation. Now every nation on Earth wants a front row seat, Thomas explained dismissively. Moving 10,000 troops, collecting heavy weapons, and managing tons of supplies were things you couldn't hide from spy satellites. When the global superpowers realized a massive army was congregating at a single staging ground instead of a border, their intelligence agencies put two and two together. The United States was establishing a forward operating base in another world. Once the news spread, the international community went wild. Finding a real goddess was one thing, but discovering a new, resource-rich world was even bigger. Everyone wanted a piece. While the rest of the world was still playing Earth Online, the United States had already found the secret level. But they couldn't use force. The mission was protected by a real goddess with a short temper who wouldn't hesitate to punish anyone who got in her way. Since threats wouldn't work, the foreign countries started acting stubborn. They sent diplomats to wait outside the base, begging for cooperation treaties, and refusing to leave until they got one. International news networks were already complaining, strongly criticizing the monopolization of interdimensional frontiers. Now, everyone knew that one man held the key to another world. Incredible. They really have zero shame, August scoffed. The world's intelligence agencies knew exactly who controlled the portal, but they didn't dare mention August by name. Making Hestia angry meant risking real divine punishment. So they just called him an individual. August noticed how desperate they were. Sharing the secret just to get involved was risky and foolish. There was no way he would let them near his portal. Since they couldn't reach him with Hestia there, the foreign governments tried to pressure the local military leaders instead. Load the supplies. We're moving out, August ordered, completely ignoring the geopolitical circus. It wasn't his problem. Getting 10,000 elite troops ready happened fast. The staging area was filled with olive drab and gunmetal. Rows of armored vehicles, heavy artillery, and even missile launchers lined the tarmac. The modern military was taking this mission very seriously. No one was too worried about missile damage. Monsters destroyed the land just by existing. Compared to their corruption, using artillery was almost better for the environment. After all, you could always plant new trees where a crater was left. With the heavy ordnance stored securely in his inventory, the massive army began its march. 10,000 soldiers locked into formation. August raised his hand and summoned the gateway. As soon as the portal opened, the troops looked at it with excitement. Everyone here was lucky to be chosen. 10,000 soldiers were a lot, but it was still just a small part of the whole military. Officers had worked hard to get their units included, and even support teams had to compete for a spot. Whether on the front lines or in support, every soldier wanted a chance to earn honors in a fantasy world. Veterans like Chief of Staff Thomas and Commander James felt the same excitement. Even though they were nearly 50, they were just as eager as the younger soldiers. For them, it wasn't just about medals, it was the thrill of joining a mission to another world. Attention! Thomas roared through a bullhorn. 10,000 boots hit the concrete in perfect unison. A wave of disciplined, heart-pounding energy swept over the tarmac. They were ready to march. Honor guard, front and center. Thomas bellowed. August's jaw dropped. Wait, what? An honor guard? Seriously? You brought ceremonial guards to a combat drop. August hadn't even noticed them. He saw the tall flags and just thought they were regular battalion colors. Now this wild general was saying they brought the real marching band. But beside him, Hestia was vibrating with excitement. Watching the impeccably dressed soldiers march forward with absolute precision, the sheer pageantry and ceremonial importance of the moment struck her. Oh, this is brilliant. Hestia's eyes sparkled. Unlike the messy groups led by Ares and Aura Rio, this was a real army. Their discipline, purpose, and strong fighting spirit were impressive. The honor guard had clearly rehearsed for this exact scenario. Knowing the portal's dimensions could only fit 3 people side by side, they flawlessly adjusted their formation to march through without breaking stride. Move out. Forward march. The commanding bark resounded throughout the base. The synchronized thud of heavy boots hit the pavement as the vanguard stepped into the void. Meanwhile, back in the Danmachi world. At the quiet staging village, the Hermes and Artemis Familius were starting to wonder why August and Hestia were taking so long. Suddenly, the portal flared to life. But it wasn't August or Hestia who stepped through. The first thing to pierce the veil was a brilliant, star-spangled flag snapping in the wind. Following the flag came a rhythmic, earth-shaking sound echoing from the void. A perfect, synchronized march. Rows of elite soldiers in spotless, intimidating dress uniforms marched out of the portal and into the medieval village, stopping in perfect formation in front of the shocked adventurers and scared locals. Amidst the absolute silence of the awestruck crowd, someone finally whispered, "That looks badass." New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 91, bonus, 2,229 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The honor guard marched through the gate, holding their national flag high. Behind them followed a perfectly synchronized, modern military force. The villagers and adventurers were amazed when they saw these troops. Compared to the usual kingdom soldiers in their clunky, noisy armor, this group was on a whole different level. Watching their perfect march and proud discipline left everyone at a loss for words. Amazing. The whole scene was exciting. As they watched the troops, the onlookers started to think that fighting with swords in a wet dungeon just didn't compare. If they ever had to fight, they wanted to be soldiers like these. The army marched through the gates and formed up. August and Hestia arrived with a group of officers and military jeeps full of logistics staff. The farmland was thin, and the bumpy dirt roads made the villagers feel like their home wasn't good enough for such a grand military arrival. Is this really a mortal army? Artemis's eyes lit up. Their coordination was flawless. What stood out even more was that none of the soldiers looked at the village women. They kept their eyes straight ahead, marching together and even ignoring a goddess like her. Their discipline was on another level. Chief of Staff Thomas and Commander James watched their men with pride. They hadn't been embarrassed at all. Even in this remote medieval town, soldiers trained in tough modern conditions wouldn't lose focus just because of the countryside. Stand down. Commander James walked to the front and looked over the troops from different military districts. The ranks were tight, everyone was present, and everything was ready. James gave August a firm nod. The soldiers were ready, and now it was time for diplomacy. Hestia flashed a thumbs up. She brought the Chief of Staff Thomas to meet the village chief. Chief Ollie felt overwhelmed. He was already hosting real gods, and now an army had arrived in his village. "This is Chief Ollie of Elso's village," Hestia introduced. "Chief, this is the commanding officer of this military force." Chief of Staff Thomas stepped forward. Not knowing the local customs, he greeted them in the way he was familiar with. "A pleasure." He extended a hand. Chief Ollie looked at it, confused. "It's a handshake." "That's how they greet people where he's from," Hestia clarified. "Ah, hello." With a nod from the goddess, Ollie shook the officer's hand. He could tell the man wasn't here to cause trouble. For a defenseless village, having a friendly army around felt like a blessing. Once everyone relaxed, the talks went well. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the village, Asfi, could your kingdom's military pull something like this off? Hermes studied the soldiers standing at attention. They waited for orders in silence, unbothered by the blazing sun. Their obedience was ironclad. "Lord Hermes, you are vastly overestimating my kingdom," Asfi Al-Andromeda sighed. As a princess from a seafaring nation, she knew her royal guard was nowhere near this level. If her kingdom had an army like this, she never would have left to become an adventurer. Asfi knew that no nation in their world could match this army. These soldiers had unbreakable willpower. The Hermes Familia had traveled a lot and seen the armies of Rakia and other warlike countries. Rakia was fierce, but their discipline didn't come close to this. Fair point, Hermes mused. If an army this spectacular existed here, Ares and the other war-freak gods would have already started a bloodbath to claim them. Hermes finally understood why Auranes gave him this job. The guild's founder must have known that a nation capable of producing someone like August wouldn't send just a regular medieval army. Hermes had expected a group of skilled mercenaries, but what he saw was a modern war machine. Hestia really hit the absolute jackpot, Hermes muttered. With an army like this backing her, the Hestia Familia just skyrocketed into a league of its own. Chief of Staff Thomas finished his talks with the village chief quickly. Attention! The command echoed out. Thousands of soldiers instantly stood at attention, chests out and heads held high. Western Road. 150 meters ahead, open clearing. Set up camp. Thomas shouted through a megaphone. Then he handed things over to Commander James. Left face. Forward, march. James's booming voice echoed across the dirt roads. The honor guard led the way, followed by the mechanized infantry. Their boots hit the ground in perfect unison. Why aren't they setting up inside the village? Lant asked, confused. Usually, armies would take over the village square or set up right at the edge. Camping farther away seemed unnecessary. A proper army doesn't disturb civilians, Artemis noted, her respect growing. Soldiers are soldiers. Civilians are civilians. They maintain a strict boundary. This army followed a totally different code than the local kingdoms, which usually took over and looted the towns they were supposed to protect. Artemis was very impressed. Let's move. She signaled her familia to follow. They would camp with the army. As guides and combat support, she wanted her hunters working with the front lines, not relaxing in civilian houses. August had already reached the designated clearing. He began unloading equipment from his spatial backpack. There were no fighter jets or tanks, but he set out lots of survival gear, supplies, and bulldozers. The clearing was already open, so they didn't need to cut down trees yet, but logging would start soon to make room for an airstrip. The army worked quickly and efficiently. Tents went up, field kitchens started cooking, and defenses were built. Every soldier knew their job. When the Artemis and Hermes Familius arrived, the troops didn't break focus. They acknowledged the adventurers but stuck strictly to their orders. The camp was ready in no time. This is my best friend, Artemis, Hestia introduced inside the command tent. And this is an acquaintance, Hermes. And these are the members of their respective familias. Chief of Staff Thomas looked over the gods. He had learned about the local myths. Artemis was the goddess of the moon, known for being strict and chaste. Deciding she was trustworthy, Thomas didn't offer a handshake. Instead, he took off his officer's cap and gave a military salute to show respect. Greetings. With Hermes, Thomas stayed on high alert. He didn't disrespect the god, but it was clear he was being careful. Am I really that suspicious? Hermes clutched his chest in mock hurt. He wasn't blind. This otherworldly officer clearly expected him to start causing trouble. Pretty much, Hestia and Artemis replied in brutal unison. Thomas ignored the banter. Regarding tactical operations. Once the command tent is fully operational, I'd like to sit down and coordinate our forces. Will that work? He spoke directly to the female adventurers. It didn't matter to him that they were young women. They were experienced fighters with divine contracts, and underestimating them would be a big mistake. That works, Rithusa and Asfi nodded in agreement. They knew it was time to get down to business. The base was built quickly. Soldiers set up steel tent frames, cleared brush for better visibility, and made the defenses stronger. Dusk fell rapidly. In just a few hours, a fully working military base stood where there had been nothing before. Nighttime. Inside one of the big military tents, the adventurer girls chatted excitedly. "I feel like I'm hallucinating," one muttered. "Did you taste the rations? They were incredible. So many different flavors. And the bunks. There are cots, mosquito repellent, and real hot showers with water filters. I'm starting to think August's world is paradise." They glanced around, full of excitement. Not a single soldier had looked at them in a creepy way. The men were surprised at first by how different they looked, but quickly went back to being professional. To the soldiers, they were just attractive allies and nothing more. Having safe, hot showers during a campaign felt like an unbelievable luxury. If the military lived like this in the field, life back in August's world must be incredible. No wonder a country like that could create such an elite force. Even more impressive, when the girls bathed, the soldiers set up a strict, distant guard to make sure they had privacy. One god tried to sneak a look, but the soldiers quickly chased him away at gunpoint. Rithusa listened to her friends talk but stayed quiet. She turned to the blue-haired item maker. "Asfi, what's your take on all this?" Rithusa knew Asfi was royalty. She assumed the princess's kingdom had to possess something comparable. "Are you jealous?" "Not exactly," Asfi sighed. "More like overwhelmed. They project an incredible sense of security." Asfi knew what Rithusa meant. Did her kingdom have soldiers like this? Not at all. If her royal guard were even a bit like these troops, she'd be happy every day. But her kingdom was far behind. "Get some sleep. We have recon duty tomorrow," Asfi said, changing the subject. "The ruins won't clear themselves." Rithusa took the hint, realizing Asfi didn't want to embarrass her homeland. "All right, everyone. Lights out. We work tomorrow." The girls finally settled in, pulling the military blankets over themselves. Meanwhile, in a separate tent. "Hestia, are none of those soldiers contracted to your familia?" Artemis asked, thoroughly confused. She could tell that the troops were as strong as level 1 or even level 2 adventurers. Still, Hestia said none of these otherworldly fighters had her fauna. Hestia yawned, stretching out on her cot. "Having Auguste is more than enough for me. I wouldn't dream of asking for more. Besides, those soldiers already have strong beliefs of their own." "I have no right to change what they believe," Hestia said, explaining what made their military special. These men were completely loyal to their country and their mission. A good god wouldn't try to take over the hearts of people from another world. "I'm not an evil god. Warping someone's deeply held convictions never leads to anything good." Artemis nodded in strong agreement. As the goddess of the hunt, she felt the same way. She didn't mind if her familia members found love or chose their own paths. Forcing beliefs on mortals only led to suffering. "You're right. If you changed the hearts of those great warriors, they wouldn't be themselves anymore," Artemis said. "Forcing someone to change would ruin what made them heroes." The two goddesses chatted quietly as they drifted off to sleep. Outside, across the camp, Hermes was tied up and left hanging there. "I'm a literal god. Don't you think this is a bit excessive?" Hermes hadn't expected the soldiers to be so strict. He just wanted a quick, harmless peek at the girls' shower tents. The guards didn't care that he was a god. They dragged him away, roughed him up, and left him at August's feet. "Sit there and shut up," August sighed, massaging his temples. It was only the first day, and Hermes was already causing problems. If the guards hadn't been so alert, he might have gotten away with it. August knew gods could be odd, but Hermes was something else. Living for millions of years must make you act up. "You didn't have to tie me up like this. How am I supposed to sleep?" Hermes complained, squirming against his bonds. You brought this on yourself, Lord Hermes, Lily deadpanned. Miss Asfi explicitly told us to do whatever we want with you tonight. Lily looked at the god. He was handcuffed, tied up, and fastened with special zip ties he couldn't break out of. The soldiers had taken all his hidden knives. He wasn't going anywhere. You guys are ruthless, Hermes groaned, realizing he couldn't escape. He gave up and accepted his fate. But seriously, August, Hermes shifted his tone, eyeing the camp. Your world's people are incredible. If an anomaly like you was just an average guy over there. I can't even imagine the scale of your civilization. He really meant it. August and his people were endlessly fascinating. Flattery won't get you untied, August replied, rolling his eyes. Talk is cheap. I'm not waking up tomorrow to a harassment complaint from the Artemis Familia. He didn't believe a word of it. Discipline was the most important thing in a military operation. If he let his guard down and something went wrong because of Hermes, it would be a big embarrassment. Hermes clicked his tongue. His charm didn't work. These people were too tough to trick. He gave up, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. It wasn't the first time he'd been tied up overnight. He'd be fine. Seeing the shameless god finally settle down, August turned to his supporter. Lily, head back to the command RV and get some rest. I'll take the watch. Yes, Lord August. Lily didn't argue, turning and heading toward their designated VIP quarters. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, the first recon push 2089 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Early in the morning. August wasted no time pulling heavy excavation machines from his spatial backpack. He got to work paving, building, and clearing the land. He didn't care about preserving the mystical plants here. Instead, he began reshaping the landscape. Old bows and arrows, left from past battles, were quickly crushed under the tracks of modern bulldozers. As the base camp transformed, the vanguard moved ahead. 100-man reconnaissance squad mobilized toward the ruins deep within the Elsa's ruins. Hestia, Artemis, and Hermes stayed behind to hold down the command center. Rethusa and the Artemis Familia took the point, guiding the soldiers through the dense foliage. August and Lilaruka Arde trailed close behind. Dressed in deep green combat gear, the 100 soldiers moved with precision. Multiple vectors, the order went down. They hadn't even reached the ruins when the labyrinth's native creatures attacked. August and Lily had only gone a short distance when the radio crackled. This is Squad 3. Hostiles sighted. Requesting permission to engage. The forward scouts had made contact. Weapons free, Commander James's voice buzzed through the comms from the command tent. If radio signals drop, deploy flares immediately. Copy that. Moments later, bursts of gunfire echoed through the jungle. Squad 3 was clearing their area. August saw Squad 1's soldiers tense up when they heard the distant gunfire. They weren't scared of dying. They were uneasy because they hadn't run into any monsters on their path yet. August ignored their restless movements. He knew young soldiers always craved action and recognition. The squad's routes were carefully planned, with 4 groups heading deep into the forest to meet near the ruins. Squad 4 reporting, the radio buzzed again. This was the ranged support unit guided by Asfi Al-Andromeda, composed mostly of snipers. Spotters confirm a massive monster surged deep in Sector 13. Looks like the gunfire triggered a stampede. The monsters near the ruins heard the noise and rushed to the edge. A full swarm was gathering. All units, execute standard squad-level tactical assaults, Chief of Staff Thomas ordered. Squad 2, solid. Squad 3, copy. Squad 4, locked in. The adventurers from Artemis and Hermes Familius were only there as guides. They would only fight if they had to. The modern soldiers needed to face this challenge themselves. August, Lily, and the half-elf Lant quickly hid behind a huge tree root. Incoming. Airborne hostiles. There were only a few footsteps on the forest floor, but suddenly the treetops burst with movement. Winged monsters from the dungeon swooped down through the branches. Squad 1 stayed calm and held their formation. They raised their rifles and fired together. As soon as their guns went off, the whole Elso's ruins filled with deafening gunfire. Get off me! A winged beast broke through the suppressing fire, diving from the canopy and sinking its fangs into a young soldier's shoulder. His heavy tactical plating absorbed the worst of the bite, buying him a critical second. The soldier didn't freeze. He dropped his rifle, yanked a combat knife from his chest rig, and lunged. A line of 25 men couldn't make a perfect wall of bullets like August's artillery could. Some enemies were sure to get through. A squad mate yelled, drawing his own blade to help. Back off. I've got this bastard. The pinned soldier roared. Adrenaline rushed through him. He wasn't scared of the monster, he was angry. He stabbed the combat knife deep into the beast's chest and twisted it hard. The monster couldn't survive the blow and turned to ash, leaving a rough magic stone in the dirt. Good kill, the Squad 1 captain barked, hyped to see his men win a close-quarters brawl. You all saw that. They bleed just like anything else. Hold the line and keep firing. More bullets tore through another monster. These creatures had learned to survive above ground, using the thick jungle canopy for cover. This was true guerrilla fighting, nothing like the close battles in the dungeon tunnels. Such determination, Lant thought as she watched the fight from the side. She could sense the soldiers' intense drive. When she fought her first monster, she had been shaking so much she could hardly hold her bow. But these men from another world fought with teamwork, always watching out for each other. Their unity was impressive. Something is wrong, Lant muttered, her eyes darting around. The monsters weren't strong, most were only level 1 threats. The soldiers defeated them easily. Still, Lant was uneasy about their numbers. The stronger beasts in this forest had been wiped out long ago, and anything above a level 2 was rare. Yet all 4 squads were fighting hard at once. There were simply too many monsters. There's a monster sleeping in there with a threat level of at least level 5, Lily interjected, her eyes fixed on the distant ruins. Taking it down would normally require a raid team of elite first-tier adventurers. And as Lord August said, anything so dangerous that ancient heroes had to seal it away instead of killing it shouldn't be taken lightly. The situation ahead looked grim. You're right, Lant nodded, thoroughly convinced by the Palam's logic. If the legendary heroes and great spirits of the past couldn't destroy this creature, then it was no ordinary beast. If lower-level adventurers like them got too close, they would be wiped out instantly. Even a simple recon mission was extremely risky. A monster of that caliber is essentially a floor boss, Lily analyzed. It probably has an innate ability to summon and control lesser creatures. Everything wandering this forest is being dragged toward the ruins to act as a meat shield. That makes things harder, Lant said with a frown. Her captain, Rithusa, had passed on August's warning to Artemis. If their familia had tried this quest alone, it would have been suicide. This wasn't just a normal adventurer defeat. The beast in the ruins could even kill gods for good. The group attacking Squad 1 wasn't huge, about 30 monsters had been drawn by the gunfire. For well-armed modern soldiers, defeating them was routine. Once the shooting stopped, the unit commanders initiated roll call. As always, there was good news and bad news. Squad 3 reporting. 3 men down. Injuries are stabilized, but they are combat ineffective. Requesting medevac. Squad 3 had fired first on purpose, to draw most of the monsters' attention. Taking casualties was unavoidable. 3 men down in the first wave. The Squad 1 captain clenched his jaw. Losing 3 soldiers so early was a harsh reminder of the risks. Still, Squad 3 had acted as bait, taking most of the attack to shield the other squads. The captain glanced at August. August gave a brief nod. "Your men, your call." He was here as an advisor. Tactical battlefield decisions belong to the unit commanders. "Squad 3, this is Squad 1. Do you need us to converge on your position?" the captain asked over the radio. "Negative, Squad 1, the Squad 3 commander replied. He checked his 3 wounded men. Thanks to the healing potions August had given them, they weren't bleeding out, but blood loss had left them unable to fight. Medevac chopper is inbound. We'll secure the LZ, load the wounded and keep moving. Stay on your route. Squads 1 and 2, continue your advance," Commander James's authoritative voice cut through the comms. "Squad 4, shift your vector to cover Squad 3 until extraction is complete, then double time it to the objective. Rendezvous point remains the ruins perimeter." "Copy that." The 4 squads adjusted quickly. Squads 1 and 2 advanced further into the forest. In the distance, the steady thump of helicopter blades echoed over the trees as a chopper came to pick up the wounded. After their first victory, the soldiers knew how to deal with these monsters. August stayed nearby, not wanting to leave the front lines. As they moved forward, the vegetation started to thin out. Suddenly, August raised a closed fist. "Squad 1 halting advance." Advisor's signal, the captain instantly relayed. "Squad 2, holding position," came the response. Both vanguard units stopped. August walked up to a nearby tree. Unlike the healthy green plants behind them, this tree's bark was cracked and oozed with rot. It looked like it was dying. "The environment is shifting," Lant noted, stepping up beside him. "The trees are decaying." She plucked a leaf from a low-hanging branch. Half of it was a vibrant green, the other half was a diseased, bloody purple. "Command, this is Squad 1. We have breached the outer boundary of the anomaly. Confirming widespread environmental corruption and rot," the captain radioed. He switched to the local squad frequency. "Stay sharp. Watch your sectors. We are in the belly of the beast." Squad 2, tracking. Squad 3, copy. The other squads tightened their formations, surprised the vanguard had already reached the anomaly zone. Staying as quiet as possible, the troops moved slowly into the decaying wasteland. The farther they walked into the blight, the heavier the air became. "Something feels wrong," a pointman whispered. This wasn't the rush of battle. A suffocating feeling filled the air. Even the newest recruits could feel a strong, invisible pressure on their chests. "The target is a biological weapon designed to kill gods," the Squad 1 captain reminded his men. He had read the briefing files. "It emits an ambient energy field that actively destroys living ecosystems. The closer we get, the worse the rot becomes. If gods represented eternal life, then the creature in these ruins was the ultimate killer." The dying land showed how dangerous it was. Still, these were elite recon soldiers. They wouldn't turn back just because the place felt strange. Oddly, the deeper they went into the dead zone, the fewer monsters they saw. "Advisor August," the captain whispered, sweeping his rifle across the dead woods. "Did we already wipe out the local garrison? It's a ghost town out here." "They're all inside the ruins," August replied quietly. "Monsters operate on a strict hierarchy. The weak submit to the strong. Antares has a high level of intelligence. It knows we're coming." He pointed toward the stone structures barely visible through the mist. "The ones you fought before were just the outer guards. The group inside will be much tougher, even if they look the same. The strongest monsters always keep the best defenders close." August was dead right. They had barely pushed halfway through the blighted zone before they were forced to halt. Through the rotting trees, they spotted the massive stone architecture of the Elsa's ruins. Hundreds of terrifying beasts prowled around the old pillars and fallen arches. These monsters hadn't been drawn out by the earlier gunfire. They were disciplined, holding their ground and letting the weaker ones fight first. "Command, Squad 1 has visual on the ruins," the captain whispered into his radio, peering through his military binoculars. "Advance is blocked." Confirming a hostile presence concentrated around the main entrance and outer perimeter. Estimating several hundred targets. The beast paced restlessly, bound to the ruins by the dark will of the master below. Inner sanctum numbers are unknown. Recommending drone deployment for deep recon. Requesting orders to fall back. Back at the command tent, Chief of Staff Thomas and Commander James watched the live video feeds. The recon mission had gone well. Sending infantry into a monster fortress would have been suicide and against all their training. Thomas traced a finger over the freshly drawn topographical map. Initiate full withdrawal. Once the infantry clears the blast radius, we launch the drone swarm for a comprehensive scan. Commander James relayed the order. All units, mission accomplished. Fall back to the designated rally point. After the order to pull out, the 4 squads quickly broke contact and began their retreat. Their job was done. Now the heavy equipment would take over. The adventurers from Artemis and Hermes Familius quietly followed the soldiers out. For them, a group of a level 1 monsters was no real challenge. But they knew this modern army didn't rely on adrenaline or swords. These soldiers used careful planning and overwhelming force. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Simple Villagers. 20 for 33 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. After the squads returned, the next phase of the operation began right away. A new group got ready and led the drone team out of the base. August returned as well. When he reached the camp near the village, the squads welcomed him back. "Good work," August said as the 4 squads merged back into the main force. The guards nearby watched the returning men with open envy. They blamed their bad luck for missing out on the combat mission. But the squads that came back had suffered injuries to varying degrees. Once inside the camp, August went straight to the infirmary. He checked on the 3 wounded soldiers. It was clear why they were taken off the front lines. One had a wounded thigh, and the other 2 had been hit by a charging monster, making their arms useless for fighting. August treated the worst injury first, then took care of the other 2. The mission was a success on paper, but it could have gone better. "Advisor, we've embarrassed you," the 3 young soldiers said, looking thoroughly ashamed. This was meant to be an exciting combat mission, but they were replaced right away and didn't even make it through one real fight. "It's normal. You guys aren't made of iron and steel. Experiencing the chaos of a monster horde is a mandatory part of the job," August replied. "You fired the first shots, which drew the horde's initial aggro straight toward your position. It must have been tough. Just making it back alive is something to be proud of. Don't be too hard on yourselves." August smiled and patted their shoulders to comfort them. Staying alive was the most important thing. "Yes, sir. We promise to complete the mission next time." The 3 snapped salutes. Fully recovered, they left the infirmary. August chatted briefly with the veteran medics he knew, then went outside. Soon after he stepped outside, a loud noise caught his attention. Wait. Village chief, you can't bring them here. This is a military encampment. We do not accept this sort of thing. You can't just do this." The Secretary of Transportation was doing his best to stop Village Chief Ali from entering the camp. Behind the chief stood several pretty young women, and a few sick mothers holding their children, all looking nervous. The sentries nearby clearly wanted nothing to do with the situation. They stayed silent and kept looking straight ahead, focused on their duties. What's happening here? August saw the tense scene, and stepped in to help. Advisor August. Please, talk some sense into him. The Secretary of Transportation looked at August with hope, and quickly pulled him over to help. What happened? Is something wrong? August asked, looking confused. If August remembered right, Staff Officer Thomas had already made a deal with Village Chief Ollie. The army could camp near the village, and in return, they would keep the villagers safe, fix their houses, and improve their roads. Lord August, Village Chief Ollie said first. This man won't let me show our thanks properly. I know you have done so much for our village, especially on the first day. The chief began to explain what happened. With 10,000 soldiers here, most were assigned to strengthen the village's defenses and fix houses, besides the logistics and combat teams. This was just as Staff Officer Thomas had promised. Chief Ollie was happy, but not everyone in the village was healthy. Some sickness was unavoidable. For villagers too sick to work, the Secretary of Transportation brought off-duty soldiers and medics to help them, give treatment, and repair their homes. For people in this medieval time, this kind of care was hard to imagine. Soldiers, usually proud and armed, were now helping as carpenters and medics for sick villagers. Chief Ollie had never seen such a kind and just army before. It didn't make sense to him. Usually, getting treatment meant a long, hard trip to a faraway town for expensive potions. Most villagers just used local herbs and hoped to get better. But the army's help made Chief Ollie feel very lucky. There were many sick people in the village, and with the soldiers healing them, everyone felt deeply grateful. To show his thanks, Chief Ollie had a simple idea. He would offer the village's prettiest young women to the soldiers, and bring the healed villagers to thank them in person. When August heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Your customs are a bit old-fashioned. August muttered. Giving women as a reward. He looked at the shy, blushing girls nearby. They seemed only 16 or 17, which was normal for marriage in medieval times, but completely wrong for a modern era. What do you guys make of this? August asked Hestia, Artemis, and Hermes, who were hiding in the corner. Chief Ollie bringing this group as a way to show thanks had Hermes' influence all over it. That clever god had clearly taken advantage of the chief's simple ways. For the local gods, this kind of reward was probably normal. Artemis looked away, unsure what to say. The method was crude, but she couldn't fully blame Hermes for his reasoning. Getting a reward for helping was normal in their world, and refusing it felt strange to her sense of justice. Hestia scratched her head awkwardly, then quickly kicked Hermes in the stomach. He was always causing trouble. Hermes just laughed quietly, not bothered by the kick. He had already set things in motion, and to him, this was the right way for mortals to show thanks. Village Chief, our army is not like the kingdom's armies you know, August said firmly. We are here to protect people. We don't play with lives or accept people as payment. Ah, Lord August, why are you saying the same thing as the secretary? Chief Ollie looked confused. Why was this strong young leader refusing to? Was it really okay to say no? If people heard about this, they might think the chief was ungrateful. Well done. That's my August. Hestia was happy he had refused the offerings. She was very proud of her familia member. Artemis's eyes lit up. Right now, August seemed very noble to her. Part of her still thought the chief's gifts were the right way to show thanks, which made things confusing, but August's strong refusal made her like him even more. Hermes stared in disbelief. They brought you the best possible offer right to your door, and you're turning it down. Seriously. When August refused, Chief Ollie began to panic. Things weren't going as planned. Lord Hermes had told him that offering a few girls to comfort the soldiers was the best way to show thanks. But now, the army's leader was saying no. Unsure what to do, the village chief looked helplessly at Hermes for guidance. At that moment, a pale woman in worn-out clothes, surrounded by several children, spoke up. Lord August, what if they happen to fall in love? She understood that this army was nothing like the kingdom soldiers who hurt and bullied commoners. Their strict discipline did not allow such acts. Still, she trusted her intuition. The soldiers worked with serious, almost stiff focus, seeming strict and innocent. But in the end, they were still men. They would keep their discipline on duty, but that didn't mean they couldn't fall in love. That question almost made August lose his cool. Fall in love? People from two totally different worlds falling for each other. We just arrived here. He was about to tell her to stop joking. But Hestia instantly sprinted over exactly. People from different worlds should fall in love. If the feelings are real and mutual, there's nothing wrong with it. Hestia said, clearly excited. She agreed with the woman's point. True love was above everything else, and no one could argue with that. Nearby, the Secretary of Transportation felt a chill run through his spine. What is going on? We've only been here a day. How did romance become part of this already? This would be a nightmare to explain in an official report. And if a real couple formed, what would happen when it was time to leave? They'd be split between worlds. What were they supposed to do then? As soon as Chief Ali heard about the idea of mutual love, his face brightened with a new idea. If the feelings are mutual, Lord August, you can't stop that, the chief said with pride. He turned to the young village girls. Starting tomorrow, if you see a soldier you like, go ahead and choose him yourselves. Chief Ali was eager to help with this plan. In this world, men were far fewer than women. Outside Aurario's walls, under the kingdom's rule, hunger was common. Villages paid heavy taxes and sent most of their crops to the cities, barely keeping enough to survive. There were men in the village, but women outnumbered them by a lot. Men did the dangerous hunting and farm work, always risking attacks from wild monsters. When monsters attacked, men were usually the first to die. With so many more women than men, the men who survived had to work even harder, and polygamy became necessary for survival. The extra women and their children were often raised together by the whole village. It was a harsh reality that no one could blame. If these girls could find a real chance for a better life, Chief Ali would fully support it. Becoming an adventurer was one way out, and many ambitious young people left for that life, but most stayed. The world outside was dangerous, full of bandits, slavers, and worse. If this army could take in some of the village's unmarried women, the chief would be happy. A mutual romance could mean a stronger family line and a better future. Most importantly, this was no ordinary army. Their food supplies seemed endless, much more than the kingdom's forces had. And they were willing to share. For that reason alone, Chief Ali thought marrying the girls to these soldiers was a huge blessing. When the chief made his announcement, the young girls' eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, village chief. If they could live with these strong, kind soldiers, they would gladly do so. As ordinary village girls, they knew they couldn't compare to someone like Asfi al-Andromeda. They didn't expect much. But this was a life they could truly hope for. As the situation spun out of control, August felt numb. Did everyone just make these decisions without him? What was he supposed to do now? The Secretary of Transportation looked at the chief's new orders in shock. If you go through with this, how am I supposed to talk to these villagers now? He felt just as stuck. As the secretary tried to speak up, the sick women suddenly collapsed. They were already weak, having come all this way just to say thank you. Standing in the cold for so long had drained what little strength they had left. The children cried out, rushing to support them. Take them to the infirmary and help them. The secretary realized the romantic discussion would have to wait. Medical emergencies came first. The sentries, who had been trying not to be noticed, quickly broke formation and hurried over. Let me carry her to the doctor, a young soldier said softly. He gently lifted the mother onto his back and hurried to the medical tent, with the children following close behind. With that, the tense situation finally calmed down. "I'll leave the rest to you." "Good luck," August said, giving the Secretary of Transportation a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He trusted the secretary to keep the young soldiers focused and steady around these new temptations. August was done dealing with this problem. The secretary's eyes widened. "You're leaving me to handle this." Did August forget this was a camp full of young, energetic men? No matter how disciplined they seemed, they were still regular guys underneath. The village girls might be simple, but if his men showed any charm or kindness, the girls would win their hearts in no time. "What a mess," the secretary groaned, pushing up his cap and rubbing his head. He glared at village chief Ollie, who was still grinning. August had given up trying to control the romance in camp. He was already an example of an interdimensional relationship, so he couldn't really judge anyone. He turned to leave, wanting to get away from all the drama. But as soon as he turned, he saw Rithusa and the other Artemis Familia girls watching him. When they noticed him looking, they quickly looked away, pretending to admire the scenery and whistling awkwardly. They had obviously been listening to everything. Whether it was Rithusa's group or Asphi al Andromeda, the girls were very curious to see how August would handle the situation. In reality, they had seen situations like this many times before. The outside world was harsh. Adventurers traveling through kingdoms or ruins often saw villages making these kinds of deals. It was deeply unfair to women, but sometimes survival left no other choice. Not every kingdom's army was as kind as August's. Not every soldier would risk their life to help villagers. Most armies that didn't harm civilians were already seen as good. If these village girls could really find love and build real relationships with the brave soldiers, even the strictest Artemis Familia members approved. Even Lant, the half-elf, thought it was a good thing. That's why they stayed out of it, and didn't help August turn down the offer. August glanced at the Artemis girls, who looked away in guilt, then at the excited Hestia, and finally at Lilaruka Arde, who was almost shaking with second-hand romantic excitement. He was finally starting to understand the saying, even the greatest heroes can't overcome the challenges of love. Still, someone needed to learn a lesson. One particular god deserved a good scolding. He had caused this whole mess, and it was time to make things right. August growled, his voice oozing with deadly intent. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Bonus, 2,177 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Their strategy was nothing like the usual, improvised plans adventurers used. After careful scouting, their operation was already underway and moving forward smoothly. The next day, August woke up in his RV, just like any other day. He looked out the window and saw the Artemis Familia training, which made him sigh. Ah, the vigor of youth. As soon as he spoke, his vision went blurry. Hestia walked over to say hello, but saw him sway on his feet. The light faded from his eyes, leaving him staring blankly. She was terrified and rushed over to check on him. August, are you okay? Hestia felt that something inside him had suddenly activated, or maybe something was trying to pull him away. She quickly grabbed his arm, and only then did he seem to come back to himself. Lord August, what's wrong? Lilaruka Arde, noticing Hestia's panicked expression, realized something was terribly wrong. She hurried over to check on him too. Lily trusted Hestia's instincts completely, and she could tell something was definitely wrong. It feels like something is summoning me, August murmured. He had felt a strong pull, almost like someone was urgently calling out to him. But as soon as Hestia grabbed him, the feeling stopped. Someone summoning you? Hestia echoed, baffled. She had never heard of anyone trying to summon one of her Familia members before. They were outsiders here, so who would try to take August away? Is everything all right? The commanders heard Hestia scream while patrolling the base and rushed over in a panic. August was their most important member. If anything happened to him, they would never forgive themselves. I'm fine, August said, waving them off. He wasn't actually hurt, but the feeling of being summoned had stopped suddenly when Hestia stepped in. There had to be a reason for it. August closed his eyes and focused inward, using his abilities. In his mind, he saw the familiar door standing tall. But this time, instead of just the two worlds he already knew, he saw two new points of light. One looked completely drained of color, with only a faint flicker of light inside. It gave off the empty, heavy feeling of a dying world. The other glowed brightly and steadily. It felt safe and stable, just like the first two worlds he already knew. Two new worlds just appeared, August said, sounding truly surprised. His door could now reach even farther. Hestia shrieked. Wait, what? Two new worlds. Two whole worlds. Hestia's eyes lit up with excitement, and her twin tails bounced as she grinned. Two new worlds meant new people, new creatures and endless unknowns. It was exciting. Brand new worlds. Commander James and the others said, letting out a sigh of relief. Now they had new places to explore, and if that was all, it was good news. But it also meant more problems. They hadn't even settled in their first world, and they were just starting to make progress in this one. Now, August was opening doors to even more worlds. At least the second world had been a normal anime world without any super strong enemies. Wait a minute, what do you mean by two new worlds? Artemis blinked in confusion. Hermes, though, seemed to figure it out. He knew Hestia and August had just registered two new familia members at the guild, kids who had come from a second world. So besides August's home world and Aura Rio, there was another place they could visit. Two new worlds. Hermes muttered, practically oozing with envy. I'm so jealous. This realization hit his eager heart. One of those worlds seems to be calling out to me, August said, scratching his head. It feels like it's slowly fading away. This had never happened to him before. The third new world was trying to summon him, or maybe even pull him in. It was a tough situation. A world is calling you. Hestia's eyes widened. She had never heard of anything like this either. This was bad. She had thought August would explore new worlds at his own pace, but now it seemed a new world was pulling him in and forcing him to move faster. Good, but you're not going alone, August. Commander James declared firmly. That was out of the question. Except for strong fighters like Hestia, August still wasn't that powerful. A world losing its light sounded like a high-level danger zone. Who knew what kind of monsters or demons might be waiting there? My thoughts exactly. If you're going, I have to be by your side, Hestia agreed, nodding vigorously. It was scary to think a world could summon her familia member directly. If it could reach him through a mental link, someone over there might be waiting to trap him. What if there was a mastermind setting a trap? They needed to be fully prepared. If necessary, she would even borrow the arrow of Orion from Artemis. If that world is calling for Lord August, it must be in some kind of crisis, Lily said. We have no idea how dangerous it is. If you just walk in, there could be enemies waiting right at the entrance. Lily pictured a scary scene, where a powerful demon king was waiting right at the entrance, ready to attack August as soon as he arrived. Just thinking about it was frightening. I could go help too, Hermes said, pretending to be weak. As a god, he was happy to help August. If things got really bad, he could just grab August and escape. Never underestimate a god who's good at running away. No one responded to his offer. Hestia and the others acted as if he wasn't even there. Asphi Andromeda stepped forward and pulled her god away. Lord Hermes, please stop embarrassing yourself. She felt numb. If they needed help, Lady Artemis was the obvious choice. As the goddess of the moon, Artemis was far stronger than Hermes. If anyone should help, it was her. Hermes realized he looked foolish, but he couldn't help himself. The chance to see a new world and possibly start a new familia was just too tempting. Hestia's face twisted in disgust. There was no way she would let him come. He had acted like a clown for too long, and never seemed dependable to the other gods. Don't worry, I value my life. I won't do anything reckless unless I'm sure I can handle it, August said. He would only go if he was truly ready. Captain, Staff Officer Thomas said, go back to our world, report everything, and request a large batch of supplies. Thomas knew they couldn't afford to hold back. Any world that could summon August was sure to be dangerous. They needed to use their best resources. Even if it meant wasting supplies, helping August was worth it. Understood. The captain nodded. This was serious. No one knew what awaited them. The only sensible plan was to equip August with the military's best gear. If they held back their top equipment now, they might never get another chance to use it. As the captain prepared to leave, August opened the portal and led him back to their world. After they left, the rest of the group returned to their duties. Artemis saw Hestia sitting quietly. Instead of her usual bright smile, Hestia wore a small frown as she thought about what to do next. She fidgeted, glancing from side to side. Artemis. Hestia began. Artemis immediately understood what Hestia wanted. Hestia was eyeing Artemis's divine weapon, the arrow of Orion, which could pierce even the gods. August cannot use the arrow of Orion, Artemis said firmly. He is not Orion. Only a pure soul, untouched by good or evil, can draw that arrow. With August's soul, he couldn't even lift it. And even if you tried to use it, Artemis knew what would happen. If Hestia used the arrow, she would likely trigger a mutual destruction attack to defeat the enemy. If she died in another world, it would be for good. She wouldn't return to heaven, and she would be gone forever. Artemis couldn't stand the idea of Hestia leaving for another world and never coming back. Hestia froze when she heard Artemis's words. It was true, that was her plan. If August was ever in real danger, Hestia would use the arrow, even if it meant taking the enemy and herself out, just to ensure August could escape safely. A god's love could be selfish, but it could also be deeply generous, even to the point of giving up their immortal life for someone else. Selfish love and selfless love existed at opposite extremes. At the very least, I'm going with you, Artemis said, straightening up. She wasn't unreliable like Hermes. As a fierce warrior goddess, she could match any male god in battle, and was completely confident in her skills. If things ever got truly hopeless, at least they would have each other. Even though Artemis was curious about seeing a new world, she would never let her best friend die in another dimension. It's a deal, then. Hestia didn't want to involve Artemis, but she had no choice. With so much at stake and things looking grim, having Artemis with them was a huge relief. That's Lady Artemis for you. She fights bravely for her best friend. Lant watched her adoptive mother and goddess agree to enter a dangerous world for her best friend. To Lant, Lady Artemis was gentle and inspiring. The thought nearly brought her to tears. Hey. That's not fair. Why does Artemis get to go but I can't? Hermes complained as he watched Hestia agree to Artemis's plan. It just wasn't fair. Why were they leaving a poor god like him behind? They told him the big secret, but kept him out of everything. He was just a spectator, forced to watch the story happen. He had no part in it at all. What was the point? Of course, Hermes knew he wouldn't be any help in a fight. Hestia and Artemis would just ignore him anyway. But when he thought about August being summoned by a world, Hermes became unusually serious. In some ways, Hermes murmured, August has really surprised me. At first, I thought August didn't have the courage or spirit of my ideal hero. I thought he was just kind, or maybe ruthless enough to fight evil with evil. But I see now that I was too narrow-minded. Unless I'm wrong, August, like the army he leads, is creating his own story. It's a new kind of heroic epic we've never seen before. As soon as Hermes mentioned a heroic script, he got so excited that he jumped onto the table and started praising August's achievements. He wanted to tell the whole world about August. Lord Hermes, what nonsense are you talking about now? Asphi Andromeda groaned, putting her face in her hand. Why was he acting like this again? He'd embarrassed them enough already. Asphi, I'm serious, Hermes said, still smiling. But that smile made Asphi stop. She knew Hermes better than anyone, and this time, he was truly serious. Being summoned by a world means you're born with a sense of responsibility, Hermes said. Even if August tries to ignore it, he'll still make choices no one expects. Look at everything happening right now. A world found him and called him. That sense of responsibility means he's already started his own heroic journey. Hermes's words left the Artemis Familia stunned. They had never heard anything so deep before. At first, Hermes was too proud to notice August. But after seeing the army and their unusual ways, Hermes saw that August already had what it took to be a hero. He was not a hero made by the gods, but one shaped by people. Hermes used to think well of him. But now, the whole world was calling out to August. Did anyone really understand what that meant? August was a hero recognized by the world itself, not just by gods or people, but by the world's own will. Even when others doubted him, August kept making his own way. Was he a conqueror, a king, or someone who inspired fear? He was a mix of all these things. What a brilliant, shining soul. Hermes could hardly contain his envy. As this amazing story unfolded, Hermes wanted to see how the hero's journey would go. He longed to watch August rise, and wanted to be part of it. Just thinking about it made him restless with excitement. I want to witness that story. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, now, things are really different 24.99 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Deep inside the U. Capital, within a guarded, high-security conference room. Several middle-aged and older men in spotless, immaculate military uniforms sat ramrod straight around a large table. Everyone watched the head of the table in silence. All eyes were locked on the head of the table, yet no one spoke a word. They were waiting. The man at the head of the table, wearing a business suit, carefully flipped through a stack of classified documents. The crisp sound of pages turning broke the silence. Finally, he closed the emergency report. What are your thoughts? The man in the suit rubbed his temples, feeling the immense weight of the situation. Though he led the military, this was not a dictatorship. The men before him were the nation's pillars, and he required their absolute consensus. He had to know who was fully on board. This operation needed the nation's best equipment, including brand new, experimental missiles fresh from the assembly line. Hearing the question, the generals exchanged quiet, knowing glances. They already knew the latest intelligence. Even with the strange reality of cross-dimensional summoning, one thing was clear: the other world faced a huge crisis. To survive that crisis, August needed overwhelming firepower. Requesting these weapons was entirely justified. Speak your minds. After all, I am not the one out there on the front lines, the man in the suit said with a faint smile. He knew the others were waiting for him to decide, but he wanted their open support. If they were going to use all their weapons, it had to be a choice everyone agreed on. No regrets later. Approved. The generals nodded in unison. Deny the request. Absolutely not. They understood the idea of return on investment. The advanced anti-target missiles in their silos were built using monster materials August had sent them. These weapons had powerful blasts designed to destroy magical or supernatural creatures. August didn't owe them a damn thing. Furthermore, the official reasoning provided for the requisition was flawless, a temporary mobilization of weapons for an interdimensional transaction. In public, they would deny any involvement. In private, everyone here knew August was loyal to his country. They shared a silent understanding. Plus they still owed him for all the valuable resources he had given them. And beyond national interests, there was a strongly personal factor. August was a healer. With magic that could heal even lost limbs, none of them could be sure they would never need a new organ. Having a healer like August meant they could live longer and keep their families safe. For logical, emotional, and personal reasons they had to support him, even if it meant using all the nation's resources. A distinguished general seated near the front slowly broke his silence. I am an old man. I have no interest in fighting over fame or political power anymore, the general rasped, his cloudy eyes sharpening with sudden intensity. But at this critical juncture, that boy cannot be allowed to fall. In a very real sense, he is the eternal witness to our nation's future. The old general had reached the highest rank in the military. He did not need another promotion. He knew the nation's next big step would not happen in his lifetime, it would be up to the next generation. August, who might live as long as a myth, would be there to see it all. He was meant to witness the rise and fall of their civilization. That was certain. Everyone in the room instantly understood the weight of the general's words. August was still in his 20s, with a future full of promise. They could not let him die in another world because he lacked weapons. Protecting him and helping him overcome this challenge was their duty. I second the motion. The rest of the room voiced their immediate agreement. Since there are no objections, execute the plan, the man in a business suit ordered. He looked at the elderly general, and saw how age had affected him. He knew the old soldier would soon retire or pass away. As men grew older, they came to understand what was truly important, and what should be passed on. Orders were issued. Specialized missiles were immediately pulled from the manufacturing lines, and heavily escorted to a classified military sector. These weapons were destined straight for August's spatial backpack. August took a specialized military transport to retrieve the nation's ultimate trump cards. Among the weapons was one special device. Using the supernatural materials August had given them, the top researchers spared no expense in quickly building a prototype, a supermassive warhead capable of destroying a tectonic plate. If detonated, the blast would vaporize the Earth's surface within a carefully calculated radius. When August finally laid eyes on the warhead, he was speechless. It was more than just a missile. The thing was the size of a small city. It was so huge that moving it out of the facility needed a major logistical effort. According to the old scientists who built it, the weapon couldn't even be launched. It could only be dropped. If August triggered it from his inventory, it would explode right away. The warhead's core was packed with special explosives covered in magical runes, made to ignite instantly and create the most terrifying, beautiful explosion ever seen. Even against a god, using this weapon would give August the extra seconds he needed to escape through his portal. At least, that was what the data showed. But having that huge warhead in his inventory made August feel completely safe. With this, I can survive anything. Fully armed, August hurried with the commanding general, stepped through the portal, and returned to the Danmachi universe. Only a single day had passed since he left. But in Rio, that single day had caused a frenzy. Inside the Pantheon conference room, every major god residing in Rio was seated around the grand table. They had been summoned by Ganesha for an emergency donatus. Ganesha, why the hell did you drag us all out here? Loki groaned, leaning back in her chair. Didn't he know she was busy worrying about her familia's budget? She didn't have time to waste with these people. She had a deep floor expedition to plan. I am Ganesha. The elephant-masked god roared toward the ceiling, striking his signature pose before finally getting to the point. This concerns Hermes. Ganesha turned to look at Loki. What does that slick bastard have to do with anything? Several gods who knew Hermes well looked up, surprised. Hermes was known for being tricky. Everyone knew he always had a few secrets. The Hestia Familia has officially accepted a guild subjugation quest regarding the Elsa's ruins, Ganesha announced. A massive swarm of ancient monsters has appeared in the area. To resolve the threat, August, the captain of the Hestia Familia, has been dispatched for the subjugation. Loki slammed her hands on the table. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Those ancient monsters are nightmares. Back in the Dark Ages, not even renowned heroes or great spirits could fully wipe them out. And you sent the Shrimp's rookie to handle it. Have you lost your mind? Even though August was strong, Loki knew the history of those ruins. The monsters there had always been dangerous. Even if they were weaker now, they were still far too much for a rookie. Those things could literally kill Hestia. Correct, Ganesha nodded calmly. Which is exactly why the Adventurers Guild has authorized August to summon reinforcements from his own world. Summoning? Are you serious? All the gods in the room were stunned. Settle down. According to the message Hermes sent, the subjugation forces are preparing to move out right now, Ganesha continued. By our timeline, this is their 4th day of preparation. Ganesha looked up toward the ceiling. Auranas, request permission to use divine power to establish a link with Hermes. Permission granted, Auranas' voice resounded from the void above. Ganesha used his divine power to create a direct visual link with Hermes. Hermes sensed the connection and realized the Pantheon was watching him. Showtime. Hermes quickly straightened his feathered hat and gave a bright smile as the visual feed appeared on the divine mirror in the conference room. How's everyone doing? Hermes waved cheerfully at his fellow gods. Hermes, what is the situation at your end? Ganesha demanded. It's a little different from what you're probably expecting, Hermes scratched his cheek. These soldiers were nothing like the unruly troops from the Rakia kingdom. They gave off a different energy. But I have to admit, these kids are incredibly blinding. Hermes stepped aside and moved the visual feed to show what was behind him. The gods gasped. The wilderness had changed completely. A large, well-organized military camp had appeared where there was nothing before. Hermes raised the camera to give everyone a bird's-eye view. Solid, even concrete roads were already in place. The nearby poor village had been cleaned up and organized. But the most surprising thing was the soldiers. They were helping the villagers harvest crops and fix their homes. Aha! The first person to react wasn't Ganesha, nor was it Loki. It was Freya. Freya stared at the ordinary-looking soldiers on the screen. On the surface, they looked just like August. But the moment she used her divine eyes to peer into their souls, she violently recoiled. She felt as though she had just stared directly into a blazing sun. The intense luminance of their souls united in selfless and unshakable dedication clashed strongly with her own divine nature of selfish desire and love that it felt like it burned her eyes. She covered her face, letting out a pained gasp. She couldn't look at them. The strength of their shared conviction seemed to cut right through her godhood. Lady Freya. What happened? Who knows? She just looked at the screen and collapsed in pain. The gods were completely confused. What kind of reaction was that? Only Loki, who knew the goddess of beauty better than anyone, understood what had happened. Seeing those soldiers had completely shattered her worldview. Fascinating. It seems the humans from that kid's world are something special, Loki grinned, her interest piquing. She leaned in, studying every detail to figure out what made these soldiers so impressive. The more she watched, the more amazed she was. As Hermes explained, the gods learned the truth. August's soldiers were helping the sick and poor villagers without asking for any payment. They worked out of pure selflessness. When a villager fell ill, specialized medical teams stepped in to diagnose and treat them on the spot. When an elderly village woman tried to forcefully shove a warm, boiled potato into a young soldier's hands as thanks, the hardened warrior actually blushed, awkwardly trying to decline the meager offering. When the local village girls shyly tried to present them with romantic gifts, the soldiers became entirely flustered. Yet, bound by ironclad discipline, they respectfully declined the advances. They simply returned to their posts and continued their work. They showed strict discipline, ignored temptations, refused rewards, and worked hard to help others. How could an army of people this remarkable even exist? No wonder August is such a gentle, principled person. In their eyes, this level of kindness is just the baseline, Mayak murmured in awe. He had always thought August was truly exceptional. Healing the wounded without asking for money was rare in Rio. Even though it hurt his own familia's potion business, Mayak admired the boy's honest wish to save lives. He thought August was a one-of-a-kind anomaly. But as he watched the screen, he realized August wasn't an exception. In August's world, this kind of dedication was normal. Incredible, Takamikazuchi nodded in agreement. He didn't dislike August's ruthless methods in the dungeon. In fact, he respected them. That was how a true man operated. And seeing a whole army that followed those same principles. He loved it. Hermes's broadcast made it clear. In only 3 days, this army had transformed everything around the village. With a little more time, they could probably modernize the whole area. And right on cue, Hestia's voice rang out from across the room. That is the power of my familia's connections. Excellent. Hestia struck a dramatic pose, puffing out her chest and showing off her unmatched confidence. There it was. That was Hestia's classic gloating. Right now, she was the undisputed star of Rio. There was a saying, it's not watching your rival suffer that hurts, it's watching her succeed. Hearing Hestia's smug bragging, Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. She was overwhelmed with jealousy. That damn shrimp, she's taking all the glory. Loki wanted to cry. She had initially assumed these soldiers would be standard grunts, comparing them to the corrupt, undisciplined kingdom armies of their own world. She had been dead wrong. No kingdom in their world could create an army with this kind of perfect moral integrity and youthful passion. And this legendary army was brought here by Hestia. Hephaestus. You're still hiding things from me, aren't you? Loki practically lunged across the table, grabbing Hephaestus by the collar and violently shaking her. Stop hiding things. You and the shrimp were the first ones to meet him. You definitely know all his secrets. The surrounding gods leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. Everyone knew August had gone straight to the Hephaestus Familia the moment he arrived in Rio. I don't know a damn thing, Hephaestus replied, completely deadpan. Did she know the details? All she could do was guess at August's plans. Hestia was very protective of her food and guarded August's secrets closely, never letting Hephaestus get too close. Every time Hestia visited the forge, she just bragged, ate free food, and kept her mouth shut. Her lips were sealed tight. Watch the screen yourself if you want answers, Hephaestus pointed at the divine mirror, brushing Loki off. I'm going to find a flaw. I swear I'm going to find a weakness, and laugh in that shrimp's face. Loki seethed, glaring at Hephaestus's stoic expression. She was furious. She could handle Hestia being unhappy, but watching her succeed felt like torture. Hestia had really found something special. The kids on the screen were just too impressive. However, in the very next second, the scene within the divine mirror shifted. The scattered military personnel rapidly began to assemble. The Army, Navy, and Air Force Honor Guard marched forward in perfect unison. Their precise movements seemed to shake the ground. The entire division stood at attention. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, bonus, 2,600 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Frontline 1. Rocket artillery stood ready in a mountain range near the Elsos ruins. Deploy the drones, Commander James ordered. He peered through his binoculars, watching the situation at the ruins rapidly deteriorate. He knew they were dealing with a monster nest, so rushing in was not an option. Earlier drone recon showed that their scouts had already cleared the perimeter. Now, they had to send in the drone swarm to lure out the rest of the monsters and cover the infantry as they moved in. Launch the drones. A shout rang out, followed by the high-pitched whine of machines taking flight. Swarms of drones shot into the sky above the Elsos ruins. The monsters below heard the loud, mosquito-like buzzing and immediately went wild, roaring up at the sky. First wave, blanket the area. Nearby, another commander watched as the drones did their job. Now it was time for the MLRS, Multiple Launch Rocket System, trucks to get to work. They avoided using mortars because the dense jungle made it too risky. Mortar shells could set the forest canopy on fire, blocking the infantry's path. Rockets were more precise and could hit the main target directly. Most importantly, the rockets were meant to draw the monsters out. Rockets, fire. A full salvo was launched. The Elsos ruins were subjected to a brutal, localized bombardment. Boom! The ground shook as explosions tore it apart, leaving smoking craters behind. Only a few magic stones scattered in the dirt showed that anything had ever defended this place. As if a radar had suddenly pinged, the surviving monsters snapped their attention outward. Roar! The monsters that survived the blasts charged straight at the artillery. Furious over the sudden loss of their kin, they were desperate to find and destroy whoever attacked them. Here they come. Commander James heard the unnatural rustling in the forest. The monsters' brains weren't that simple after all. They actually pinpointed our position. They're heading straight for us. Just like the intel said. Even outside the dungeon, these things are a massive pain in the ass. Don't let them get close. Wipe out the stragglers, James yelled into his radio. Tiger Spirit Squad, copy. Tiger Eye Squad, copy. 2 squads, about 100 soldiers, formed a defensive line. They managed to draw the monsters' attention and pulled them away from the nest entrance. The nest was left wide open. At that exact moment, 10 transport helicopters lifted off from the main camp. The dense jungle canopy made it impossible to deploy tanks, so the troops had to fast-rope from helicopters. At the same time, another group of soldiers waiting on the edge moved in to join them. Working together, they quickly took control of the stronghold's surface. Artemis dropped in right alongside the several hundred troops. The airborne rangers acted quickly and efficiently. As soon as they landed, they secured the Elsos ruins. A few monsters were still alive, but the rangers took them out right away. Thermal scans show 0 hostiles remaining. Confirming the bulk of the horde went after the artillery teams. The airborne troops relayed the situation via comms. A strange silence settled over the area, but the soldiers remained alert and guarded the huge gate leading into the heart of the temple. Their intel said the main doors were right ahead, but no one knew what was waiting inside. To avoid a surprise attack, they held their ground and waited for the main assault team before going in. As Artemis listened to the radio, she realized the strike team had moved the front line right where it needed to be. Is the other side really going to be okay? Artemis turned to Hestia, her voice laced with concern. Were the decoy teams actually safe? With so many monsters drawn away, the danger was greater than ever. They can handle it, Hestia said, giving a confident thumbs up. She trusted the modern military completely. Even without Falna contracts, these soldiers had enough firepower to take down the horde. But now, we need you to open that door, Hestia said, her voice abruptly serious. That temple had been built centuries ago by the original Artemis Familia. Back then, the Great Spirit hadn't been able to kill the beasts, so it had sealed them inside instead. But listen to me, once you open it, you are not allowed to step foot inside. Hestia knew that whatever lay dormant within was explicitly designed to devour gods. Not even they could afford to be reckless. If Antares managed to absorb a goddess, the military would face an unwinnable fight. They might have to sacrifice every soldier just to defeat the monster, and Hestia was determined not to let that happen. I understand, Artemis said, feeling the seriousness in Hestia's stare. She knew she couldn't act on impulse. If her actions got these soldiers killed, she would never forgive herself. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on Lady Artemis, Lance said with a grin, patting her chest. She was determined not to let her goddess do anything reckless. The troops moved in rapidly to breach the interior. As long as there aren't thousands of monsters inside, we'll be fine, Liliruka Arde said. But honestly, Antares has been locked up for who knows how long. If it's been awake and following surface rules, it's probably been breeding new monsters the whole time. Lily knew the dungeon's rules inside and out. Except for the Xenos, normal monsters that reached the surface were driven to multiply. They would even use up their own magic stones to do it. Making new monsters used up the stone's energy, and when it ran out, the monster turned to ash. The offspring got whatever energy the parent gave up. So what was Antares? It was a bioweapon made thousands of years ago to kill gods. A creature like that would have a huge magic stone, as big as a floor boss from the 17th floor or deeper. It was almost half monster, half crystal. A monster with that much power would be extremely dangerous. For now, the best way Lily could help was by giving good tactical advice. Hey, staff officer, Hestia called into the comms. Give your boys a heads up. There's likely a massive swarm of newly bred monsters hiding inside. Tell them not to drop their guard. And nobody breaches until we get there, Hestia added strictly. Sitting in the command tent back at the main camp, Staff Officer Thomas nodded. Understood. He quickly passed the new orders down the chain of command. Their real target was a monster-spawning bioweapon made to kill gods. The monsters outside looked scary, but they were just cannon fodder. The real threat was still inside. Just as Thomas finished issuing his orders, a runner rushed into the command tent. Advisor August has returned. The personnel parted to make way as August and another commander strode into the room. Wait, the operation already started. Major J looked pissed off. What the hell? He was supposed to be on the front lines, but now he was being left out. What about me? I'm still standing right here. Jay was absolutely livid. All right, pipe down and count your blessings, Thomas scoffed. He knew his friend just wanted more action. Writing the after-action report would already earn him plenty of medals. He should let others have some of the glory too. Humph, Jay grunted, knowing better than to throw a tantrum in the middle of a live operation. So Jay, how'd the supply run go? Thomas asked, turning to his longtime friend for a status update. We got it, Jay nodded. August finished handling the logistics. The top officers approved the use of their strongest weapons for fire support. It was the right decision. Jay knew that without heavy firepower against a threat like this, they would be in serious trouble. What about your end? Jay demanded. The airborne units have secured the perimeter, and are holding position. The main assault force is advancing. James's artillery teams are likely engaging the diverted monster horde as we speak. Air support is fully loaded and on standby. After hearing Thomas's report, August felt confident that the operation was going well. The Artemis and Hermes Familius moved forward with the main force, heading straight for the temple. Whatever was inside that ruin was at least as strong as a level 5 adventurer. Then I'm heading to the front, August declared. Are the choppers back? He needed to be on that battlefield. They just touched down, Thomas confirmed with a nod. As soon as Jay heard August was going out, his eyes brightened. You lot, go fetch my gear. Jay barked at the nearby soldiers. You're deploying with me as airborne infantry. Inside, Jay could barely contain his excitement. If August was going in, he was damn well going to hitch a ride. The young soldiers nearby smiled with excitement when they learned they would be joining the drop. They had missed the initial lottery and were stuck on base duty. Now, just by helping out, they were getting sent to the front lines. Sir, yes, sir. The men snapped to attention and shouted, immediately rushing off to grab their parachutes. The camp had plenty of standard-issue rigs to spare. Thomas stared at his friend in disbelief. Wait, you're actually going airborne? At your age? Are you trying to give yourself a heart attack on the way down? You crazy old bastard, your blood pressure is practically through the roof. What the hell are you thinking? Thomas was truly shocked. The last thing they needed was a senior officer acting recklessly in the middle of a war. Mind your own business, Jay retorted, a smug, arrogant grin plastered across his face. I'm going to the front line, and that's final. Jay's tone was dead serious. Even if he died out there, at least he would go out with honor. If the worst happened, he joked to himself, maybe he'd come back and do it all again. Thomas just sighed, too exhausted to argue. The other officers in the war room looked at each other with envy and regret. Why didn't I think of that? If they had known they could join August, they would have volunteered right away. Jumping out of a plane was nothing new for them. You either give it your all or you don't go at all. Jay quickly got ready. He was heading straight into the action. The front lines were where he belonged. August, Major Jay, and a group of eager young soldiers boarded the transport helicopter. It took off right away, flying quickly toward the combat zone. Listen up. Don't worry about covering my ass down there. You focus on killing the enemy. Jay glared fiercely at the young troopers. If you embarrass me out there, I'll reassign you to desk duty the second we get back. It was his way of saying, follow orders and fight hard. Sir, yes, sir. The young soldiers couldn't hide their grins, though they tried desperately to maintain a serious military bearing. Glory was waiting for them. Just taking part would earn them at least a third-class merit. If they died in battle, they would receive a second-class honor. Either way, they would make their families proud. Seeing their excitement, August noticed the commander was full of adrenaline. The helicopter moved fast, but soon the heavy sound of artillery came from the jungle below. Jay, a very experienced veteran, pinpointed the source of the explosions instantly. It was James's position. James is already engaging. Don't embarrass us out there, James, Jay muttered. James had several hundred men and controlled the heavy fire support, but his situation was undoubtedly rough. The monster horde was already threatening to break their lines. It was bound to happen. Even with heavy suppressive fire, the young soldiers didn't have experience fighting monsters like these. The veteran snipers tried to help, but the beasts still broke through their defenses. The boar-type monsters were the biggest problem. They were huge, covered in thick armor, and had deadly tusks. They charged straight ahead, forcing the infantry to scatter and breaking the line. Commander James watched his perimeter buckle. They're too inexperienced. I'll have to train them hard when we get back, he muttered through clenched teeth. They just didn't have enough experience fighting monsters. After all, these things were the size of grown men, some were even hulking orc types. As a seasoned tactician, James had deliberately left a buffer zone between the first defensive line and his command post. It was a kill box designed to give them a reaction window in case the front line failed. Rocket launchers. Aim and fire. Capitalizing on the buffer zone, James dropped his hand. The secondary guard unit protecting the MLRS trucks hoisted their anti-tank rocket launchers, locked onto the charging monsters in the kill box, and opened fire. The rockets hit the wave of monsters directly. The blasts tore the creatures apart, leaving only magic stones behind. But ground troops were not their only problem. Suddenly, flying monsters swarmed out from the dense canopy. Screech! With a piercing shriek, several giant bats dove toward their position. Flying monsters. No wonder the front line broke so fast. Did Command miss these during the tactical sweep? The giant bats were just level 1 monsters. They couldn't fly high like normal birds, so they used the thick jungle canopy to launch low attacks. If they went too high, the helicopter blades would cut them down. One of the bats swooped down, snapping its jaws directly at Commander James. James reacted instantly, twisting his body to protect his vitals and letting the beast bite his side instead. He was wearing thick tactical gear reinforced with heavy bandaging, preventing the fangs from immediately piercing his flesh. Die, you bastard! Adrenaline flowing through his veins, James drew his trusty combat knife. With a brutal downward strike, he drove the blade straight into the monster's eye. The blade went in deep. The bat screamed in pain but didn't die right away. Seeing this, James's face grew cold. He pulled out the knife and stabbed the beast again and again, moving quickly. Monster blood sprayed across his face. Yet, James didn't look thrilled or manic. His eyes were empty, showing only the calm focus of a killer. He kept stabbing until the monster turned to ash, leaving just a magic stone. Didn't expect these ugly bastards to have such good aim, James spat on the ground. The monster's combat intelligence was frighteningly high. It had ignored the regular soldiers and gone straight for him. You boys all right? James called out to check on the missile crew. A few of them had been ambushed as well, but they had grouped up and gunned the flyers down. We're good, sir. The soldiers had sustained minor lacerations, but nothing critical. James's composure stabilized. He knew he couldn't show pain. He was the backbone of this unit. The moment he showed weakness, the troops' morale would plummet. Wiping the blood from his cheek, James gazed toward the distant ruins. He knew the hardest part of this battle was only just beginning. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, The Temple and the Base Camp Under Attack 1738 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The transport helicopters touched down. August slid down the rope and saw that a huge line of troops was already guarding the ruins. So these are the ancient ruins. Up close, the age and importance of the ruins were obvious. The site was half destroyed by recent artillery, but that was necessary. The ruins were there only to keep the monster trapped inside. August, we're counting on you, Staff Officer Thomas's voice crackled over the comms. August waved his hand and opened his inventory. Suddenly, 50 main battle tanks, a group of armored bulldozers, and a fully stocked munitions depot appeared on the landing zone. Major J looked over the heavy armor. As the only commander on the front line, he was responsible for tactics. Tank crews, mount up. Pull back from the ruins for now to establish a perimeter. J barked. He knew the interior breach required tight infantry work. The designated tank operators scrambled toward the newly materialized armor, firing up the engines. Engineers, move out. J pointed at the bulldozers. Engineers cleared debris to create a safe zone for combat, while the rest of the infantry guarded the perimeter and established a strong defense. Once the surface was secure, the strike team got ready to enter the inner area. Let's move, August said, glancing at the 300-strong assault team, which included the Artemis and Hermes Familius. Right, the others agreed, falling into step. A commander led the team inside. As they entered, they saw something amazing. Blue light lined the walls, making the old ruins look like a glowing, magical fortress. "It's beautiful," a young soldier whispered. Even the most experienced soldiers were amazed. The building was made of simple stone and mud brick, but the blue light filled the halls, making everything easy to see. Artemis looked at the light, a nostalgic gleam in her eyes. "The great spirits who built all this, you could call them my very first familia." The temple's immense size showed how powerful the spirits were. The blue light meant the old seal was still working. "It's been 1,000 years, Hermes said, tipping his hat as he surveyed the decay. "The seal has deteriorated." The crumbling structure had weakened the seal, allowing monsters to escape and cause trouble on the surface. As they pushed deeper, the enemy types shifted. Unlike the surface horde, these were all reptilian, scorpion-like creepers. "They're in here too," August noted. They were dangerously close to the main temple doors, meaning these monsters were acting as a royal guard. "Antares' offspring," Hestia said grimly. She thought Antares needed to absorb Artemis to make more monsters, but it looked like the beast started making scorpion spawns as soon as the seal got weak. Absorbing the goddess was probably just to boost its power even more. "Too many of them," the commander barked, raising his hand. "Double line formation. Spread out. Clear the hall." The soldiers moved forward and formed two straight firing lines. The rear guard kept watch behind them, creating a tight defense around August and the gods. "Open fire," the commander roared. Assault rifles barked in unison. The scorpions shrieked as they charged, only to be instantly cut down by a relentless hail of lead. This was how effective fighting in a hallway could be. There was no wind or open space to mess up their aim. As long as they kept their lines, nothing survived in the hallway. It was just like August's dungeon tactics, leaving only a layer of magic stones behind. "Sweep the area," the commander ordered. Drones buzzed out to check the dark corners. Once the area was confirmed clear, he signaled the men. "Collect the stones." When the team reached the huge ceiling doors, Hestia frowned and looked around carefully. Where did those monsters outside come from? She murmured, inspecting the gate that only Artemis could unlock. "This door is still completely solid. Nothing could have breached it." She met August's eyes, her face growing serious. August understood right away. "Commander, call the surface. There's a hidden underground tunnel letting those things out. Tell them to watch their asses." "Copy that." The commander felt a chill. They had checked the perimeter, and the ruins were supposed to be sealed tight. "Recon actual, be advised. We suspect a hidden subterranean breach connecting the inner ruins to the outside. Watch your sectors." On the surface, Major J heard the warning over his earpiece. "Did you sweep all the exits?" he demanded, turning to the captain beside him. "Sir, we swept the entire sector. 0 breaches connecting the upper levels to the lower caverns," the captain replied, sounding defensive. They were the airborne vanguard and had searched everywhere. "Then how the hell?" Jay muttered. Commander James's voice crackled on the radio. "You don't think?" Jay's heart sank. "Thomas, you better not die on me." He realized exactly where that hidden tunnel had to lead. Back at the main camp, Staff Officer Thomas got the intel. He trusted his vanguard. If they didn't find a tunnel at the ruins, then the exit wasn't there. The Scorpions must be using a hidden underground network. If that's true. Thomas's eyes snapped wide open. "Logistics. Grab the trucks. Get to the nearby villages and evacuate the civilians to the base immediately." He roared at his officers. "Move, move, move. Son of a bitch. The monsters are flanking the main camp. Get those defensive lines up now." The logistics chief jumped into action. "Drivers, mount up. Get to the village. Drag them back here if you have to." The camp sprang into action. The soldiers were angry to learn the monsters were trying to sneak into their base. This was their home. Several transport trucks raced out, heading for the village less than 100 meters away. "Hey, what's going on?" Village Chief Ollie asked in confusion as troops swarmed in. "Get in the truck. The monsters are flanking us," the logistics chief yelled, hauling the old man up by his shirt. Ollie was stunned. He thought the battle was miles away at the ruins. The veteran soldiers moved quickly. They rushed into houses, grabbed kids, and loaded them into the trucks. But they were almost too late. A scorpion spawn burst from the brush, lunging at a group of straggling village women. "Fuck you!" a soldier roared, drawing his combat knife and throwing himself in front of them. He blocked the scorpion's pincer but took a brutal hit to the ribs as he drove his blade straight through the beast's arm. 10 nearby soldiers turned. "Get them to the trucks," 3 yelled, grabbing the women. The other 7 raised their rifles and fired. The scorpion was blown apart, leaving only a magic stone. "You good?" they asked, helping the injured soldier up. "I'm fine. Just a busted rib," he gritted his teeth. Attack helicopters thundered overhead, firing on the farmland 200 meters away, where dozens more scorpions were coming out of the trees. The logistics chief gritted his teeth. The fight had barely started, and they were already taking casualties. "Fall back to base." Most villagers were already in the center of town, talking about the military lockdown, so the evacuation went quickly. Inside the camp, a comms officer shouted, "Report. Massive hostile signatures detected to the southwest. Less than 500 meters from the perimeter. Vanguard units have engaged near the village. Air support is suppressing, and evac is complete." Staff Officer Thomas had already put on his tactical gear. "Southwest." He checked the topographical map. "The riverbed. That connects to all the local villages. Did they use a subterranean river? Send the drones. Find that tunnel." Thomas ordered grimly. Son of a bitch is using a Zerg rush. He realized Antares didn't need to absorb a goddess to mass-produce offspring. It was a biological factory. "Patch me through to all lines. Front line and reserves, stay frosty. The target is a mass spawner. I estimate tens of thousands of hostiles." At the forward artillery position, Commander James's face grew stern. "You heard the man," he called to his troops. "Tens of thousands. Stay sharp. They might push our fire support lines. Hold this position, whatever it takes," the soldiers roared. "Tens of thousands. Holy shit." Major J muttered over the short-range comms. "August, that thing inside has spawned a massive army. Don't worry about the camp, Thomas will hold the line." Deep underground at the temple doors, August copied the transmission. "What's the situation?" Rethusa asked, noting his serious expression. "Confirmed," August replied. "There's a hidden tunnel connected to the riverbed. The monsters have been bypassing the ruins entirely. The main camp is under attack. An ambush." Rethusa clicked her tongue. She had never faced numbers like this. Even as a level 3, clearing tens of thousands of monsters would take the entire Artemis Familia days of non-stop fighting. Attacking the camp. Artemis frowned. The seal hadn't just held Antares, it had given it a safe zone to nest and breed. "This monster is really terrifying. We can't wait out here," Artemis said, channeling her divine power. The massive temple doors groaned and unlocked. The interior wasn't a nightmare of pulsating egg sacs like they expected. Instead, it was just another huge corridor. They moved forward quickly, leaving the doors open behind them in case they had to retreat. As they ventured deeper, a loud, mournful shriek echoed from the abyss. "Are we close?" The commander tightened his grip on his rifle. That was definitely the monster's cry. They pressed into the depths and finally, the true enemy revealed itself. It was a colossal horror. Its upper half looked like a one-eyed human, while its lower half was the grotesque, armored body of a giant scorpion. It roared at the ceiling, not just shrieking but pouring out pure, raw hatred. Hatred for the gods, hatred for everything. The monster that existed only to consume, Antares. August stared at the towering monstrosity. He knew exactly what it was. This was the target. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Bonus, 1849 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The moment the colossal monstrosity revealed itself, Hestia. August yelled without a second's hesitation. Leave her to me. In a flash, Hestia scooped Artemis up in her arms and bolted toward the exit. Wait, hold on, Hestia. Artemis gasped, caught off guard. She never thought Hestia would grab her and run just because someone called her name. They moved fast. But the monster was faster. Antares was a living weapon built to hunt and eat gods. It survived by consuming divine flesh. It didn't just go after Artemis, it also chased the fleeing Hestia and Hermes, who had been nearby. Even after being sealed away for thousands of years, it was still as fast and terrifying as when it first appeared. Open fire. The commander roared, instantly ordering the vanguard to light it up. A torrential hail of bullets poured out, tearing through the cavern. The 20-man rear guard fired their anti-tank rocket launchers. Explosions rocked the cavern at point-blank range. The rockets ripped a huge chunk from its upper body and blew off one of its legs. Antares let out a deep, deafening sound. It wasn't a cry of pain, but a scream full of pure malice. Its single eye stayed locked on the 3 gods. Even badly injured, its scorpion-like lower body kept moving forward, chasing its divine prey without pause. Like hell I'll let you, August sneered. Several massive steel anchor chains, like the ones used to moor heavy battleships, shot out from his spatial backpack. August controlled the huge steel links, making them lash out like living vipers. The heavy iron anchors at the end slammed into Antares, wrapping tightly around its neck and stopping it in its tracks. August vaulted backward, putting distance between himself and the rest of the squad. Fall back. Its hide is already resisting the shrapnel. Small arms fire isn't going to cut it anymore. August barked, waving the troops away. He quickly saw this beast was nothing like the one from the movie timeline. It hadn't even absorbed Artemis yet, but it already had the power of a deep strata-floor boss. This was a whole new threat. Copy that. Cover fire. Fall back. The commander shouted. He knew their weapons were useless against something this tough. They needed heavy ordnance, the kind that solved problems with sheer force. Yes, sir. The infantry executed a tactical retreat. What about you? Rethusa asked, looking at August, who was currently locked in a deadly game of tug-of-war with the monster. Don't worry, Lord August can get out on his own. We need to move. Lilaruka Arde urged. Rethusa gritted her teeth. She knew her level 3 status was useless here. This thing was at least level 5, maybe even level 6. Let's go, she ordered, dragging the rest of the Artemis Familia away. Meanwhile, Asphi al-Andromeda grabbed Hermes by the collar. You're coming too. Don't be a liability. Hermes clearly wanted to stay and watch August fight, but getting eaten would ruin everything. He deployed several divine mirrors to monitor the room remotely, and allowed himself to be dragged to safety. With the others retreating, August sprinted along the cavern walls, staying mobile. The anchor chains connected to his spatial inventory dragged violently behind him, pulling taut and locking Antares in place. Antares thrashed, completely caught off guard by the human contraption strangling its neck. Could it break free? These were reinforced, battleship-grade anchors strong enough to pierce a skyscraper. More importantly, the chains were anchored directly to August's spatial dimension and strengthened by his mental control. But this was only stalling for time. During the stalemate, the gaping wound where Antares' leg used to be began to writhe. Flesh and muscle fibers rapidly knitted back together as its hyperregeneration kicked in. "Think I'll just let you heal?" August racked his weapon, ready to blow the leg off again. Suddenly, a scorpion spawn jumped from the shadows, lunging straight for his face. August was forced to redirect his aim, blasting the bug to pieces with a heavy shell. More scorpions swarmed him, pouring out of the cracks. They rushed forward, not caring about the deaths of their kin. "Trying to drown me in bodies?" August muttered, putting the pieces together. Smart bastard. He was truly surprised by the creature's intelligence. It wasn't a Xenos, but it was very cunning. It had planned the attack on the military camp, while hiding its real breeding nest somewhere under the temple. To August, the small scorpions were nothing but garbage, but they did their purpose perfectly. They were distracting him just long enough for Antares to recover. Once its leg was fully healed, Antares fought back. It dug its huge claws into the stone and pulled on the anchor chain, trying to drag August in with its colossal strength. But against the unmovable anchor of August's spatial gate, the monster's strength was almost nothing. The chain strained, but August didn't budge an inch. "If you were really that strong, you wouldn't be a god-eater," August mocked. The beast's entire physiology and defense mechanisms were tailored to nullify divine power. Any attack imbued with even a trace of arcanum was useless against its hide. It was the ultimate anti-god weapon. But August wasn't a god. He was just a human relying on raw kinetic force. Antares' anti-god armor was useless against modern military weapons. The chain's intense pull began to tear apart Antares' tough outer shell. Realizing it was losing the tug-of-war and would soon be decapitated by the anchor, Antares made a desperate and brutal decision. With a tear of flesh, Antares literally ripped its own body in half at the waist, detaching its humanoid upper torso from its scorpion lower half right in front of August's eyes. August froze for a split second. He hadn't expected the beast to be so ruthless to itself. Once the body was cut in half, the anchor chain slipped free and fell to the ground. August quickly pulled it back. Seeing the monster was badly hurt, he got ready to fire a heavy artillery shell straight into its exposed torso. But Antares ignored him. Its upper half grabbed the cavern wall and started digging frantically toward the ceiling. At the same time, its huge magic stone was already working to heal its split body. "You're not getting away." August fired a barrage from 100 rocket launchers at once. But then something unexpected happened. A huge swarm of scorpions jumped into the path of the rockets, forming a real meat shield. The explosions destroyed the swarm, but out of 100 rockets, only 2 or 3 got through and hit Antares, not enough to stop it from climbing. Antares bored through the ceiling, rapidly breaking through the ancient ceiling barrier. "Wait a minute." August narrowed his eyes. The seal wasn't holding it at all. Has this bastard just been hiding here, using the ruins as a safe place while waiting for a god to walk right into its trap? Son of a bitch. It really is that smart. As the ceiling collapsed from the monster's digging, huge boulders crashed down. August had to run for the exit. Before leaving, he threw a drone into the tunnel to track the beast and shot down the scorpions chasing him. As he sprinted through the collapsing corridors, he keyed his radio. "Bad news. The big guy is breaking out. It's way smarter than we thought. It ripped itself in half to escape my snare. Also, the seal in the ruins is useless against it. It's been camping here on purpose. It was just sitting in its nest, waiting for gods to serve themselves up on a silver platter." "Are you serious?" Hestia, who had regrouped with the main force outside, gasped. If August was right, their intervention had completely disrupted the monster's ambush. I'm heading to the surface now, August replied, picking up his pace. August threw a high explosive charge behind him, blowing up the tunnel to stop the scorpions from following. He finally made it out into the open air. At the same time, the ground violently erupted. Antares breached the surface. Major J saw it immediately from his tank line. Target at 1 o'clock. All armor, load high explosive. Dozens of 125mm smoothbore tank cannons fired in a booming unison. Antares had just put its body back together, and was caught off guard. It didn't expect a line of tanks waiting on the surface. The shells hit it hard, breaking pieces off its armor, and leaving the monster raging helplessly against the heavy fire. Commander James's voice crackled over the comms. Target sighted. Adjust coordinates. Blow that ugly bastard to hell. He hadn't forgotten that this thing had tried to backdoor his base camp. If he didn't put it in the ground now, he wouldn't be able to look his men in the eye. The MLRS and missile trucks unleashed a firestorm. Antares looked up just in time to see fire raining from the sky. The attack tore apart its freshly repaired upper body, leaving it badly damaged before it could start healing. It scrambled across the ground, dodging what it could, but the explosions sent up huge clouds of dead, poisoned earth. The empty ruined land made it easy for the soldiers to aim. Roar! Antares let out an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, the crater Antares had just dug out of began to swarm with movement. Drone feed shows massive hostile signatures emerging from the breach. Hundreds of scorpion types, pushing our position, an aerial recon operator reported. A full-blown legion already. Commander James cursed. Fuck me, how many of those things did it breed down there? I thought it needed to eat a god first to start spawning. Thinking back to August's theory, James realized the awful truth. August was right. The monster wasn't trapped, it was nesting. It really was a biological factory. Stay sharp, boys. Here they come. They're pushing the support line. James roared. The soldiers were fired up. After surviving the first wave, their morale was sky high. They weren't about to let a bunch of giant bugs scare them. At the tank line, August regrouped with Major J. Keep firing. Light 'em up. J bellowed. Heavy machine guns opened fire, cutting down the scorpions as they charged into the kill zone. This was the front line, the most dangerous spot, but the soldiers stood firm. Thousands of well-armed troops weren't going to back down from a swarm of weak enemies. The battlefield was a symphony of rumbling engines, barking rifles, and shattering monster carapaces. As August sprinted forward, laying down suppressive fire, a sound suddenly chimed directly in his ear. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Antares obliterated 1993 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The moment that sudden mechanical death chime resounded, August knew exactly what had happened. It came from the drone's flight path. His feed had just gone dark. He quickly grabbed his tablet and checked the last telemetry and video log just before the signal cut out. The footage showed the drone weaving through underground tunnels, dodging scorpion attacks, until it finally broke into a huge cavern covered in a pulsating, fleshy mass. This was the breeding nest. This was where the monster created its spawn. The feed cut off when a newly spawned scorpion jumped up and shattered the lens. Target acquired. I've found Antares' breeding nest, August relayed over the comms. The intel was transmitted instantly. Back at the main camp, Staff Officer Thomas received the ping. Monster nest located. The drone signal dropped at these exact coordinates. A communications officer shouted, standing up from his terminal. Hearing that the breeding ground was finally pinpointed, Thomas didn't hesitate. Scramble the air wing. Get those birds in the sky. He ordered, feeling the growing pressure. The situation outside the camp perimeter was devolving into a meat grinder. Yes, sir. Air wing, you are cleared for immediate takeoff. The camp defenders fired non-stop. Waves of scorpion spawns waited just beyond the perimeter, hesitating. So many had been killed that they were now cautious about moving forward. They were only level 1 trash mobs, after all. 3 or 4 rifle shots could take one out for good, but there were just too many of them. The initial swarm of tens of thousands had been whittled down to a few thousand, yet they still pressed the camp's defensive line. Even the few that managed to slip past the barricades were rapidly dispatched in close-quarters combat by the infantry. It was a bloody stalemate. The defenders had taken losses too. A soldier gritted his teeth in pain. A young village woman, barely 28, dabbed at his wound with a styptic solution before wrapping it in fresh bandages. "You're going to be okay," she murmured, trying to comfort the logistics trooper. Everyone in logistics had been sent to fight. The front line needed every person it could get. Even the medics had picked up rifles and joined the barricades. Only the elderly were left behind. Everyone else was on the firing line. Most of the makeshift medical ward was run by village widows and young mothers, who acted as combat nurses. Chief Ali had the surviving village men carrying ammo and supplies to the guns. "I'm fine," the soldier rasped, shaking his head. "Sorry to make you worry." He felt embarrassed to show his weakness. He used to be the camp's mess cook, just guarding the rations. But when the monsters attacked, he put down his ladle, picked up a rifle, and joined the squads hunting bugs. He recognized the woman treating him. Her name was Ina. She had been sick when his unit first arrived, and his squad had helped her out by fixing her roof and doing heavy lifting. He knew she was a widow. Her husband had been killed by a monster while working outside the village. "I'm just glad you're safe," Ina said, her eyes softening. Seeing the soldier who had helped her so much still breathing gave her immense relief. Sam hesitated. "If I make it out of this..." He wanted to ask her if she would marry him. But the words died in his throat. Sam was a soldier who knew this world's lore. He was a guy who used to obsess over anime, goddesses, and fantasy tropes. He had thought he'd never experience it for real, until a literal powerhouse dragged his unit into another dimension. But now, living out a fantasy, he found himself falling for a young village widow instead of chasing goddesses. Love worked in strange ways. Her gentle smiles had completely won him over. He wanted so much to tell her how he felt. But reality struck him hard. When the mission ended, his unit would go back to Earth. They lived in 2 different worlds. He would probably never see her again. His commander's warning resonated in his mind: do not fall for the girls in this world. It only leads to regret. We are an expeditionary force. We will leave. Do not give these women false hope you can't fulfill. It made him feel bitter, but orders were orders. It was better to feel the pain now than to let it turn into endless heartbreak. Ina noticed the painful hesitation in his eyes. She could see what was happening. She knew this soldier cared for her. But she also sensed the truth: he was only passing through her life. She didn't know how, but she felt deep down that he would leave and never return. This is for the best. I shouldn't burden him, she told herself. Neither of them broke the silence. In that moment, they were both cowards, burying a love that couldn't be. They weren't alone. All across the makeshift ward, young soldiers and local women faced the same silent heartbreak. There was a spark between them, but something kept them apart. No one wanted to break the silence. The room felt heavy and sad. But that silence was abruptly shattered. A loud mechanical roar jolted the entire camp. "What's happening?" The village nurses cried out in alarm. "It's okay, Ina. The birds are in the air," Sam said, looking toward the makeshift runway. Over the past few days, military engineers had bulldozed and paved a crude airstrip. It didn't just house choppers. 6 active-duty multi-role fighter jets sat on the tarmac, fully loaded with state-of-the-art ordnance. The jet engines boomed as the fighters sped down the runway. One by one, all 6 took off, their loud afterburners leaving white trails behind them in the sky. "This is Stegosaurus 1. Requesting target vector," the lead pilot's voice came through the radio as the jet sliced through the clouds. Even Antares, using its spawn to buy time while it healed, noticed the strange roar in the sky. Its huge single eye focused on 6 metal shapes moving faster than any magic or flying beast it had ever seen. Antares roared at the sky. Its instincts warned of danger. It didn't know what the metal birds were, but it sensed they were like the artillery pounding it into the ground. But it couldn't stop them. Its body was still healing, and its magic stone hadn't gathered enough energy for a big attack. It needed more time, but there was none. At the support base dash, radar control to Stegosaurus actual. Transmitting target vectors now. Target, hostile breeding nest. The mobile radar truck painted the target. Stegosaurus 1, copy. Target locked. The flight leader checked his heads-up display. Dropping bunker busters. Weapons free. 2 guided missiles dropped from the jet's wings. The jet turned sharply and flew away. The missiles fired up, leaving bright trails as they dove toward the tunnel Antares had made. They avoided the debris and went deep into the underground network. The strong warheads tore through stone and earth like soft paper, driving deep into the core of the ruin straight to the coordinates August's drone had marked. The missiles exploded. The 2 explosions destroyed the nest. The underground cavern caved in, crushing the old ruins above. Antares felt its link to the nest break. Its unborn young were burned up in the fire. Roar. Antares let out a furious roar, screaming at the metal birds above. The sonic force of the scream somehow reached into the jet's cockpits. What the hell was that? How is that thing's roar penetrating the canopy? The pilots were shaken by the beast's supernatural projection. But the mission wasn't over. Target updated, primary hostile, Antares. Stegosaurus 5 and 6, deploy armor-piercing payloads. Radar control barked the next set of orders. Jets 1 and 2 carried bunker busters. 3 and 4 had heavy thermobaric bombs. 5 and 6 were loaded with kinetic penetrators made to break through bunkers. Stegosaurus 3 and 4, break formation. Vector southwest toward the riverbed. Deploy Windchaser thermobarics into the subterranean tunnel. Seal that exit and roast the remaining swarm. Copy that. Breaking off. Jets 3 and 4 banked away, heading for the secondary objective. This was the endgame. Stegosaurus 5 and 6 released their armor-piercing missiles. 4 missiles shot down, aiming right at the center of Antares' upper body, where its huge magic stone was. Down on the ground, Major J slapped the hull of his tank. Don't let that ugly bastard dodge. Pin it down with artillery. At the support base, Commander James threw his hand down. All batteries, unleash hell. Blow that thing to pieces. The MLRS and missile trucks fired a devastating, overwhelming volley. The attack was perfectly timed from all sides. Antares tried to run, but the carpet bombing covered the whole area. Even as fast as it was, it couldn't escape the attack. Explosions hit it again and again. There was no time to heal or fight back. Antares looked at the moon one last time, and gave a weak roar before the missiles struck its chest. The blast broke its huge magic stone into countless pieces. Its body turned to ash, leaving a rain of crystal fragments on the burned ground. Meanwhile, to the southwest, the 2 diverted jets screamed over the riverbed. Deploying Windchasers. Jets 3 and 4 released their payload. 4 thermobaric missiles plummeted into the subterranean tunnel entrance. The Windchaser missiles did more than explode. They released a dense aerosol cloud that turned into a huge fireball. The blast swept through the tunnels, burning thousands of trapped scorpion spawns instantly. The scorpions were burned up in an instant, leaving only a field of magic stones as the tunnel fell in. Target destroyed. We got it. When the troops saw Antares destroyed and the swarm wiped out, they cheered loudly. This was their goal all along. A legendary beast, with the power of a level 5 or a level 6 adventurer, had been turned to ash by modern weapons. The euphoria was palpable, but the commanders still had work to do. Stow the celebrations. The big boss is dead, but we still got bugs to squash. Commander James and Major J barked over their respective comms. All units, commence immediate mop-up operations. Exterminate the stragglers. Do not let a single one of these bastards escape. Back at the main camp. Attention all personnel. Primary target Antares has been neutralized, the PA system blared. We did it. The camp defenders realized the front line had secured the victory. Staff Officer Thomas was thrilled, but he kept a cool head. The Alpha is dead. All units, transition to offensive maneuvers. Sweep the perimeter and exterminate the remaining hostiles. Secure the village. Thomas roared, firing his sidearm into the air to signal the counterattack. Light 'em up. A soldier manning a heavy machine gun on the back of a tactical jeep shouted. The driver hit the gas and sped out of the camp. They wanted payback. Being attacked in their own camp had made them angry, and if not for orders to guard the airstrip, they would have gone out much earlier. Now that they had the order, they could finally attack freely. BRRRRRRRRRRRRRT. Heavy caliber rounds tore through the retreating scorpions. With their alpha dead, the remaining spawns lost their coordination and tried to scatter into the brush. But insect legs couldn't outrun armored jeeps. The vehicles slammed into them ruthlessly while the gunners shredded whatever was left. Die, you ugly bastards. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 100, The Aftermath and star 2312 words we made it to 100 chapters. Thank you all so much for your support, and a special thank you to everyone who has stayed with us this far. P.S. Bulk upload today. The Donatus. This army is incredibly well trained. Hestia really hit the jackpot. These kids don't even have a fauna, yet their raw strength easily rivals a level 1. Are the people from that other world just born at level 1? The gods were whispering loudly amongst themselves. If time and the rules allowed it, they would have already rushed over to mass contract every single one of those soldiers. An entire army of level 1s who fought fearlessly against a monstrous horde without an ounce of hesitation. It was unprecedented. It hits right in the heart. The romance between those kids is so beautiful. It's right there in front of them, but they're separated by 2 different worlds. Several goddesses, especially those obsessed with romance, were swooning. Watching people from 2 different universes suddenly meet and fall in love, only to realize the cruel reality of their situation, felt like a literal knife to the heart. The battle had ended quickly, and the broadcast had shifted to scenes of the soldiers clearing out the remaining monster carcasses. My fellow gods, behold. These are the children living on the surface of that world. Look at their noble character. Look at their quiet, restrained youth. It is truly a beautiful sight. Hermes stood in front of the divine mirror, acting like an enthusiastic movie director. What a beautiful story. It had action, struggle, heroic sacrifice, and the bitter tang of forbidden romance. To the gods, these mortal kids were the best kind of entertainment. Such a picturesque scene, Hermes mused. He knew this script was pure gold for his divine audience. But of course, the god of messengers had his own little agenda. He smoothly panned the camera over to August. At that moment, August was sitting on top of an armored tank as it rolled through the perimeter, casually writing and sketching something on his tablet. Through the goddess's eyes, the framing was flawless. August's sharp gaze seemed to speak volumes. The breeze moved his hair, and his calm expression made him look focused and confident. It was a beautiful and memorable image. Hey, Hermes, you're doing this on purpose." The goddesses watching the screen almost squealed, acting just like fans swooning over a celebrity. "He's so handsome. You know, looking closely, his face really is gorgeous. His eyes are so expressive. He's got this incredibly magnetic charm." Some of the goddesses were already planning to take August out on a romantic, moonlit date the second he returned to Rio. Just seeing him on the screen was enough to make them swoon. But Hermes' cinematic flair wasn't quite finished. He quickly panned the camera over to Artemis and Hestia, letting them flash across the screen for just a second. And right before the feed cut to black, Hermes dropped a bomb. Next episode, the call of the world. The connection vanished. Aya wah. What the hell? Next episode. What do you mean next episode, you bastard? What the hell does the call of the world mean? And why did the last shot focus on the shrimp and Artemis? Someone tell me what is going on. The gods were absolutely livid. Are you kidding? He just dropped a massive cliffhanger and dipped. If there was one thing these immortal beings hated more than anything else in existence, it was a riddler. And Hermes had just hit them with the mother of all riddles. Only Hephaestus and Mike managed to piece together the meaning behind the cryptic sign-off. The call of the world. A new world. Hephaestus's eyes flashed. If she remembered correctly, Hestia's two newest Familia members came from an entirely different dimension. This meant August had likely unlocked a gateway to yet another brand new world. And the final shot of Hestia and Artemis. There was only one logical conclusion: this new world had actively summoned August. The world summoned him. "Hestia, you took Artemis with you instead of me." Hephaestus was furious. In her mind, she imagined strangling her best friend. Hestia chose Artemis over the goddess of forging. Was she really that weak? As a smithing deity, Hephaestus could have brought a whole arsenal of weapons. But then again, Artemis possesses a divine construct. Hephaestus sighed and tried to calm down. She knew that the world August was going to must be very dangerous if it had called for him. Bringing Artemis, who had an anti-god arrow that could pierce heaven itself, was the smart choice. But she was still a goddess, and goddesses often felt jealous. If she did not let herself be upset for a while, it would feel like wasting a good grudge. Mayak, on the other hand, simply smiled warmly. As expected of an outstanding child. That was all he had to say. While the majority of the gods were dying to know what Hermes meant, witnessing the bravery and character of the other world's mortals had put most of them in a great mood. Of course, not every god shared that sentiment. Sitting quietly in the shadows, keeping a low profile, was Iklos. He coughed dryly, watching the black screen. "Well, Dix. Looks like you boys are really going to die this time." He had seen August's fierce and commanding way of fighting. He noticed the cold look in the boy's eyes. It was clear that if his Familia, Dix and the Evolus, met this kid they would be wiped out. There was zero doubt in Ikolos's mind. August was exactly the type of person who would hunt them to the ends of the earth and slaughter every last one of them if he found out what they were doing. As for fighting back, Ikelos mentally threw in the towel. I might as well witness the final, dignified end of my Familia. Ikelos gave a low laugh. In his mind, he could already see his children meeting a bloody and unavoidable end. Some of the other dark faction gods glanced at Ikelos. They all knew about each other's connections to the remnants of the Evolus. If they remembered right, August had made it clear that anyone who went after him would be hunted down without mercy. From the way August acted on screen, it was obvious he meant every word. If they pushed him, he wouldn't just kill them. He would probably destroy their very souls to make sure nothing was left. Meanwhile, back on the front line, August, who had earned the grudges of several gods, sneezed a few times. He rubbed his nose and sat on the tank as it rolled back to the main camp. Not far away, near another parked tank, something very different was happening. Hestia and Artemis stood together, holding heavy military shovels as if they were executioners' axes. Hermes knelt on a hard steel plate in front of them. "You idiot. All you ever do is cause trouble. Do you have a death wish?" As soon as Hermes turned the camera on them, both goddesses noticed. They could feel the eyes of the other gods watching. Since Hermes looked ready to reveal their secrets to everyone, they acted right away. They tackled him, held him down, and made him kneel on the steel plate. If they didn't discipline him now, who knew what kind of chaotic rumors he would spread next? "I didn't do anything. I was just sharing a little secret." Hermes laughed, holding his hands up in surrender. "Just spreading the joy. Apologizing was out of the question." Hermes's skin was thicker than a castle wall. He knew they couldn't actually kill him, though he really didn't want to get beaten with shovels. He had a handsome face to protect. "A little help here," Hermes called out to his captain. Asphi Andromeda rolled her eyes. She knew her patron was a troll who lived for the drama of leaking secrets. But as his captain, she was obligated to intervene. "Lady Hestia, Lady Artemis." Asphi sighed. "Lord Hermes is just showing off. He enjoys flaunting secrets that the other gods don't have. His lips are actually quite sealed. He won't reveal anything critical, unless he's actively plotting something." She tried to talk them into letting Hermes off the hook. But as soon as she spoke, Hermes could feel a deadly aura settle over him. This fool gets tempted by other goddesses far too easily. "He'll mess up just to show off," Hestia said, narrowing her eyes. "Let's just bury him." "Agreed," Artemis nodded coldly. "Excellent. Dig the hole." Asphi threw up her hands and gave Hermes a look that clearly said, "You're on your own. Good luck." Hermes's face fell. They weren't joking. When the tanks returned to camp, the soldiers quickly dug a shallow trench nearby. Hermes tried to escape, but two strong soldiers caught him and dragged him to the pit. "I'm a god. If I'm going in a grave, it better be a grand tomb." Hermes squawked as they tossed him in. They buried him anyway. The trench was shallow, and being buried in loose dirt couldn't really hurt a god. After a while, Asphi felt sorry for Hermes and dug him out before he could suffocate. Leaving him there would have meant a mountain of paperwork. Jokes aside, the aftermath of the battle was grim. August had just returned to camp. While a small detachment of soldiers was out sweeping the stragglers, the camp's logistics and medical teams were working in overdrive. The surprise attack had taught the military a hard lesson. Even though Hestia secretly lessened the worst injuries, many soldiers still got hurt. Some were barely hanging on, soldiers with stomach wounds who were awake but couldn't move at all. August didn't waste a second. He immediately went to work. Now that he was a level 2, his healing fire was much stronger. He could heal more than just a handful of people at once. As long as he had enough mana, he could cover the whole medical ward and quickly heal even the worst injuries. Meanwhile, at Elso's village. The village was badly damaged during the Scorpion raid. The logistics chief led the uninjured soldiers and quickly switched to rebuilding what was lost. Chief Ollie watched as the soldiers not only defeated the monsters, but also helped rebuild the villagers' homes from scratch. The old man was brought to tears. Greatness speaks for itself. Hermes, freshly dusted off, stood nearby and watched the soldiers working hard in the sun as they fixed roofs and strengthened walls. He let out a real sigh of admiration. These soldiers were inexperienced, but their hearts were in the right place. They worked with simple, honest ideals of service and protection. Seeing them rebuild the village piece by piece was truly moving. But then Hermes noticed something else. He saw the young village girls and widows who had lost their husbands. They lingered nervously at the edge of the construction sites, sometimes helping carry wood or offering water to the soldiers they liked, but always pulling back quickly. Asfi noticed it too. Even the girls from the Artemis family Arethusa, Lant, and the others stood down the road, quietly watching the touching scene. It was clear the villagers had fallen for the soldiers. But they kept their distance, knowing the harsh reality that lay ahead. A pity. The ones they love are right in front of them, yet they have to shrink away because they know where they both come from, Hermes murmured. Hermes saw the awkward tension of first love. A love that would break like a fragile bubble as soon as the soldiers returned to their own world. It was a cruel twist of fate giving someone hope, only to show them it was impossible to reach. Asfi looked away. They won't find happiness. They come from two completely different worlds. Their backgrounds and origins mean they're bound to be separated. Why chase a love that was sure to end in heartbreak? The pain between these star-crossed lovers was a tragedy with no answer. The girls of the Artemis Familia stood in silence, watching the heartbreaking display. Finally, a few of them turned to their captain, Arethusa. Captain, shouldn't we say something to Lady Hestia? A level 2 Amazonian girl asked, wiping a stray tear from her eye. I know we swore off romance, but seeing them suffer like this, tangled up in feelings they can't express, we can't just let it end like this. Another level 2 girl nodded. Most of the Artemis Familia girls had grown up with hardship or loss like Lant, who was abandoned for being a half-elf. They might have given up on romance for themselves, but they couldn't just watch others suffer for love. Seeing these star-crossed lovers suffer in silence was too much for them. Arethusa turned on her heel and started marching down the road. Captain, where are you going? Lant called out. To talk to Lady Hestia and Lady Artemis, Arethusa smiled over her shoulder. Did you really think I was just going to sit here and do nothing? That's our captain. Lant and the others grinned and hurried after her. When their captain decided on something, she always followed through. Hermes smirked as he adjusted his hat. I'm coming too. I have a score to settle with Hestia and Artemis, and I plan to get my payback. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Bonus, 2,367 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Night had settled in. As reconstruction continued, new stone buildings slowly rose across the ruined village. While cleanup crews were still hard at work, 2 figures had slipped away from the resting platoons. They sat together on a grassy patch of farmland just outside the village. Neither of them spoke. They sat quietly, looking up at the waxing moon. They both knew time was running out, but the words they wanted to say felt impossible to speak. Sometimes, love appeared in a single moment, forged by surviving disaster together, where one look felt like forever. But the stronger those feelings grew, the harder it became to find the courage to confess. So they stayed silent. Meanwhile, hidden in the distant tree line. Ugh, this is actual torture to watch, Hestia groaned. She and Artemis were spying on the couple. Watching the man and woman sit together in the moonlight without saying a word drove the goddesses crazy. To them, a moment like this called for a passionate confession. Why were they out here snooping? Because the Artemis and Hermes Familius had protested the military patrols for interrupting true love. They wanted the couple to have a real chance. Secretary Jack, the seasoned veteran in charge, noticed his subordinates slipping out of camp late at night and came to investigate. He stayed back in the shadows, watching from a distance. As a married man, he completely understood what his soldier was going through. Finding someone you cared about in a disaster zone, holding on to each other to survive, and forming a strong bond was a kind of romance born from common hardship. Star-crossed lovers, Secretary Jack sighed heavily. He wasn't heartless. He had already given his warnings, but he couldn't deny the two genuinely cared for each other. If he were in the soldier's place, he would feel the same. But Jack knew this medieval village was not a good place. Staying here was a dead end. It was a poor, forgotten part of a failing kingdom, and staying would only lead to ruin. If they were back on Earth, Jack wouldn't have minded if his men found girlfriends. He also knew what these young men really wanted. They might joke about finding a rich, beautiful heiress, yet deep inside, they just wanted a simple, real connection. Most were regular guys hoping to find a soulmate. Soul resonance. And true love like that was a rare luxury. "Hey, old man, where the hell is your conscience?" a young female adventurer hissed beside him, fed up with his cynical sighs. She felt she had to call him out. Jack ignored the insult and steadied his expression, his face turning serious. "Love is a fleeting emotion, but it's also a heavy responsibility," Jack lectured in a low voice. "If a momentary spark ends up dragging someone down into a bottomless abyss. If there's no future in it, then you shouldn't start it. Young lady, you're an adventurer. You've seen a lot of people, and a lot of tragedy. Love isn't just something you say, it's something you have to back up." As the secretary, he was the voice of harsh and practical restraint. "Can't you just hope for the best for once?" Hestia grumbled. "Why do you always have to throw cold water on everything?" "I agree with him." Artemis's voice broke the silence. She understood why her followers wanted the couple to succeed, but she couldn't let sentiment cloud her judgment. Secretary Jack was right. Love was more than words, it was action. With her divine sight, Artemis could tell Jack was honest. He didn't dismiss the feelings of these kids from another world, but the responsibility of taking someone across dimensions was huge. It couldn't be ignored. As a virgin goddess, Artemis knew she had to judge the situation fairly, without letting her own wishes turn it into a romantic story with a tragic ending. "If there's no answer, there shouldn't be a response," Artemis stated firmly. Hestia and Hermes stared at her in shock. They never expected the famously kind Artemis to give such a harsh answer. Weren't they supposed to be rooting for these kids? "We've got a traitor among us. No matter how you look at it, I cannot support this relationship. I believe walking away is the best possible outcome for both of them," Artemis declared, her tone uncompromising. "You couldn't force two lives together in a moment of passion. That would only cause lasting harm." Hearing Artemis back him up, Secretary Jack breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As expected of the legendary goddess of the moon. She doesn't pull her punches. No one else came out of the shadows to interfere. It was a private moment for the star-crossed lovers, and the others just watched in silence. But time did not stop for their broken hearts. Thanks to thousands of soldiers, the village was rebuilt. Rows of new houses stood where the ruins once were. The village was effectively reborn. The next day marked their scheduled departure. The 2-day grace period promised by Auranas was over. On the last night, several soldiers who had grown close to village girls snuck out to share one last calm moment under the stars. They sat together, said nothing, and parted in silence when the moon set. The young soldiers knew this was their last day. They wouldn't stay. Sharing the moonlight was the best goodbye they could give. Watching these silent goodbyes made Hestia feel like she could hardly breathe. The time to leave finally arrived. The military broke camp. After August put the heavy armor and artillery back into his spatial inventory, the huge army lined up to march through the dimensional portal. 10,000 troops stood in formation. The young soldiers wore proud, tired smiles, eager to go home as victorious veterans. As the army got ready to march to the gateway, the villagers gathered to give them a heartfelt send-off. But as the troops started to move, a young woman in the crowd, her eyes fixed on the men she was about to lose, couldn't hold back any longer. "I love you. I really do." Her scream broke the disciplined silence of the marching soldiers. The villagers were stunned for a moment but soon understood. They knew exactly what was happening, especially the elders. In a place like this, if you loved someone, you just said it. No one would judge you. The girl broke through the crowd, sprinting desperately toward her target. Her run was anything but graceful. She was crying hard, her face stained with tears, and her nose running. She crashed into the soldier and grabbed his uniform tightly, as if holding on for dear life. She didn't know what to say. She didn't know what to do. She just sobbed, burying her face into his chest as her tears soaked his uniform. The young soldier Sam stood at attention, but his hands shook badly. He stared ahead for a while. Then, unable to hold back, he slowly put his arms around her shaking shoulders. As soon as his rough hands touched her back, she held him even tighter and cried harder. When the others saw her, it set off a wave through the village. More girls ran into the group, looking for their own soldiers. They needed to say goodbye. A few young widows stepped forward quietly. They didn't cry out. They simply walked up to the men they cared for and gently touched their faces, trying to remember them one last time. Out of an army of tens of thousands, maybe only a few dozen men had found someone here. The vast majority already had fiancés or girlfriends back home, and kept their distance. But seeing all this heartbreak left August completely stunned. What the hell is going on? August stood by the portal with his hand on the dial. He wondered why everyone was so upset, as if they were being sent to their doom. Star-crossed lovers, advisor, Staff Officer Thomas sighed heavily, standing next to him. To Thomas, it was a familiar tragedy, people finding love, only to be separated by the gap between two worlds. He understood what was happening because the field reports kept him informed. No, seriously, what is happening? August asked, utterly lost. Why was there an atmosphere of literal life-or-death tragedy radiating across the field? Lily, what am I missing here? Lily sighed, giving him a knowing look. Lord August, these men met girls here. You know they have to go back to their world now, which means saying goodbye forever. The girls can't bear it. She paused. Didn't you explicitly forbid them from getting involved with anyone here? So, this is the result, Lily shrugged helplessly. In her mind, and it seemed in everyone else's, August had set a strict no fraternization rule. This was a military mission, and they came from two different worlds. It was bound to fail from the beginning. August was shocked. It took him a moment to understand what she meant. Who the hell said I forbade it? He snapped his head toward Hestia and Lily, looking at them like they were crazy. Wait, you guys thought I banned this? Are you kidding me? Look at me and Hestia. Do I look like a guy who's against interworld relationships? I brought them here to fight because Arenas asked for backup. How they manage their personal lives is their own damn business. Why would he care? If they found someone they loved and wanted to take them back to Earth, what was the problem? He didn't mind playing the interdimensional doorman for a few extra passengers. Bullshit. Don't you pin this on me, old man. August snapped, pointing an accusing finger at Staff Officer Thomas. I specifically said don't let it interfere with the mission. I never said a damn word about banning romance. You guys manage your own troops. Don't use me as the scapegoat. August was angry. The idea that he was against it was impossible. He was an interdimensional traveler dating a goddess from another world. How could he deny his friends the chance to find their own fantasy romance? Someone had framed him. Staff Officer Thomas and Commander James suddenly froze, realizing what had happened. Thinking back, they realized August had only told them not to delay the mission. He never banned relationships. August wasn't a military officer, so he wouldn't care about their rules. If a soldier fell in love, it was up to the commanders to handle it. Wait, so you're actually okay with this? Rithusa, Asfi, and the other girls stared at August in shock. They hadn't expected him to be so chill about it. I'm literally dating Hestia. How could I say no? August scoffed. What am I supposed to say? Rules for you but not for me? That's just being a hypocrite. Case closed. The truth was out. Right away, Hestia, Artemis, and all the familiars turned and glared at Staff Officer Thomas and the commanders. I'm the clown. Secretary Jack stood in the background, realizing the horrific truth. Wait, am I the villain of this story? Well, about this. Staff Officer Thomas wiped his brow and looked at Commander James for help. But James and the other officers were experts at avoiding blame. They quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. They didn't want to get involved. Cowards, every single one of you, Thomas cursed internally. He had to bite the bullet. August realized exactly what had happened. Thomas and the commanders had completely misinterpreted his original orders, assuming he wouldn't allow it. But in reality, August didn't care at all. Just treat it like international marriages, August offered pragmatically. Take them back and register them as foreign spouses. Though. August glanced at the weeping girls. Are we sure they're willing to leave everything behind and go with them? Catching his look, Hestia immediately jumped into action. Chief Ollie. Hestia yelled across the field. If these girls leave to go live in that other world, is that going to be a problem for the village? Chief Ollie, who had been watching the drama unfold in confusion, suddenly snapped to attention. His face broke into a look of absolute joy. No problem. No problem at all. Ollie shouted back enthusiastically. He fully supported the idea. The village was facing a serious population problem. With so many men gone, there were 5 women for every man. If some women left with the soldiers, it would help balance things and improve the village's chances of survival. Even more, it helped the widows. Without men to support them in a tough world, their futures looked grim. Leaving with the soldiers gave them hope for a better life. Well, you heard the men. They have the village's blessing, Hestia said, turning back to Staff Officer Thomas with a smug grin. I can't officially authorize the policy yet. I have to report this to High Command, Thomas stammered, rubbing the back of his neck. He sighed, looking at the weeping soldiers. I can take them back with us first. He realized he would have to go through with it. Once they crossed the portal, it would be done. It would be easier to ask for forgiveness later, after the girls were already on base. All right, listen up. Hestia spun around and projected her voice across the entire army. I hereby declare that anyone who wishes to follow this army back to their world is free to leave with them. Those who wish to stay, step back. Those who wish to go, fall in line with the troops. The moment the decree rang across the field, the entire army erupted in cheers. The somber atmosphere vanished in an instant, swept away by shouts of joy. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Bonus. 2157 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The next day, back in the capital. Staff Officer Thomas sat in the Central Command briefing room. He had just handed in the final operational report. Across the table, several high-ranking generals stared at the document in silence. The combat results were outstanding. The mission was a clear success. But it also created a strange bureaucratic problem. In a very short time, his young subordinates had brought back a large group of local women from that fantasy world. And it wasn't just young, single women. There were widows among them as well. Reading the report felt like reading a bad joke. You really had the balls to authorize this. Thomas's direct superior glared at him, eyes wide with exasperation. He had just handed them a huge problem, dozens of women from another dimension. It wasn't a disaster in practical terms, but legally, it was a nightmare. They were a major superpower, not a lawless country. They couldn't just allow interdimensional immigration because if they set that example, the logistics would overwhelm them. Thomas straightened up, showing no sign of regret. Sir, the locals were more than happy to see it happen. Their world has a massive surplus of women, and a severe shortage of men. Monster attacks on their villages and wilderness expeditions wipe out their male population on a regular basis. The village chief was practically shoving those girls into our transport trucks, Thomas explained, rubbing his temples. This was no exaggeration. When the neighboring village chiefs heard about the evacuation, they rushed to send their extra people to the troops. If the military hadn't left quickly, it would have turned into a huge matchmaking event. So that village chief used us to offload their excess population. Unbelievable. One of the generals at the table scowled. But there's a massive upside to this, sir, Thomas quickly added. August made sure everything followed our rules. To help these women live safely in our world, a local goddess is giving them a divine contract called a fauna. With the abilities of an adventurer, each of them counts as high-level personnel. Thomas knew this was a smart move. They had a plan. These women wouldn't suddenly get sick from modern diseases, and more importantly, they were arriving with superhuman potential thanks to their fauna. It was basically a high-level talent acquisition program. When he heard this, Thomas's superior looked quietly pleased. At least they weren't just bringing in ordinary refugees. They were getting people who could learn magic, skills, and superhuman fighting abilities. That was much more valuable than regular soldiers. Having a diverse group of people was a big advantage. Based on what they knew about Aurario's genetics, any future children would probably inherit their mother's main traits and magical abilities. It was a very promising long-term investment. What's the consensus? The highest-ranking general at the head of the table looked at his peers. If it aligns with protocol, approve it. No one had any real objections. Thomas had followed the rules. The only surprise was the higher number of people. But the chance to get magic, skills, and adventure-level genetics was too good to pass up. As long as it didn't break any main rules, it was fine. But what about the international stage? Someone asked. They couldn't keep this secret forever. Other countries would eventually find out where these women came from. And Hestia, an actual goddess, was an obvious target. Giving them housing and helping them settle in would definitely attract public attention. The general at the head of the table pondered this for a moment before waving a hand. It aligns with procedure, and they are officially classified as exceptional talent. Furthermore, this arrangement is backed by a goddess. We are in no position to refuse. As long as they followed the right procedures, any other issues could be handled by force. The military wasn't going to waste time arguing with other countries. If anyone had a problem, they could settle it in the Ring Aurario style. Besides, they couldn't just open their borders to other countries on Earth, but a portal to another dimension was a different story. August controlled the gateway, so no one else could simply walk through it. Secretary, notify the legal department. We need them to draft a new set of specialized laws immediately, the general ordered. These women were simple villagers with honest minds, but soon they would have dangerous combat abilities. Current laws wouldn't be enough to protect them or control what would happen if foreign agents targeted them. They needed special legal protection. Understood. With that decided, everyone in the room relaxed. These were just minor logistical problems. The main lesson from this operation was the combat data. They had shown that modern weapons worked very well against dungeon monsters. Even though the monsters hadn't developed resistance to modern weapons yet, the live fire test was a big success. Every soldier had done their job perfectly. The monsters turned out to be very clever, even trying to attack their base from the side. They had expected an easy win because of better information, but the enemy had regrouped and fought back. It was an important lesson. And since they had won, the top officers were very pleased. While the modern world looked over its excellent results back in Aurario, Ugh, this is so convenient, but it sucks. Inside the ruined church. After sending the military personnel and the villagers back to Earth, August gathered Hestia and the others to return to Rio. But they weren't taking flying dragons this time. August simply summoned his dimensional portal. After reaching level 2, his portal gained a new ability. It could now work as a local warp gate, letting him teleport over very long distances within the same world. However, using it as a spatial warp didn't use the portal's own energy. Instead, it used up August's mana. Moving a big group across half the continent drained a ton of mana. To make it work, August had to quickly drink several high-grade elixirs just to keep his magic from running out. I am never doing this again, August groaned, wiping his mouth after downing another potion. If he wasn't worried about Hermes and Artemis sneaking into his modern world, he would have just sent everyone through Earth and come out in Rio. But being a human teleportation device was exhausting. Moving almost 10 people used up more mana than healing a dozen severed limbs. Oh, come on. This ability is incredible. Don't bench it. Hermes protested. He had just learned that August could act as a walking fast travel point. Hermes had already started planning to take August all over the world, memorizing locations, so they could pop into cities for surprise visits. But when August immediately shot down the idea, it ended Hermes's big plans before they even began. It's a massive burden, August shot back. He hadn't thought the mana drain would be this bad. If moving across one continent was this hard, trying to teleport to another planet in his own universe would probably wipe him out instantly. What a shame, Hermes clicked his tongue. Artemis watched August panting from the exertion, and decided it was time to part ways. I need to report to Uranus and brief him on the situation, she announced. She needed official permission to summon the Arrow of Orion. Because she was bound by the divine contract in the lower world, using such a powerful weapon needed guild approval. All right then, Hermes nodded. He knew better than to overstay his welcome and bother August. Plus, since they got back to Rio so fast, he needed to check on his precious hero seed, Belcranel. That was his main mission, and he couldn't ignore it. I'll see you later, Hestia, Artemis said, gathering her familia and heading out. Asphi, we're leaving too, Hermes tipped his hat, glancing at Artemis before sighing internally. He knew he had zero chance with her. He motioned for his captain, and the Hermes familia departed as well. Finally, they're gone. Hestia watched her friends disappear down the street before throwing her arms up in celebration. This haul was absolutely incredible. Hestia lifted her chin, looking very proud. She felt like she had been the star these past few days. Just thinking about all the rewards they earned made her grin even more. Lord August did all the heavy lifting, Lily pointed out, rolling her eyes. Even though the goddesses helped, August was the one who kept the soldiers alive, always healing them while fighting off the horde. The victory was all thanks to him. I contributed too. Hestia huffed proudly. We're back. And that means it's time for a victory feast. Tonight, we are dining at the hostess of fertility, and we are going all out. Hestia declared, fully prepared to blow a fortune. Lily stared at her in disbelief. Lady Hestia, did you forget that our familia is completely broke? The Adventurers Guild hasn't even paid us our bounty yet. How could they have a huge feast when they were buried in debt? August's weapon bills weren't paid, and they still owed a lot for all the recovery potions. Lily was so stressed she wished she could break a Valis coin in half to make it last longer. Lily, stop being so gloomy. You're forgetting something, August smirked. We have the magic stones. Once we cash those in, we'll be swimming in Valis. He wasn't exaggerating. The monsters they defeated were from the surface, but their magic stones were as good as drops from the upper middle floors, about the 12th floor. And they had taken down tens of thousands. Even better, they had the broken pieces of Antares' huge core. Those crystal shards alone were worth hundreds of millions of Valis. Besides the monsters defeated in the riverbed, the military had gone over the battlefield and picked up almost every stone. Except for the samples sent to Earth for research, the military gave all the rest to August. Staff Officer Thomas knew August was deep in debt. With what he owed both the modern military and Aurario's markets, August was probably the most indebted transmigrator ever. If August died, his debt could probably crash a small economy. Luckily, August didn't care. Debt was just debt. Once you owe enough, the numbers stop feeling real. They just gave them to you. Holy crap, that's insanely generous. Lily gasped. She had assumed the army would confiscate all the loot. We're going to clear at least 100 million Valis today. Defeating Antares meant a huge reward. At current prices, just the core fragments were worth over 100 million. Add in the big bounty from Auranas for finishing a guild quest, and they were set for life. With that much money, having a huge feast wasn't just okay, it was a must. Oh, thank the gods. Lady Hestia, I've made up my mind. Tonight, we are spending like crazy at the Hostess of Fertility. Lily cheered, her frugal mindset instantly vanishing. She really needed to relax. If she didn't spend some of this hard-earned money, she was going to lose it after all the stress from the past few days. Hearing this, Hestia beamed. Oh, I heard Mia got a brand new shipment of premium liquor in. We are drinking until we drop tonight. Hestia was already planning her guest list. Because Artemis stepped in, she was able to save her best friend from a bad ending. She did feel a bit guilty about messing up Belcranel's planned growth, but it didn't matter much. Hermes was around, so he could give the kid a new heroic story. We are absolutely stuffing our faces tonight. Lily agreed enthusiastically. Oh, right. Should we invite Yui and Ui? Lily suddenly remembered their two new Familia members who were waiting back on Earth. Of course we are. Hestia nodded immediately. We can't celebrate our Familia's success without them. This is the perfect time to bring the girls over and officially introduce them to Aurario. Yui and Ui had never been to Aurario before. They only knew August's modern world. Bringing them here to meet everyone would be their official introduction. This was the Hestia Familia's very first major expedition. We conquered the legendary Antares. I am going to brag about this to everyone. Hestia declared, her eyes burning with the need to flex on the other gods. August and Lily looked at each other and silently agreed to ignore that last comment. Gods would be gods. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Bonus, 2,169 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The Hostess of Fertility. Long time no see, kiddo, Mia Grand called out. When Mia saw Hestia, Artemis, and their group gathering, she headed over as soon as August sat down. He hadn't been to the tavern in a few days and she really missed having him around. I'm guessing you just missed my healing, August replied dryly. He quickly noticed 2 disabled children helping near the counter. One was missing an arm, and the other looked very frail, with a pale, sickly look that suggested serious organ problems. The 2 kids sat close together. In a tavern full of loud female adventurers, they really stood out. The regulars didn't ignore them to be mean, they were just used to seeing sad things like this in Aurario. Are these the kids you mentioned? August asked, crossing his arms and looking at Mia. They were so young. Still, their eyes were bright. When they looked at August, there wasn't a trace of fear, just a hopeful smile. Mia waved the kids over. When they saw her signal, they walked up to the table and looked at August with curious eyes. They didn't know him, but Mia had told them a healer would come, so they'd been waiting for 2 days. What do you think, kid? Mia's eyes practically sparkled with desperate hope. She needed good news. Regrowing the arm. No problem, August stated plainly. But this one. He gestured to the sickly child, frowning. This is tricky. The kid's pale look reminded him of cancer patients getting strong chemotherapy, or someone with a serious disease from birth. When he worked at a top hospital on Earth, the toughest cases always ended up with him. For something like this, you should really go to the top healer in the city, August advised. If I do it, my method is going to be very brutal. When it came to detoxing and treating diseases, Captain Hermid Tizonaire of the Dien sect Familia was the best. August's healing was more like brute force trauma repair, which would be painful. Fixing an amputated arm was easy, but a disease like this needed a gentler touch. Mia nodded gravely. I already took him to her. Miss Hermid said she can cure most diseases and poisons, but this kid's heart is failing congenitally. She's the one who recommended I bring him to you. For a heart transplant. August lifted his gaze. If Hermid, the top healer in Rio, was recommending an actual organ replacement, the kid's condition had to be very serious. If you're okay with that plan, I'll need a god to help out, August said, careful not to assume anything. Hestia and Artemis watched quietly and didn't interrupt August's assessment. Hestia smiled at the kids, who knew to show respect to the gods there. Soon enough, Mayak and Takamikazuchi arrived, each bringing an escort from their respective familias. With Mayak, a god known for his medical skill, there to help with the diagnosis and operation, August's healing was guided perfectly. The second child's treatment finished quickly. He's so amazing, Yui Hirasawa sighed dreamily, watching August walk down the stairs from the second-floor infirmary. She had just witnessed her captain's amazing capabilities firsthand. Today was technically their official debut in this brand-new world. Rio was a huge culture shock. The fashion was nothing like modern Earth, especially with Amazonian warriors walking around in skimpy, breathable armor. The two teenage girls found it almost too much. Without Hestia to guide them, they would have been totally overwhelmed. But when Yui saw August step up to help the kids, she thought he seemed to shine. I didn't know Captain August was such a catch, Yui said, crossing her arms and nodding seriously. If it were me, I'd totally marry him. Honestly, he might be the only decent guy here, she thought. Yui Hirasawa panicked, her face burning red. Why is she acting like this in front of everyone? And talking about marriage? Lily had just warned them that the Artemis Familia was strict about chastity and devotion to their goddess. It's fine, little one, Rithusa laughed, waving off Yui's panic. We're pretty open-minded. Don't make us out to be heartless. As a level 3 veteran, Rithusa noticed Yui's worried looks and quickly realized she had misunderstood their familia's rules. They weren't some group that hated men. Our familia doesn't allow romance while we're on active duty, and we don't let love cloud our judgment, Rithusa explained. But that's a rule we follow for ourselves. We don't stop anyone from finding happiness. If one of our girls falls in love, she can leave the familia to be with that person. The surrounding Artemis Familia members, including the half-elf Lant, nodded vigorously. Exactly, Lant added. We might choose to abstain, but we don't force it on anyone else. For us, staying pure is just where our faith and strength come from. Wow, that's amazing, Yui and Ui said in unison. They had assumed the Artemis Familia was a strict convent of nuns, but they were surprisingly progressive. I thought you all were super strict, but you're actually really chill, Yui said. Then, without hesitating, she changed the subject. So what do you guys think of our captain? Yui asked, staring directly at Rithusa. He's super gentle, ridiculously strong, and takes his work really seriously. He's basically the ultimate husband material, right? Yui thought about all of August's qualities. He was also really handsome, and somehow, he just kept looking better every time she saw him. Yui was sure that women would be lining up for a guy like him. Rithusa and the others almost choked on their drinks. Why is she trying to sell him to us? This girl's way of thinking was something else. Hestia, used to Yui's scatterbrained logic, just puffed out her chest. As August's first girl, she didn't feel threatened by Yui's attempts to play matchmaker. She knew she had the upper hand. Hestia, I've gotta hand it to you, Takamikazuchi chuckled, looking at Yui. Your kid is something else. He liked her. She naturally lifted everyone's spirits. She might come off as a little clueless, but her feelings were always sincere. That's just how my kids are, Hestia boasted proudly. She didn't mind that Yui seemed clueless. Yui had a pure heart and a strange, almost magical sense for finding the safest way forward. Her scatterbrained side was balanced by a strong instinct to keep herself safe. Mayek and Takamikazuchi weren't the only gods at the tavern. Hephaestus and Demeter had shown up too. Are these your two new familia members? Demeter asked, observing Yui and Ui. At first glance, they looked like completely ordinary girls. But Demeter quickly remembered who had brought them. August, Hestia's first recruit, had just walked right up to her door. She knew she couldn't underestimate anyone from this familia. Hello there, Demeter smiled warmly, waving at the two girls. Oh wow, she really is adorable if you look closely, Demeter thought as she noticed Yui's innocent, blank stare. She seemed like such a sweet kid. Noticing the attention, Yui turned to look at Hestia's friends. She recognized the goddess with the eye patch, Hephaestus, the famous god of forging. Lily had told her about Hephaestus before. But the other goddess, who seemed full of motherly warmth, was a stranger. For some reason, Yui's instincts told her that even with the caring vibe, this goddess felt a bit unpredictable. She didn't set off Yui's safe zone radar. This is Demeter, my friend from heaven and the primary food supplier for the entire city, Hestia introduced. And this is my other friend, Hephaestus. Oh, nice to meet you. Yui nodded politely. Then her eyes landed on Hephaestus. Yui said with a big smile, skipping right past the friendly Demeter to wave at the serious-looking blacksmith. Her greeting was so casual it was funny, and she even slid a plate of appetizers across the table to Hephaestus as a peace offering. Hephaestus blinked, utterly bewildered. What is going on? She hadn't even introduced herself yet, and this kid was already offering her food. Oh, Yui has this weird instinct, Hestia explained with a grin. She has a literal sixth sense for finding the absolute safest person in the room and clinging to them. If she sticks close to you, it means you're really reliable. Hestia let out a deep sigh. I thought she'd go for Demeter or Artemis, but she went right to Hephaestus. I didn't expect that. It was true. Even on the trip, Yui hardly talked to Artemis and chose to spend time with Rethusa instead. Now, among all the gods, she immediately tried to get on Hephaestus's good side. She has a talent like that. The others were stunned. Having a built-in radar for finding protectors was an amazing survival skill. Sister. Yui hissed, mortified that Yui was embarrassing them in front of literal deities. I am so sorry, Lady Hephaestus, Yui bowed deeply, her voice laced with panic. My sister lacks a filter. Please forgive her rudeness. Yui was honestly stressed out. Her sister was just too bold, and she knew that having a survival instinct wasn't a good excuse for being rude. She really didn't want them to make a bad first impression. Hearing the younger sister's frantic, well-practiced apology, Hephaestus's expression softened. What a remarkably well-behaved child. Yui's directness was charming in its own way, but seeing her younger sister step in so quickly and handle things with such maturity made their relationship even more endearing. It was hard not to like them. Hephaestus realized she had totally underestimated these two. They didn't just look up to her because she was a god, and the younger sister was quick to take responsibility for her siblings' odd behavior. Damn it, I'm so jealous. For the first time, Hephaestus had a real sting of envy. The way these sisters acted reminded her of the Amazon twins from the Loki familia. But honestly, Yui and Ui were much better behaved and had a healthier bond. The fact that August and Hestia had just found these two by chance in another world made Hephaestus feel even more jealous. "If you find any more kids like this and don't want them, send them to me," Hephaestus said firmly. If Hestia was going to give away future recruits, Hephaestus wanted first pick. "Why would I give them up?" Hestia waved her friend away. She knew exactly what Hephaestus was thinking. Next time August goes to another world, I'm taking his recruits. "These two are just too good," Hephaestus said with a jealous sigh. "Can't you save some for me?" Demeter pouted, clearly a little jealous. Demeter had wondered why Yui avoided her, but after hearing about the girl's safety radar, and seeing how capable Yui was, she wanted to be part of it too. She wasn't upset that Yui didn't feel safe around her. She was a very motherly goddess. After all, but watching Hestia keep all the best recruits was annoying. "How does your familia get all the good ones?" Listening to everyone complain about familia recruitment suddenly reminded Hestia of something. "Actually, Demeter, now that you mention it, I do have a whole group of people looking for a familia," Hestia said, glancing at the goddess of agriculture. She really did need Demeter's help to settle the village women. "Wait, really? Are you serious?" Demeter's eyes widened in delight. Was her familia finally going to expand again? "You bitch!" Hephaestus shouted, caught off guard. She couldn't believe Hestia was giving away recruits to someone else instead of her. "Please calm down." Tsubaki Kalbrand rushed over and grabbed the angry goddess of forging before she could flip the table. Even Tsubaki thought Hestia was being a little unfair. Why wasn't the Hephaestus familia getting a share of this great recruitment deal? They glared at Hestia with pure resentment. The Artemis familia members remained silent. They were the only ones who knew the truth behind Hestia's offer. The recruits were actually widows and farm girls from the village. They weren't about to say anything and spoil the illusion. Just then, August walked back into the main dining area, having finished the post-op healing. He glanced at Yui and Ui, noting that their first official outing in Oro seemed to be going smoothly. They were interacting with gods and adventurers without a hitch. Their debut was a success. But then he saw Hephaestus shooting angry looks at Hestia, while Demeter looked almost giddy with excitement. What the hell is with this weird atmosphere? August wondered. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Bonus, 2,275 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. What are you thinking? Hestia saw Hephaestus glaring at her, clearly on the verge of losing her temper. Those girls are from Elso's village. They're heading into a completely different world, and it won't be easy for them. That's why I asked Demeter to help give them a fauna. Hestia had, of course, suggested Demeter for the job. I mean, you can't really expect village girls to start hammering anvils, right? Hestia said dryly. Each god's domain was very specific. If they joined the goddess of agriculture, their fauna skills would focus on farming and harvesting. If they joined Hephaestus, they'd end up learning forging and blacksmithing as they grew stronger. These girls were just simple country folk with little experience outside their village. Making them work at a forge just didn't make sense. More importantly, since they were moving to August's world, there was a good chance they'd never come back to Oro. I'm joining in, Hephaestus said right away. If Demeter can do it, so can I. Hephaestus was quick to spot hidden motives. If she sponsored those girls, she'd have the perfect excuse to check on them, which meant she could visit August's world. There was no way she was letting Demeter have that chance all to herself. At first, Demeter wanted to say no. As a caring goddess, she felt she should know where her children were going, and what they were doing so she could protect them. Sending them to a strange new world where she couldn't check on them was a big concern. But when Hephaestus jumped in so quickly, Demeter realized what was going on. She was a goddess too, and no one understood a god's plans better than another god. Demeter lifted her eyes and gave Hephaestus a knowing look. This sneaky blacksmith. She's close with August. She's definitely planning to use checking on the kids as an excuse to visit his world. And knowing August, he'd probably let her. You're not leaving me behind. You know what? I'm in, Demeter said right away. They could figure out the details later. Getting a spot was what mattered. This was a huge chance. As soon as Demeter spoke, Hephaestus grabbed her wrist with a strong grip. She smiled sweetly. I get half. Her smile was almost scary, like she was about to snap. Okay. Fine, half it is. Demeter flinched, clearly unsettled. Wow, she's really losing it. This one really can't stand missing out. Still, Demeter leaned in and whispered a warning. You already have a big familia. You don't really need these girls. You can find other reasons later, but you can't watch over them forever. She felt she had to remind her fellow goddess of the truth. Living in another world was serious. It would shape those girls' futures. They might not see their patron goddess for years. I know my limits, Hephaestus replied, her face returning to normal. Jealousy aside, she was practical. Gods were fully responsible for the children they accepted, and the kind ones took that duty very seriously. Hestia watched as the two goddesses came to an agreement. Nearby, Mayak and Takamikazuchi thought they could help out too. Adding new members to a familia was always good, and their small, short-handed groups could really use more people. Do you want us to? Mayak began, but didn't get to finish. Demeter and Hephaestus, who had just been whispering together, turned sharply. They glared at the two male gods with cold, empty eyes. The intense resentment from the goddesses felt almost like a physical blow to Mayak and Takamikazuchi. Let me get that. I'll pour the tea. Takamikazuchi quickly stood up and grabbed the teapot, laughing nervously. He quickly changed the subject. Mayak had clearly just made a big mistake. If Takamikazuchi made things worse, the goddesses might really attack them. You should never underestimate a goddess's grudge. The mood in the room became awkward right away. August watched everything happen but wisely stayed out of it. He had just finished making sure his last guests from Earth had left safely. Drafting fauna contracts was Hestia's job. Hephaestus pushing her way into the deal confused him, but he kept quiet. He understood what was going on, but decided not to mention Hephaestus's obvious motives. Anyway, Hephaestus said, changing the subject. This whole thing really made you famous. The other gods were almost drooling over what you did. If Auranas hadn't ordered everyone to keep quiet, half the city would have rushed to the Elsos ruins to steal your people. Takamikazuchi nodded in agreement. The whole event had shocked the divine community. The modern soldiers August brought performed so well that every god watching was completely focused on them. Of course. This is the Hestia familia we're talking about. Hestia boasted, lifting her chin with pride. But putting her pride aside, she admitted, honestly, even I didn't expect things to go that far. I thought those soldiers would fight like normal adventurers. Who knew they'd just ignore the rules and bomb the whole battlefield? She laughed nervously. She really hadn't expected their powerful way of fighting. If people found out, many familias would fight hard to recruit those soldiers. Despite what most thought, the gods in Rio loved big armies and organized battles. They were a lot like Ares in that way. It's already happening, Demeter said with a chuckle, covering her mouth. I've heard rumors. When Ares and his group heard about August soldiers, they started making a huge fuss, demanding to hire them. Demeter usually worked outside the city, but she had good ties to international intelligence. Rakia was known for its harsh military campaigns. They had wiped out the elven homelands and shattered the beastmen kingdoms. It was obvious that militant gods from other countries wanted to hire August's modern troops. They were too effective. With that kind of firepower, any god could easily take over the world. Ugh, is Ares really still on that bullshit? Hestia groaned. Those warmongers love acting like old-school conquerors. It's just like the politics in August's world: lies, propaganda, and non-stop border wars. It only ends when someone is totally humiliated. Whatever, forget about them. We're here to celebrate. Hestia said as the tavern waitresses started bringing huge plates of food to their table. With several familiars gathered together, even the ones who were always broke, it was the perfect time to relax and have fun. Whether people were freeloading or not, as long as everyone was eating and enjoying themselves, that was what mattered. Soon, the tavern was filled with loud, happy laughter. While the tavern was full of cheers, something very different was happening elsewhere in the city. Deadless Street. Deep inside a hidden sewer tunnel, fallen gods and the darkest parts of Aurario's underworld gathered there. Someone ran frantically through the twisting tunnels, hurrying back to their hideout. Captain Dix. The figure burst into the room. It wasn't a man, but a dark-skinned Amazonian woman. The Hestia Familia. They're back in the city. All of them. She looked around at her crew. The whole Iklos Familia was in the hideout, except for the 3 members August had already killed. They were clearly getting ready for a new operation. Dix Perdix gripped his red spear. His face under the goggles looked calm, but a flash of real panic showed through. Useless Lord Iklos, Dix called out. How the hell did they get back so fast? Even at a forced march, round trip to the ruins should take a month minimum. How did they pop back into Orario the very next day? Dix couldn't figure it out. August must have some crazy travel ability they didn't know about. Who knows? Iklos muttered, lying in the corner with his hands behind his head, eyes closed. He wasn't really sleeping. He was just picturing the bloody end that was sure to come for his own familia. How could he know how August managed those impossible travel times? Forget it. Asking you is a waste of breath. Dix sneered. Since their deadbeat patron returned from the last Donatus, he had acted like someone waiting for the end, completely checked out. Dix didn't know what happened at that divine council, and Iklos wasn't saying a word. Dix decided not to ask. If the god wanted to talk, he would. Whatever. If they're back, it just means I can deliver their welcome home present right on schedule. Dix turned to his second-in-command. What's the status on our little arrangement? The hit is in. The bald thug, Gran, flashed a cruel, jagged smile. Deposits already been paid. 10 million Valis. A bounty for the heads of the Hestia Familia members. They knew they couldn't go after the monster rookie. But that didn't matter. With enough money, they could just hire freelancers to hunt down the weaker members. Thanks to their connections with the Evolus, the Iklos Familia already had the full list of Hestia Familia members. There was 1 level 2 and 3 level 1. Every name was on the hit list. Since a bounty on August would be way too expensive, the 10 million Valis reward was only for the others, Lilaruka Arde, Yui Hirasawa, and Ui Hirasawa. That was about 3 million Valis for each person. For a group of rookies, it was a huge reward. And the best part was that the Hestia Familia would have no idea who put out the hit. Let's see if those underground assassins are really worth the coin, Dix laughed darkly. Assassin groups were a holdover from the Dark Ages, but there were still plenty of people willing to kill for money. By hiring them, Dix could attack Hestia's group while he kept selling his smuggled goods. Even if someone investigated the murders, the trail would end with the assassins and never reach the Iklos Familia. Listening to his captain boast, Iklos didn't crack a smile. He didn't move an inch from his resting position. He simply kept his mouth shut. Enjoy your last few days, Dix, the god thought grimly. You're about to face a real monster. Did Iklos love his familia? He enjoyed watching his children chase their wildest ambitions. That kind of reckless drive was exciting for a god, but it always brought trouble. In Ikolos's eyes, Dix's little assassination plot was nothing more than the final, pathetic flailing of a dead man walking. Ikelos had seen August's combat footage, and knew exactly how he defeated his enemies. More importantly, he knew August fought without any normal sense of right and wrong. Someone who fought monsters without holding back would be even more ruthless against people. It was obvious that the entire Ikelos familia was doomed. Meanwhile, deep within Orario, there was a secret underground bounty exchange. A brown-skinned Chianthrope walked into the dimly lit club. "Ice water, please," Lillian Louis ordered, taking a seat at the bar. In this club, ice water was street slang for asking for the latest open hit list. 1,000 valis, the bartender grunted, not looking up from the glass he was polishing. Lillian's jaw dropped. "Are you robbing me? 1,000 valis?" She was shocked. She only came in to look for gossip, and this guy wanted 1,000 valis just for the menu. That much money could buy her a huge meal, or several rounds of good drinks. What kind of markup was this? 1,000 valis, the bartender repeated, stone-faced. "Fine, fine," Lillian muttered, sliding the coins across the counter. The bartender pocketed the cash and slid a folded dossier across the bar. "A VIP client just put up a huge bounty. The target is the most wanted group in town right now, the Hestia Familia," the bartender said calmly. "Except for their captain, there's a 10 million valis reward to take out the rest of the team." Lillian stared at the bartender in disbelief. Did this guy misread the zeros? 10 million valis just to kill 3 level 1s. Has anyone taken the contract? Lillian asked sharply. She needed to know if someone was already hunting them. "Yeah," the bartender replied, throwing in a freebie since she was a regular. A level 4 assassin personally picked it up. Someone had already taken the job. And it wasn't just a street thug, it was a real, level 4 professional. Talk about a death wish. Lillian thought, masking her shock. Whoever put up that bounty was incredibly bold. Going after that crew was basically suicide. "All right, I'm out," Lillian said, grabbing the dossier and slipping out the door. None of the people in the club even looked up. Bounty hunters, assassins, and rogue adventurers all kept to themselves. Every one of them had seen the 10 million valis bounty. It was the unspoken topic everyone avoided. They were all silently agreeing to stay far away from it. Lillian stepped out of the underground club and quickly ducked into a nearby dark alley. Hermes and Asphi Andromeda were waiting in the shadows. They moved forward while she approached. "Here," Lillian said, handing over the dossier. Hermes took it and cracked the seal. Inside was the complete hit list detailing the Hestia Familia roster. "Just as I suspected," Hermes murmured, his eyes narrowing. "They're all on it. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 105, bonus. 1935 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Night fell over the streets of Orario. Wow, it's spectacular. Yui and Ui Hirasawa walked next to Lily, taking in the city for the first time. The buildings around them looked to them like they belonged in a grand castle. The streets felt wild and a little chaotic compared to a modern city. It didn't feel completely safe, even though it was supposed to be a safe zone. With Lily leading the way, the two sisters soon arrived at the Tower of Babel. Babel wasn't just the entrance to the dungeon. It was also a massive, multi-level department store. Most of Orario's best gear was sold here. Aside from a few private forges, adventurers could find almost anything they needed in these shops, which proudly displayed their goods to visitors. Spectacular. Give it a few days. You'll get used to it, Lily said, acting nonchalant. Lily was practical. The city's glitz and glamour were just for show. Underneath, Rio was a place that chewed people up and spit them out. It was much darker than the world the sisters knew. Oh, really? Yui blinked. You're so mature about this, Lily. Yui saw a change in Lily's eyes. As Lily looked around the tall tower, she didn't look excited or bored. Instead, her eyes seemed quietly lonely, which was nothing like the sisters' excitement. Ahaha, it's nothing. Just some old memories, Lily brushed it off, realizing she had let her guard down. Let's keep moving. Lily quickly changed the subject, pulling the sisters along. By the way, what are you looking to buy? Since we're here, I should probably pick out a couple of weapons for you two to defend yourselves. With so many armories nearby, Lily figured it was a good time to get the sisters some gear. They were adventurers now, so she just needed to find what suited them best. Yui shot her right hand into the air, her eyes sparkling as she scanned the racks. I want to be a magical girl. She gazed longingly at the display of casting staves and wands meant to help with chanting. We don't have those. At least, nothing like that exists in Babel, Lily deadpanned. The thought of Yui as a magical girl seemed like trouble waiting to happen. Giving her something that could cause real damage was the last thing Lily wanted. Ah, man. I thought for sure you'd have them, Yui pouted, losing most of her enthusiasm. Still, she couldn't help looking at the staves. They were big and fancy, and holding one would definitely look cool. Whatever, I'll buy you a staff. Lily was good at spotting quality gear. She quickly scanned the store, picked out 2 staves she liked best, and brought them to the counter. The shop manager was surprised. It was unusual for a Paolum to spend so much on expensive magic items as gifts. But once Lily started bargaining hard, he understood. A veteran outfitting rookies. A standard familia rite of passage. After some tough bargaining, Lily got a fair price. She bought the 2 staves and handed them to the sisters. Yui started waving her staff around right away, like a kid who just opened the best present. Wow, Lily, you're really good at that, Yui said, impressed. She was good at grocery shopping, but she had never seen anyone bargain like that before. Of course. Never pay full price, Lily said proudly. If there was one thing she knew, it was how to avoid getting ripped off. Let's go. Time to head back. The sisters followed Lily out of the shop. They made their way to the grand elevators to head back to the Hestia compound. They stepped onto the ground floor, chatting and laughing. Lily was about to give the girls a quick lesson on street smarts. Then her instincts kicked in. Someone was watching them. Lily grabbed their wrists and started running. The sisters stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed. What's wrong? Yui asked, struggling to keep up. They still didn't understand how harsh Rio could be. We're being followed. Lily glanced at the darkening sky. It was already dark. Lily had just wanted to take the girls for a walk after dinner, but now someone was after them. She wondered who had betrayed them. If she found out, she'd make them pay. They aren't normal adventurers. Tracking us so closely at night means they're high-tier assassins. Lily kept them on the main streets, passing through the evening crowds. Going into a dark alley would be a death sentence. All 3 of them were level 1. A high-tier assassin could take them out easily. Lily clenched her teeth. If it were just street thugs, she wouldn't be worried. But Rio was too rich and well-guarded for petty thieves. This had to be a planned attack. Except for a few utility items, Lily had left her main combat gear at the compound. They were badly outmatched. That thing Lord August gave you, do you have it? Lily remembered the special countermeasures August had given the sisters. Yeah, right here. Yui reached into her small pouch and pulled out a heavy, compact flare gun. August had given it to her just for emergencies. She never thought she'd need it on her first night out. Fire it, Yui urged, holding her new staff tightly. Yui pointed the flare gun at the night sky, flipped off the safety, and fired. A wave of hot exhaust blasted backward. The flare shot up, slicing through the darkness. It burst high above the city, sending a fierce red light over the rooftops. The sudden flash made everyone freeze. People hurried out of taverns and diners, staring up in confusion. A bright red star burned above Rio. Hey, look up. What is that light? It's coming from near Central Street. The hell is going on? Inside a nearby tavern, August stepped onto the balcony, his eyes fixing on the flare. Hestia, face flushed and obviously drunk, stumbled out after him. She thought it might be a festival, or maybe a street fight. Then she saw the crimson glow. Son of a bitch. Who's targeting my kids? Hestia straightened up. She immediately understood what the red light meant. Find them. August swiped his hand through the air. Hundreds of heavy combat drones poured out from his spatial void. Armed and ready, the swarm filled the sky as they raced toward Central Street. Demeter, Hephaestus, Mayak, and Takamikazuchi stared in shock as August unleashed his mechanical army over the city streets. What are those? Takamikazuchi gaped. It was his first time seeing drones. That's an SOS from my girls. Hestia vaulted onto August's back. Move, move, move. She was furious. They were in the middle of a celebration banquet. Anyone who messed with her familia was asking for trouble. August took off toward the flare's coordinates, carrying Hestia. Can they ever just take a break? Artemis groaned. They had just returned to the city, and chaos had already started. No one in this group ever followed the rules. We should follow them, Mike suggested, motioning for the group to move out. A distress signal that obvious meant real trouble. And where there was trouble, there was always something to see. The gods loved drama. Even Artemis, despite her complaints, kept up with the group. She wasn't going to miss out. Back inside the tavern, Anya Fromel suddenly realized something crucial. You didn't pay the bill, Naya. She reached out, but the group was already running down the street. They had disappeared. Mamma mia. They dined and dashed, Naya. This was a big hit to the hostess of Fertility's nightly earnings. They'll be back, Ryu Lion said, walking over to clear the abandoned table. August is not the type to run out on a tab. But for them to bolt like that. She knew he was an honorable man. His familia members had just gone out shopping. If they sent an emergency signal, something was seriously wrong. I guess that makes sense, Naya, Anya mumbled. Assassins. Chloe Rollo stated grimly. Who else strikes in the middle of the city at night? Chloe paused, trusting her acute instincts. She could feel the danger in the nighttime air. As the landlady, Mia Gran knew exactly who worked in her tavern. They were all retired elites. If Chloe sensed assassins, then there were assassins. Mia narrowed her eyes at Lunwar Faust in the kitchen. She gave the signal. It was time for all four of them to move. When Mia looked over, the four waitresses shared dazed looks. Keep the collateral damage to a minimum, Mia ordered quietly. And keep him in check. Ryu immediately understood. If assassins were out in the open, the crossfire could destroy the whole district. With August's wild fighting style, he might even flatten Rio to protect his people. They needed to calm things down before he lost control. Let's move. Ryu dropped her rag and pulled Anya toward the back exit. Chloe and Lunwar followed right behind. All four of them were level 4, top-tier adventurers. They knew exactly how to handle dirty work. Mia Grand owed August a huge favor. Sending her best people to help was the best way to pay him back and keep the neighborhood safe. On the streets, Lily, Yui, and Ui stayed on high alert. Everything changed. As soon as the flare lit up the sky, the chase ended. Now the hunters were closing in. Are they backing off? Yui whispered. Lily gritted her teeth. They're making their move. The two sisters had never seen real violence. They didn't know how to handle a street ambush. They were easy targets. Lily reached into her pouch and yanked out a dense, specialized stink bomb. She hurled it directly at the nearest shadow charging toward them. The vial shattered. A disgusting stench filled the street. It was strong enough to knock out a normal person. For beastmen with sharp senses, it was basically a chemical weapon. The bystanders who had come to watch started coughing and ran away from the smell. Oh my God, it smells terrible. What is that? The sisters covered their noses, eyes watering. The awful smell nearly made them faint. Stink bomb, Lily coughed, shielding her face. Dungeon grade. Repels monsters. It's a lifesaver for supporters. She hated using it, but she was outmatched. She hoped the assassins were beastmen. She only needed a few seconds to catch her breath. But the attacker wasn't a beastman. A towering figure vaulted out of the alleyway shadows. Steel claws extended from his gauntlets, swiping directly toward Yui and Ui. Behind his black mask, his eyes glinted with amusement. The stink bomb hadn't slowed him down at all. 6 million Valis. The assassin could already see the payout lining his pockets. But a fraction of a second before his claws connected, a blinding spotlight cut through the night, slamming into the assassin and pinning him in place. An aerial drone hovered overhead, illuminating his bizarre physique. He was human but heavily modified. His arm was surgically fused with the steel weapon. A half-dwarf modification. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, All Guns Firing. 1868 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Dozens of drones lit up the street with bright spotlights, their red laser sights locked onto the target. The assassin froze in his tracks. Lily moved fast. She grabbed Yui and Ui, pulling them away from the killer. Lily screamed. The drones responded right away. Their red laser sights lined up directly on the half-dwarf assassin. The mounted guns caught him by surprise and started shooting. BRRRRRRRRRRRRRT. A heavy stream of bullets rained down. The assassin reacted on instinct. He threw himself back, moving so fast he was almost a blur. He's fast. Yui exclaimed, amazed that an adventurer blessed by the divine could outrun gunfire. But speed didn't help when you were trying to outrun a storm of bullets. The drones followed his movements, aimed for his head, and fired again. 3 bullets hit his skull before he could even try to cast a spell. Yui and Ui stared, stunned. They thought the assassin would dodge bullets like a ninja, or a movie hero. Clearly, they overestimated him. 3 shots ended his hopes. Yui and Ui saw the assassin lying in a pool of his own blood, but they didn't feel afraid. The adrenaline from running had chased away their fear. Instead, they found the killers quick and oddly interesting. It felt like they were in another world. Are you girls all right? 2 figures landed smoothly on the street. August and Hestia had arrived. With Hestia on his back, August let out a sigh of relief when he saw the girls were safe. He was honestly surprised. He never expected anyone to attack in the middle of an Orario street. Being extra careful had been the right move. I am fine. Yui stuttered, bowing politely. She pointed at the dead assassin. But I don't think we can ask him any questions. He's dead. Assassins going after them during a simple walk. It was ridiculous. An assassin. August studied the corpse. The man was large but not in a normal way. He was covered in thick, rough hair, almost like a gorilla. That clearly marked him as a dwarf. A half-dwarf. August noted in surprise. Thanks to Hestia's divine translation, August understood the race's unique traits. Without her help, he wouldn't have known what kind of person the man was. Tsubaki Kalbrand, carrying Hephaestus, landed nearby. She walked over and looked down at the body, blood still pooling around it. A level for dwarf hunter. Tsubaki stated, immediately recognizing the killer. Dwarf hunter. August was confused. What kind of title is that? He's a half-dwarf, just like me, Tsubaki said. But he came from a kingdom of assassins. They raised and trained killers. When that kingdom fell, he drifted into Oro like the rest of us. He was a psycho who hunted palams and dwarfs just for sport. Tsubaki never thought she would see this man dead in an alley. He was universally hated by both races. A level for assassin with a dark past. August found the story interesting. No wonder I felt so uncomfortable, Lily said, shivering. She had been facing her natural enemy, someone meant to hunt her kind. A group of lightly armored Ganesha Familia members rushed onto the scene, reacting fast to the noise. But compared to August's quick response, the city guards looked confused. Hello there. I'm Hoshana Dorlia. A tall man stepped out from the squad, addressing August. Hoshana looked at the body, did a double take, and quickly recognized the face. The dwarf hunter. Hoshana whistled. This was the man every palom and dwarf in the city wanted gone. Now he was lying here, bleeding on the street. The dwarf hunter was known for hurting and killing small folk. This is the guy who even caused trouble for the Freya Familia's Golden Quartet, Hoshana said, scratching his head. I didn't expect him to die here. He turned back to August with an apologetic sigh. Sorry to drag you into this mess. A nighttime street assassination was a huge problem for the city watch. August frowned. He could see Hoshana was having a hard time dealing with the situation. How do you plan to handle this? August asked. The Ganesha Familia kept the peace in the city. August's team was unharmed, but this was his first time dealing with what happened after an assassination attempt. If you start demanding answers right now, I honestly have no idea how to solve this. Hoshana glanced at Tsubaki, hoping for help. The dwarf hunter works alone. He only takes jobs from the underground bounty board, Tsubaki said, noticing Hoshana struggling. His patron god lost a war game long ago, and was sent back to heaven. If you're searching for the person behind this hit, you probably won't find anyone. This guy was just a rogue psycho. If you really want to look into the underground bounties, I can show you where to start, Hoshana said honestly. He had no intention of playing hero or taking the blame. Hearing about a level for assassin on the loose scared him. These old-school killers belonged to another era. After Ares and the Rakia kingdom wiped out the assassin nations, almost none remained. I can only show you where to look. If this was a regular assassin, I could probably find his status board. But the dwarf hunter was different, Hoshana said, raising his hands. Most psycho killers ended up with the dark factions. Unless he could catch an evil god, there was nothing he could do. August agreed. If Hoshana was willing to lead him to the underground bounty broker, he would take it. How he handled the broker was his business. You lot, clean up the street, Hoshana ordered his junior squad members, gesturing to the corpse. Yes, sir. The young guards didn't complain. If anything, they looked eager. It was their first time dealing with a high-profile assassin's corpse, and they wanted to study the body. Follow me, Hoshana said, leading August's group away. Hephaestus, Mayak, Takamikazuchi, and Artemis followed at a distance. This was Hestia's problem, and her familia would deal with it. The other gods were just here to watch August in action. Hashanah kept glancing back at August, the young man whose reputation was already legendary. To be this strong at your age. Young people these days are quite something, Hashanah sighed in admiration. It was rare to see someone so powerful at such a young age. Even though Hashanah was almost 30, he felt a little jealous. Seeing the level 4 dwarf hunter defeated right before him, Hashanah realized he wouldn't stand a chance against August either. You're impressive too, Mr. Hashanah, August replied. He never underestimated anyone. In this city, people kept their skills and magic secret. You could never tell what tricks an adventurer might have. Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment, kid, Hashanah laughed. Being praised by the guy his patron god, Ganesha, constantly raved about felt pretty good. He glanced at Lily, Yui, and Ui. They looked totally lost. Hashanah's expression turned serious. Hey, August. Have you pissed anyone off recently? If someone sent the dwarf hunter, it meant they wanted these girls dead. What makes you say that? August blinked. Usually, assassins only target high-profile adventurers. Hashanah didn't hold back, pointing at the 3 girls. Those 2 are clearly brand new. Even assassins have standards, they don't hunt rookies. And the supporter, sure, she looks experienced, but who wastes a high-level hit on a supporter? Hashanah explained. Even a skilled supporter was still just a supporter, and rookies were still rookies. None of them were real targets for a professional assassin. Assassins went after people like themselves. Without a big name or bounty, there was no reason to attack. A Ganesha boy pointing out the obvious, Hestia crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Are you saying my familia has been slapped on a hit list? Who would be crazy enough to pick a fight with them? She had kept August's power in check, and the assassins should have been thankful. Attacking first was just asking for trouble. You know how it is, Lady Hestia, Hashanah sighed. I honestly can't think of a single reason why someone would mobilize a level 4 for a hit like this. Even if my juniors had called me in time, I wouldn't have bet on taking him down. And I definitely couldn't have stopped him from escaping. Hashanah voiced his concerns. Beating a level 4 assassin was tough, and stopping one from escaping was almost impossible. Judging by the targets, he couldn't figure out who hated the Hestia familia this much. Hestia narrowed her eyes. She thought about who might be gunning for them. Freya and Loki were not suspects. They did not use cheap street assassins. That left only one option, the Evolus, especially the Eiklos familia. After winding through alleyways and side streets, they arrived at a distinct district. The pleasure quarter of Ora Rio. This is. As soon as they walked onto the main street, everything felt different. Beautiful women in revealing clothes lined the streets, calling out to customers. They knew how to use their looks to draw men in, and they were very good at it. Whoa, Yui and Ui said, blushing. They were innocent and had never seen a place like this before. Lily frowned, wondering if Hashanah had led them down the wrong street. August stopped and looked around. He wasn't surprised to find an assassin broker hiding here. It made sense that the darkest secrets would be hidden in the flashiest places. It all made perfect sense. This is the Ishtar familia's turf, isn't it? August noted. If he remembered correctly, Ishtar ran the pleasure quarter. Do you still want to go in? Hashanah looked at August. As the captain, it was his call. Yes, August stated coldly. If someone tried to kill him, and he did nothing, every criminal in the city would think they could attack him too. Hestia nodded in agreement. She strongly suspected the Evolus were involved, likely Eiklos. But she didn't need to say that yet. Let August tear the place apart first. They walked down the avenue. The beautiful, powerful Amazons noticed them immediately. Well, if it isn't Hashanah. Got some free time tonight? Care to join us for a drink? Several stunning Amazons spotted Hashanah and immediately approached. He was a familiar face, a potential customer, and not a creep. They liked him. No, no, no. I am on duty. Hashanah waved them off frantically. Work time meant absolutely no distractions. They pushed deeper into the district. Here we are, Hashanah stopped and pointed. That's the place. August and Hestia halted, staring at a building disguised as a tavern. August's expression went icy. Lily, Ui. Stay behind me, he ordered, raising his arm. All gun ports. Open fire. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Grit Your Teeth, Goddess. 1865 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Inside her grand temple, Ishtar lounged on her throne, gently swirling a glass of red wine. She took a slow sip. A young man, shirtless and dressed in flashy pants, rushed into the chamber. The Hestia Familia has entered the pleasure quarter. The Ishtar Familia ruled the pleasure quarter and kept a tight grip on their territory. They closely monitored every guest's background and affiliation. Is it that man? Ishtar rested her chin on her hand and studied the subordinate. He was one of her human concubines and a seasoned level 2 adventurer. Let him come, Ishtar threw her head back and laughed. Our pleasure quarter loves men like him. It seemed no man could resist the attraction of the district. No, my goddess, the man corrected, lowering his head. He is escorted by Hashanah Dorlia, a level 4 adventurer from the Ganesha Familia. Lady Hestia is with them as well. Their entire familia is here. They weren't here looking for prostitutes. They were here on business. Ishtar frowned, sweeping her gaze across the room. Did any of you offend them? Her captain, Phryne Jamil, was already keeping a low profile. No one would be foolish enough to pick a fight with the Hestia Familia right now. Ishtar had seen the reports about Antares. She knew that if August used those modern weapons on her pleasure quarter, her familia could be wiped out. So why was he here? Aisha Belka, one of the top executives, suddenly understood. She stepped forward. Lady Ishtar, Aisha bowed respectfully. I don't think the Hestia Familia is here for us. The rest of the room fell silent, equally confused. What do you mean? Ishtar raised a delicate eyebrow. Word is someone put a 10 million Valis bounty on the Hestia Familia. Everyone except their captain, August, was marked for death. Aisha explained. I assume the assassination failed. Aisha continued, and since the Ganesha Familia is escorting them, Hashanah probably pointed them toward the source. West 2nd Street is home to an underground assassin broker. Ishtar clicked her tongue in annoyance. Hashanah clearly wanted to get rid of the problem, and left it for her to handle. Even so, Ishtar began, but a loud roar cut her off. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the district, vibrating all the way up to her temple. What was that? Ishtar gripped the armrests. Then Aisha's words made sense. August was launching a full-scale assault right in the middle of her territory. He didn't care about collateral damage, and he clearly didn't respect her authority. Move, Ishtar snapped, gesturing for her guards. Let's go. Gihi. I didn't think the Hestia Familia had it in them, Phryne Jamil grinned darkly from the corner. I like a man with a wild side. Ishtar and her executives rushed out of the temple, heading straight for the blast zone. Meanwhile, at the target location. Following August's command, the heavy gun port spun up. The entire building was blown sky high. Hashanah Dorlia shielded his face from the debris, staring in shock at the blazing crater. He had assumed August wanted to interrogate the broker. Instead, August chose to destroy the building completely. The building didn't just collapse, it was vaporized. The shockwaves turned the stone and timber into fine powder. The drones immediately swept the smoking crater. Thermal scanners blanketed the rubble, searching for any signs of life. "Please don't kill me." The broker's hideout was still a working tavern in the pleasure quarter. A dark-skinned Amazon staggered out of the burning wreckage and collapsed on the stones. She had been caught at the edge of the blast. The surrounding pleasure quarter workers recognized her immediately. "Please, my lord," a terrified courtesan pleaded, stepping forward. "She's one of us. She has nothing to do with the assassins inside." The women in the district looked out for each other. Their lives were already hard enough without leaving anyone behind. "Pull her out," August ordered, lowering his hand. "Yes, sir." The women rushed into the debris and hauled their friend to safety. She was badly hurt by the shockwave. The women were heartbroken but also scared. August had just destroyed a building without hesitation. No one wanted to risk angering him. August looked at the bleeding Amazon. He raised his hand. A warm flame engulfed her. The healing fire rapidly knit her flesh back together, closing the deep shrapnel wounds in seconds. The surrounding women gasped. They hadn't expected the ruthless attacker to mend an innocent bystander. "How many people are left inside?" August demanded. The healed Amazon coughed, glancing at the three young girls standing safely behind him. "The moment you showed up in the district, they bolted out the back door. I tried to follow them out, but I wasn't fast enough to clear the blast radius. So they ran." August pulled a heavy coin pouch from his inventory and tossed it at her feet. "Damage compensation." "Thank you." The Amazon stared at the huge bag of Valis. He wasn't just a tyrant. He also had a strong sense of fairness. August sneered. "If I let them get away, I'll never sleep well again." He pointed down the street. "Search the area. Find them, dead or alive." Hundreds of combat drones stormed through the eastern district. They spread out over the rooftops, their sensors tuned to pick up the smell of gunpowder and fresh blood. If anything set off the sensors, the drones were cleared to fire right away. Meanwhile, crouching in the darkness of a nearby alley, Ryu, Lion, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar watched as the destruction unfolded. They had been following the group since they left the tavern. "Anya, Chloe, Lunwar. We need to move," Ryu said tightly. "If we let him tear up the district, the civilian casualties will be catastrophic." She could see that August had lost all patience. If the drones started bombing the pleasure quarter, innocent women would get caught in the crossfire. "He's a scary captain," Naya, Anya murmured. He was destroying a city block without hesitation. Still, she respected that. It was rare to see a leader willing to do anything to avenge his people. "Let's go hunt, Naya." The 4 level 4 waitresses vanished into the night. Anya and Chloe used their feline senses to follow the faint smell of explosives through the alleys. Chloe and Lunwar, both former assassins, knew where the runners would try to hide. They moved quickly to catch them before the drones could attack. Back at the crater, Ishtar walked down the street with her strongest executives at her side. She brought her top people to scare off the intruders with pure intimidation. "What is the meaning of this?" Ishtar demanded. Her eyes went straight to August. Up close, his strong and commanding presence stood out even more. He didn't look like a typical adventurer. He had the air of a warlord. It was a nice surprise, but sadly, he was with Hestia. "Someone put a hit on my children. I'm here to collect the debt," Hestia shot back, crossing her arms. "Got a problem with that?" Hestia didn't react to Ishtar's height. Since August joined her, Hestia has grown more assertive. With someone as strong as him on her side, she couldn't back down. Ishtar's face reddened by anger. This little brat has gotten cocky. Ishtar thought Hestia would be scared of her elite guard. Instead, the shrimp was standing up to her. Hestia's confidence clearly came from the man next to her. Ishtar shifted her gaze. Well, hello there. You're August, aren't you? Impressive. Wearing her revealing silks, Ishtar looked him over. She had to admit, the more she saw, the more she wanted him. If she wasn't busy with her own plans, she would have taken him to her bed for a week. She felt a sting of jealousy. A man like him shouldn't be wasted on Hestia. Back off, Hestia snarled, stepping in front of August like a fiercely protective guard dog. She glared at Ishtar. August considered the situation. Good evening. He offered a well-mannered nod, granting her the basic courtesy owed to a goddess. Inside, though, August felt only disgust. This version of Ishtar was ruthless and manipulative, living in the city's darkest places. She was nothing like the Ishtar he knew from his own world's stories. Ishtar caught the subtle shift in his body language. It was a subconscious flinch of revulsion. Her eyes widened. The Amazons around her noticed it too. A mortal man was openly rejecting a goddess of beauty. None of them had ever seen that before. He acted polite, but his face showed clear disdain. He wasn't hiding his contempt. Badass, several combat courtesans thought, practically wanting to give the man a standing ovation. It was the first time they had seen their matriarch lose like this, one blow after another. He attacked her territory, threatened her people, and looked at her like she was nothing. The Amazons had to hold back laughter. His disrespect was actually entertaining. Ishtar's smile froze. I was rejected. No, worse. I was looked down upon. It was the first time anyone had reacted to her beauty with disgust. Humiliation burned through her. Hearing rumors of his insults was one thing, but being treated like dirt to her face was too much. Ishtar swallowed her anger and forced herself to smile calmly. Are you afraid of me, boy? Ishtar asked, feigning innocent surprise. As she got closer, she gave him a bold, sultry wink. Behind that flirtatious look was the heavy pressure of her divine authority. Divine charm. This was the full power of a goddess of beauty. She was determined to break this arrogant rookie. He had embarrassed her in front of everyone. If she couldn't make him beg at her feet, she wasn't Ishtar. She wanted Hestia to see her champion brought low. An invisible wave of lust hit August. The air around him grew thick, filled with a sweet, dizzying haze. It felt like the innate charm he had sensed from Freya, but this was much stronger and more forceful. However, the intoxicating illusion shattered the moment it formed. Grant me your power. As long as I am with you, victory is absolute. Pure love of the hearth goddess. August triggered his spell chant instantly. Ishtar hesitated. Instead of succumbing to her charm, the mortal was casting magic right in her face. And the chant, what kind of bizarre incantation, sounded like a love confession. Grit your teeth, Ishtar, August growled, dropping her divine title entirely. He broke through her divine charm, as if it were tissue paper. He pulled his fist back, energy building in his arm. Behind him, the ghostly image of a dark-haired goddess appeared, copying his stance. Take this. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Bonus, 1623 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. 2 identical goddesses. Hestia stood with her arms crossed, looking smug. August had summoned her projection again. A translucent energy construct bearing her exact likeness manifested next to him. Ishtar blinked at the projection. August gave a command. The floating avatar rushed forward and punched Ishtar hard in the face. Boom! The goddess crashed onto the stones. She sat there, stunned. No mortal had ever hit her before. Mortals with a fauna were never allowed to attack a god. Even if a god started it, fighting back meant certain death. Fanatics would hunt down anyone who tried. But August didn't care. He hit her in front of everyone. It was a real slap in the face. You hit me. Ishtar boiled with rage. She was the goddess of beauty, and a human had just attacked her. Even worse, her charm didn't work. She knew August could resist Freya's allure, but having her own power fail hurt. Because you lack manners, August said. He lowered his fist. The Hestia projection floated back to his side. August crossed his arms and mocked her. I don't like you. Stop trying to force your cheap tricks on me. You call yourself a goddess yet you doubt your own allure. If you can't capture a man with your supposed beauty, I have to ask, are you really Ishtar? He criticized her right in front of her own familia. What do you mean? Ishtar snapped. It was the first time anyone had ever denied her beauty. He means you're an idiot, Hestia said. She stepped forward and looked down at Ishtar. You knew August could resist charms, and you still tried it right in front of me. You didn't even respect me as a goddess. Hestia puffed out her chest. Trying a charm trick when everyone knew it wouldn't work was just plain stupid. Ishtar looked at the floating avatar. Even a fool could put the pieces together. Hestia was controlling the projection. If that's how it is, Ishtar snarled. All of you. Drag that man to me. Now the fight was serious. The combat courtesans surged forward at their goddess's command. Let's go, rookie. None of them took him lightly. They knew his reputation as the monster rookie. Adventurers from all over talked about his strength. Trying to beat him with normal skills was pointless. He made a name for himself in the dungeon with pure power. The Amazons drew their weapons and charged Gihi. Since Lady Ishtar gave the order, I won't hold back. Phryne Jamil gripped her double-bladed axe. As soon as she spoke, August moved. Rider kick. August launched himself into the air, driving a brutal flying kick straight into her chest. The hit sent Phryne flying backward like a cannonball. The other Amazons stared in shock. Phryne was level 5, and he knocked her away with one blow. The strength needed for that was unreal. Aisha Belka and the other Amazons grew even more interested. In Amazon culture, power was everything. Meeting a man this strong aroused something deep inside them. Aisha ordered, leading the charge. Several warriors rushed at August at once. He didn't hold back and met them head-on. The combat courtesans surrounded him, attacking and forcing August to dodge a storm of blades. These Amazons sure are relentless. August thought. Their entire culture revolved around securing strong partners, so they trained all the time to prove themselves. For the first time, August felt real pressure in close combat. Aisha Belka gripped her massive broadsword and began her chant. O scorching flames, let my sword be the fangs of the inferno. Gather, red blade of destruction. She knew this man was a monster. As a level 3, she wanted to see what he could really do. August didn't even turn his head. Aisha utilized concurrent chanting, focusing her magical energy into the blade. Hell KOs. The other Amazons moved aside so Aisha had a clear shot. The focused magic formed a wild shell and shot through the air at August. Gihihi, nice shot, Aisha. Phryne yelled, pulling herself out of the rubble. When she saw the magic blast heading for August, she took her chance. She rushed forward, swinging her axe in a deadly arc meant to cut him in half. August didn't blink. Just before the magic shell hit, a spatial distortion appeared in front of him. The void consumed the blast whole. Aisha froze. Her attack vanished. But the real surprise happened a moment later. "Oh scorching flames, let my sword be the fangs of the inferno. Gather, red blade of destruction hell chaos." August repeated her chant word for word. Magic gathered around his fist. "That's my magic," Aisha gasped. He did more than just copy it. A ghostly projection resembling Aisha appeared beside him. Ishtar watched as he took control of her follower's spell. "Impossible. You analyze and replicate magic through projections." Ishtar was stunned. Now she understood how he had summoned Hestia. He used the projections to copy and perform the needed effects. "I'm not done," August said. "Double hell chaos." He used the spell he had just learned with his invocation magic, mixing it with the raw energy stored in his spatial void. It became a two-layered magic attack. The power grew exponentially. He didn't aim at Aisha and the others, focusing on the biggest threat, Phryne Jamil. August let the blast loose. The two magical shockwaves hit Phryne's axe, and sent her flying in a burst of force. Aisha watched Phryne get sent flying. She didn't care if the toad-like woman survived. Seeing her own magic defeat a higher-ranking officer gave her an odd feeling of satisfaction. "You keep surprising me, rookie." Aisha gripped her broadsword tighter, and let go of her magic. She wanted to fight him with swords. Only a real, physical battle would satisfy her urge to fight. August dismissed the projection and shifted his stance. The hardest part was over. Now, only Aisha and a few level 2 and level 3 Amazons were left. The Amazons changed their attitude. Now they wanted to fight him and test their strength against his. The brawl started up again. Ishtar saw her side losing ground. Phryne, her level 5 captain, was down, and the other level 4 leaders were away. Aisha was the only strong fighter left. Ishtar realized her mistake. She had delayed Aisha's promotion to level 4 as punishment, refusing to update her status for half a year. Now that small act of discipline was costing her the battle. Ishtar cursed her luck. Hestia had no intention of letting her get away with it. "Ishtar," Hestia smiled, walking up to her rival. August's projection hovered next to her. Hestia took control of it. What are you doing?" Ishtar panicked. She had forgotten about the angry goddess standing right there. "Grit your teeth, Ishtar." The projection copied Hestia's wicked grin. It cracked its knuckles and lunged forward with a strong right hook. "Get her, Lady Hestia." Lily cheered. She pulled Yui and Ui over to make a cheerleading squad. The Amazons ignored them, keeping their eyes on August. Since the girls couldn't join the fight, they cheered for their goddess instead. The lower-ranking courtesans stood off to the side, not sure what to do. They were basically slaves in the Familia, but stepping into a fight between gods was dangerous. Hitting a god would mark them as god-slayers and ruin their lives. Since they couldn't fight, they joined in with Lily's group instead. "Get up, Lady Ishtar. Hit her back." The pleasure quarter belonged to Ishtar. The voices of the working girls quickly overpowered Lily, Yui, and Ui. "Hey, no fair. We're outnumbered." Yui complained. "Leave it to us. Street fights always attract a crowd." The gods watching forgot about staying neutral and turned into loud fans. "Come on, Hestia. Take her down. Pin her to the ground. Left hook. Right hook. Give it to her." Hephaestus, Artemis, Mayak, Takamikazuchi, and Demeter had come along to watch August deal with the assassins. They never expected a turf war with the Ishtar Familia. Ishtar tried to charm August, got punched, and now two goddesses were wrestling in the dirt. It was more entertaining than they could have imagined. They were Hestia's friends and cheered her on. With the VIP cheering squad joining in, their voices matched the local courtesans. The street was filled with competing chants. The fight got more intense. Hestia's projection grabbed Ishtar's hair and landed 2 strong punches. Ishtar screamed and fought back wildly. Being beaten by a rival goddess on her own turf was too much to ignore. Die, you shrimp! Ishtar raked her manicured nails across the avatar. Even if she couldn't hit the real Hestia, she refused to lose to a fake. Ha! Hestia sneered. She controlled the projection and pinned Ishtar to the ground. August kept up with the Amazons. He dodged blades and traded blows, falling into a tough rhythm. Both fights continued. Hoshana Dorlia watched the chaos. At last, he saw his familia members coming, led by his patron god, Lord Ganesha. Hoshana ran over and saluted. Ganesha had hurried over from headquarters after hearing Hoshana's report about the assassins. He hadn't expected to find Hestia and Ishtar fighting in the street. What the hell is going on here? Ganesha asked. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, A Goddess Breaks Down. 1919 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Ganesha's arrival drew the attention of both familias. The Ishtar familia had to accept Ganesha's authority. Their captain was level 5, and their top members were just as strong. Overall, Ganesha's group was much stronger than Ishtar's. More importantly, Ganesha's people kept the peace in the city. They managed the gates and kept order, so the Amazons had no choice but to back down. August and Aisha Belka stopped fighting as soon as the authorities arrived. They had to show some respect. But the other fight was a different story. The Hestia projection pinned Ishtar down and threw punches at her face. Everyone turned to watch the 2 goddesses. Ganesha rubbed his temples. Hestia, let her go. Break it up, Ganesha ordered, gesturing for her to back off. I'll let you off the hook out of respect for Ganesha, Hestia huffed proudly. She dismissed the projection back to August's side. Ganesha breathed a sigh of relief. Hestia was reasonable. Gods on the good side were much easier to handle. Ishtar sat on the ground, staring up at Hestia. Her rival stood there with her arms crossed, wearing an arrogant, victorious smirk. Ishtar snapped. Why? Was she angry? Of course she was. A mortal had humiliated her. Her divine charm didn't work, and she got beaten up by a fake avatar. She had lost all her dignity. Ishtar scrambled to her feet and ran away crying. Gods were slaves to their emotions. When they wanted to cry, they just cried. Ishtar didn't try to act tough. She ignored her ruined silk dress and ran back to her palace, sobbing the whole way. The street went dead silent. The Amazons stared in disbelief. Ishtar was always a clever, untouchable leader. Seeing her beaten and crying in the dirt felt unreal. The Ishtar familia had never seen their matriarch fall apart like this. The other gods, like Hestia and Mayak, barely reacted. For them, a god throwing a tantrum and running off crying was nothing unusual. Lady Ishtar, Aisha Belka muttered. Her goddess had just left her familia in the middle of a crisis. Aisha was an executive, but she didn't have the power to handle a mess this big. As for Phryne Jamil, Aisha ignored her. The annoying captain was knocked out in the rubble. Let her go, Ganesha said, his masked face turning toward Hestia. Care to explain why you two were brawling in the street? Ganesha was curious. Hestia and Ishtar usually stayed in separate groups. They hardly ever interacted, much less fought in public. She tried to use divine charm on my child. So I beat her up. Hestia said it as if it was the truth. She wasn't ashamed. She won the fight, and that was all that mattered to her. I see, Ganesha said with a nod. That made sense. If Ishtar broke the rules and attacked first, then Hestia was right to fight back. Where is your captain? Ganesha asked the Amazons. Phryne Jamil was conspicuously absent. The courtesans pointed toward a pile of debris. A huge figure was sprawled out. August's double-layered magic had knocked her out cold. She wasn't dead, but she wouldn't wake up for a while. Ganesha sighed and looked over the remaining Amazons. With their leaders gone or knocked out, they needed someone to speak for them. Who's in charge here? Ganesha asked. Aisha stepped forward. Ah, Auntie Anira. Ganesha recognized her right away. Aisha Belka was known for her beauty, flashy fighting, and great potential. Talking to her would make things easier. This is Ishtar Familia territory, Aisha said, keeping her tone strictly professional. The Hestia Familia marching in here and starting a riot violates the boundaries between factions. If your goddess wants to pursue this, her only legal recourse is to formally declare a war game against the Hestia Familia, Ganesha replied impartially. The gods cared a lot about pride. If you lost a street fight, it meant you weren't skilled enough. To settle a big dispute, you needed a formal challenge. A guild-approved war game was the right way to handle something this serious. Aisha glanced back at her battered squad. They had some combat courtesans and a few level 2s. The monster rookie had wiped out their front line easily, and their level 5 captain was knocked out in the rubble. Asking for a war game now would be suicide. As for the unauthorized use of divine charm, Ganesha continued, inform your goddess, she is required to attend the Donatus tomorrow morning. The guild will issue a formal penalty notice. Ganesha followed the rules exactly. He turned back to Hestia. I'll handle the fallout on your end, Ganesha sighed. You'll likely face fines for the property damage. I'll file the report with the guild and note the extenuating circumstances. They should be lenient. The Hestia Familia were the victims here. They were attacked by an assassin and fought back, which matched Ganesha's sense of justice. He couldn't show favoritism, but he could make sure the paperwork showed they acted in self-defense. What a pain, Hestia clicked her tongue. She still hadn't found the rest of the assassins. She wasn't worried about the fines. Thanks to the magic stones August brought in, and his good guild contracts, they had plenty of money. Paying for a destroyed tavern was just a small problem. What about the assassins? Hestia narrowed her eyes. Letting killers hunt rookies in the main streets was unacceptable. If that became a trend, nobody would ever sign up to be an adventurer anymore. I'll put my people on it, Ganesha promised. If Ganesha gave his word, his familia would root out the remaining rats. We're leaving. Hestia signaled her familia to move out. August watched the exchange in silence. He nodded respectfully to Ganesha. Hephaestus, Artemis, and the other gods who had been watching came over to join the group. Now that things had calmed down, they were ready to tease Hestia about the street fight. Watching her defeat Ishtar had been great entertainment. As the group left, some of the workers in the pleasure quarter looked at each other nervously. The monster rookie had destroyed buildings without much effort, and his goddess was fierce enough to make Ishtar flee in tears. Would they blame the district for what happened? Aisha noticed their unease. You saw how that man operates, she reassured them. As long as you don't cross his bottom line, he treats women with respect. No sleaze, no discrimination. He's driven by strength. Even in the middle of a chaotic brawl, he kept a cool head and prioritized his targets. Aisha realized why August hadn't used his strongest attacks on them. He knew the Amazons couldn't seriously hurt him, no matter what they did. Instead of wiping them out, he used her magic to stop Phryne Jamil, who was the only real danger. His sense for tactics was impressive. Aisha's logic calmed the nerves of the working girls. The monster rookie lives up to the hype. I'd let him take me right now. Samira, a level 3 executive standing behind Aisha, grinned fiercely. the desire to claim a moonlight that burned hot in her chest. August was handsome, but more importantly, his eyes never wavered. He didn't care about the odds or the reputation of his enemies. That kind of courage was insanely attractive. Samira's bold attitude broke the remaining tension. The courtesans began whispering to each other, sharing ideas about what it might be like to win over a warrior like him in bed. "All right, sisters. If you're on the clock, get back to work. If you're off, get some rest. Don't stress over tonight's mess." The courtesans scattered back to their quarters. The explosive turf war ruined business for the night. Getting some sleep was their only option. Ganesha stayed behind to oversee the cleanup. He watched Hashanah Dorlia managing the scene. "Why did you point August toward this district?" Ganesha asked. Hashanah could have just followed the rules and ignored the bounty hunting. Hestia probably wouldn't have pushed the issue with the city watch. But giving August the broker's location started a fight between two familias. "Damage control," Hashanah reported honestly. Another faction posted a hit on the underground board. 10 million valis for the heads of everyone in the Hestia familia, excluding the captain. Hashanah explained what he knew. There was a bounty on the whole faction. No matter how things looked, putting such a big hit on inexperienced members was a dirty move. Given the monster rookie's track record, if we didn't give him a target, he would have hunted down the assassins himself. The collateral damage across Ora Rio would have been catastrophic. Selling out the underground broker contained the blast radius to a single district, Hashanah explained. Keeping the violence in one area helped maintain the city's stability. That was exactly what the Ganesha familia was meant to do. Good call. Ganesha didn't fault Hashanah. Managing a localized riot beat dealing with a citywide war zone. "I just didn't expect Lady Hestia and Lady Ishtar to actually throw hands," Hashanah admitted, shaking his head. He thought August would just destroy the broker's hideout and be done with it. But when Ishtar tried to charm him, everything changed. Hashanah stayed quiet to avoid getting caught up in the chaos. Watching two goddesses fight in the dirt was something he'd never seen before. Neither did I. Ganesha had expected a simple, contained fight. Seeing two goddesses go at it was definitely not what he had planned. By the way, that projection. Ganesha paused. Unless his eyes played tricks on him, August had manifested a physical avatar of Hestia. The rookie's magic, Hashanah explained. According to Ishtar, he can summon projections of beings he acknowledges, granting him access to their specific traits and powers. It's crazy. I never thought Lady Hestia would take over the projection just to make Ishtar cry. Hashanah saw that calling him the monster wasn't an exaggeration. Magic that could copy a god's abilities well enough to hard counter a divine charm was unheard of. Incredible. Ganesha marveled at the sheer versatility of that kind of spell. Tomorrow is the Donatus. It's going to be a bloodbath, Ganesha noted. He could already picture the chaos that would break out in the council chambers. Hestia was on a winning streak. She had just approved the execution of Antares, and now she had beaten up a rival goddess in public. Her reputation had never been better. "Lord Ganesha, I'm worried Ishtar might escalate this," Hashanah said. "A humiliated goddess might burn the city down just to salvage her pride." "She won't. Ishtar is much more resilient than you think," Ganesha replied calmly. He understood how her mind worked. Freya was still her primary obsession. If Ishtar planned to settle scores, taking down Freya remained her ultimate goal. Plus, August had clearly won over the rank and file of Ishtar's forces with his raw display of power. She won't pick a fight with the rookie, Ganesha thought. Not while Freya is still breathing in this city. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Bonus 1621 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. I was so close. Hestia bit down on her handkerchief. They had just left the pleasure quarter, and she was already fuming. She could have taken care of those bastards. Ganesha showed up too soon and ruined her plan. With a few more minutes, she could have pinned Ishtar down and made her reveal where the local assassin brokers were. But once Ganesha arrived, she had to let it go. Leaving a fight unfinished really got on her nerves. Take the win, Hestia, Mayak offered. He's right. At the very least you found a punching bag, Takamikazuchi added. Ishtar took the brunt of your anger. Artemis and Demeter chimed in, telling her to let it go. If she kept pushing, it would only lead to needless casualties for everyone. But that still leaves the main issue, Hephaestus said, looking at Lily, Yui, and Ui. How did these three end up with bounties on their heads? Hardly anyone knew the two sisters. They had just registered as adventurers. The gods didn't usually talk about new rookies. It made no sense for a level 4 killer like the dwarf hunter to go after them so soon. Who could possibly hate them that much? We have the answer to that. Four figures dressed in black combat gear stepped out from the shadows. Oh my, if it isn't Lunwar. Demeter recognized the familiar silhouette immediately. She walked over with an elegant stride. Lunwar Faust adjusted her black trench coat and sighed. Lady Demeter. She never knew how to deal with the goddess's motherly affection. The other three women were easy to recognize. Ryu Lion, Anya Fromel, and Chloe Rollo stood in the alley. What are you doing here? August asked. Making sure you didn't blow up the district, Naya, Anya chimed in. Mamma Mia was worried you'd lose your temper, so she sent us for backup. Anya didn't mind putting in extra hours. Maid work was one thing, and assassination work was another. We interrogated the killers who fled the tavern, Ryu said smoothly. They gave us the truth. Tracking them was easy. With two cat people on the team, following the scent of panic and gunpowder was no trouble. Aside from Lady Hestia and Mr. August, the rest of the familia was targeted, Chloe added. 3 million Valis bounty placed on each of the three girls, Naya. Chloe glanced at the teenagers. Lily still had the rough edge of someone from the streets, but the other two looked painfully innocent. Getting slapped with a hit list before you even fight your first real battle. That is a first for me, Naya, Chloe mused. 10 million Valis might not mean much to the big familias, but for everyone else, it was a huge amount. It was more than enough to bring top killers out of hiding. That bastard Iklos. When she heard this, Hestia put the pieces together. The nearby gods froze. None of them thought Hestia would name a culprit so fast. Hestia, are you sure it's the Iklos familia? Hephaestus frowned. Ganesha had told Hestia about August's earlier kills in the dungeon. The dead adventurers were from Iklos. But Iklos denied being involved and Ganesha didn't press the matter. The other gods just thought it was a one-time fight. The Iklos familia runs a smuggling ring, Hestia explained, crossing her arms. They capture monsters in the dungeon and traffic them to nobles on the surface. August tracked their movements during his last dive. They have a hidden tunnel network bypassing Babel to move the cargo. Hestia already understood the bigger picture, but August's tracking gave her the solid proof she needed to convince everyone else. A hidden exit outside Babel. Takamikazuchi rubbed his chin. Deadless Street. If smugglers wanted a chaotic place where no one was watching, the slums were their best bet. Iklos haunted the same alleys that Takamikazuchi sometimes visited. Smart boy, Hestia nodded. I've crossed paths with him, Takamikazuchi noted. He avoids the north and west districts. He sticks strictly to the slums. Deadless Street is a massive, confusing maze. It's the perfect place to hide a subterranean tunnel. He will deny it, Hestia, Artemis pointed out. Even if they knew the truth, a god could lie straight to their faces. I'm not stupid enough to knock on his door without a plan, Hestia scoffed. Suddenly, August joined the conversation. The Eiklos Familia's secret base not only contains remnants of the Evolus, but also hosts dozens of highly specialized monsters. These creatures are not naturally born from the dungeon, but are artificially engineered through unnatural means. Mayak and Takamikazuchi stared at him. Even Ryu and the former assassins flinched. August, do you know what you are implying? Hephaestus demanded. Engineered monsters. Are you saying someone is building abominations under the city? Pretty much, Hestia confirmed, backing his claim. Once Hestia confirmed the information, the gods had to treat it as a serious threat. That's exactly why I didn't go after Eiklos when I had the chance, Hestia said. The enemy had a stronghold ready for them. Rushing in without a plan would be a mistake. Lady Hestia, are you certain the remnants of the Evolus are down there? Ryu's voice spiked with intensity. Hunting the Evolus was her life's mission. If she had a target, she would destroy it. To her, the Eiklos Familia was already as good as dead. If you want to storm the place, don't, Hestia warned the elf firmly. They have deep floor monsters locked in cages. We are talking floor 51 threats. Not to mention, they have a beast down there equivalent to a level 7. Ryu froze. A level 7 monster. The golden age of adventurers had passed. Now, only Otter was a level 7 in Rio. Defeating a fortress guarded by something that strong would take the city's biggest familias working together in a full-scale raid. Is that true? Ryu muttered. She turned to August. Given your capabilities, what are the odds of a successful subjugation? She refused to let it go. If he could kill them, Ryu would gladly enlist as a mercenary for the Hestia Familia just for the chance to strike. Are you volunteering to send the entire population of Rio to the underworld? August asked. He had the weapons to destroy the Evolus, but using them would also destroy the city. He wanted a precise, low-risk plan rather than one that would cause massive damage. I got ahead of myself, Naya. Anya grabbed Ryu's shoulder, pulling her back before the elf lost her temper. Ryu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Destroying the city just to kill the Evolus would go against everything she believed in. If you need an extra blade, call on me, Ryu offered. I will follow your lead. That's the right attitude, Hestia said with a nod. The elf had a strong sense of right and wrong. But we aren't moving on them tonight, Hestia added. We need to sort out our own affairs first. We can deal with the slums later. Understood, Ryu said, stepping back. She knew they had other things to handle first. Let's go back. We have the Donatus tomorrow, Hestia said, leading her familia toward the West District. Meanwhile, at the Ishtar familia's home, Ishtar destroyed everything in her temple. She threw vases, flipped tables, and broke mirrors. She had been publicly humiliated in front of her entire faction. She glared at Phryne Jamil, who sat in the corner, tending to her wounds. Phryne was Ishtar's chosen captain, a level 5 veteran, but she had been knocked out by a level 2 rookie. Lady Ishtar. Aisha Belka entered the ruined chamber. She ignored her goddess's tantrum and took a knee. Did you find out who did it, Aisha? Ishtar spat. Who dragged the monster rookie to her doorstep? An anonymous client placed a 10 million Valis bounty on the Hestia Familia girls on the underground board. Aisha had squeezed the intel out of the local informants. When she heard the report, Ishtar realized she had been used as a shield. Who posted it? Ishtar demanded. Dix Perdix. Captain of the Eiklos Familia, Aisha answered. Ishtar stopped her rampage. Her anger faded, replaced by cold calculation. The Eiklos Familia ruled Deadless Street. They controlled the man-made dungeon called Gnosis, and ran a huge monster smuggling ring. They were her allies. The pleasure quarter was full of secrets. Men drank, spent time with courtesans and shared stories. Ishtar knew the city's dark side better than anyone. Discovering Ichlos orchestrated the hit put her in a bind. She couldn't fight back against him. Her secret weapon was currently housed inside Knossos. If she attacked the Ichlos Familia, Dix Perdix would shut her out and ruin her plans. Lady Ishtar, what are your orders? Samira asked from the doorway. She wanted the green light to wage war and claim August for herself. Ishtar raised a hand, rejecting the proposal. Tomorrow is the Donatus. I will handle Hestia there. Ishtar wasn't going to resort to cheap street tactics. She had to play the political game. If she struck back without thinking, the one goddess she hated most would only mock her. She would confront Hestia in the council chambers and deal with Freya later. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, A Naive Maiden. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Lord August, thank you for coming to save us. Hestia led her Familia members back to their base at the ruined church. Yui Hirasawa had stayed silent until now. Seeing the harsh reality of this world for herself, she felt it was nothing like her usual life, but now it was a part of her for good. She once believed a city watched over by gods would be safe. Now she saw that Aurario's peace was fragile, hiding dangers that could break out at any moment. The night had been a brutal wake-up call. August noticed that Yui seemed different. She looked shaken. He watched her closely, making sure she was really herself, and not a shapeshifter in disguise. Yui, is something wrong? August asked, keeping his tone light. It's nothing. Just taking it all in. Yui maintained her gentle smile. Standing nearby, Yui Hirasawa suddenly had an idea. Clasping her hands behind her back, she skipped over to August. She leaned in. A soft smooch landed squarely on his left cheek. While Yui was lost in her own worries, Yui's eyes shone with a lively excitement. That was my thank you. A deep blush spread across Yui's face. Yui's thoughtful mood disappeared right away. Next to her, Lily stood with her mouth open, unable to speak. The bold move surprised them both. Neither expected anyone to just walk up and kiss him. My precious children, what exactly do you think you're doing? Hestia could sense the sweet feeling of new romance in the air. Yui had the shy look of someone with her first crush. Hestia was annoyed, but she knew Yui was just honestly thankful for being rescued. Whatever. The girl is usually an airhead. It's rare for her to strike with precision. Honestly, I figured our little supporter would be the first one to make a move. I didn't see Yui coming. Hestia sighed internally. It felt like she had upset Lily at just the wrong moment. As Hestia guessed, the Paolum was sitting on the floor, looking defeated. I lost to the newbie. Lily felt frustrated. She could handle losing to Hestia. But losing to a new member who had just joined. That was too much. We're all newcomers this bold now. Well, tonight I'm definitely going to, Lily muttered, hyping herself up. Going to what, exactly? Hestia crouched down in front of her, flashing a dangerously sweet smile. Lily wilted under the goddess's intense gaze. She had been half a second away from trying the exact same sneak attack. Nothing. She knew she couldn't let herself lose this quiet rivalry, especially not to someone younger. Not even a goddess would stop her from trying. This little brat. Hestia understood exactly what Lily was up to, but it didn't matter. They were all in the same familia now. Any arguments could be settled in private. August, it's time to send Yui and Yui back home. Hestia checked the time. About 3 hours had passed since the ambush. Raiding the assassin broker's hideout and trekking back to the church ate up a massive chunk of the night. Yui has school tomorrow morning. Yui needs to head back to class too. Hestia crossed her arms and imagined the two girls going back to their normal lives as students, filled with homework and classes. Oh, right. I can't believe you have to go back to school already. Time goes by so fast, Lily said with a sigh, sounding like a nostalgic parent. They had just been having fun together, but now everyone had to go back to their own lives and face reality. When you put it like that, I almost forgot we need to go to sleep. Yui gasped, remembering her looming alarm clock. Even so, this school break had been exciting. Instead of relaxing at home or seeing her old friends, she spent it caught up in wild adventures with August and the others. Seeing that it was time, August summoned the dimensional portal. Let's go home, Yui. Good night, Lady Hestia. Yui waved goodbye as August guided them back toward their world. Yui offered a well-mannered bow before crossing the threshold. Sleep well. Hestia waved back, watching them leave. After crossing the spatial rift, August dropped the girls off, said a quick goodbye, and headed back to Orario. But as soon as August left through the portal, Yui suddenly realized what she had just done. Her face turned bright red, and feeling embarrassed, she hurried into her bedroom. It was rare for her to panic like this. In the moment, the kiss seemed like a brave way to say thank you. Now that things had calmed down, she finally understood what she had done. Sis, it's time for your shower. You need to wash up and go to sleep. We have school tomorrow. Yui peeked into the room, and saw her sister rolling around on the bed in a late panic. She smiled, thinking her sister was adorable. She had thought Yui had become brave, but it turned out she could still get embarrassed like anyone else. I know, Yui. Yui muffled her voice under her blankets, hiding her burning face. After talking to her sister, her mind went back to the kiss. She touched her lips gently, her heart fluttering. That innocent kiss felt like the start of something new. I don't think I hated it. Yui giggled quietly. No, she definitely didn't hate it. Back in Orario, August stepped out of the portal and into the ruined church. He walked in to see a mortal and a goddess pulling each other's hair in a wild fight. It was clear that as soon as he left, Hestia had teased Lily, or Lily had said something back. Either way, they were now in a fierce argument. Neither of them had much patience. Even though they were patron goddess and her child, Lily stopped being polite. Goddess or not, if Hestia started a fight, Lily fought back. Breaking up the scuffle, August dragged the bickering duo out of the church and through a portal straight to his apartment on Earth. So comfortable. Lily ran across the living room, grabbed a big pillow, and flopped onto the soft sofa. She didn't want to move at all. Lord August's house really is the best. Sinking into the soft cushions felt like heaven. That's my spot. Hestia glared at the Paolum. She couldn't believe Lily had taken her favorite spot on the couch as soon as they got home. That was the best place to sit. Finders keepers. Lily shot back, crossing her arms smugly. She wasn't backing down. Hestia refused to let that slide. Within seconds, she and Lily were wrestling over the cushions again. August yawned as he watched them fight. I'm taking a shower. It had been a long night. Dealing with street assassins and faction politics left him exhausted. All he wanted now was to stand under a hot shower and relax. Okay, they answered in unison. Even after answering him, the fight continued. They kept elbowing and pinching each other until August grabbed his clothes and disappeared into the bathroom. Only then did they finally call a truce. Hestia let go of Lily's collar and sat back. So, little supporter. How do you want to handle the Eiklos Familia? Hestia got straight to the point. We can't win a direct fight, Lily answered frankly. Gnosis is a huge, man-made maze. Attacking it without a plan would be a mistake. She adjusted her pillow. But knowing how those rats work, they'll probably keep their heads down. Lord August just destroyed a city block, and you embarrassed the goddess Ishtar in public. They know we're dangerous. The smart move is to stay away from us. Still, there's always a chance some fanatic gets desperate and tries something stupid. Lily got more comfortable and shared her thoughts. She wasn't going to rush into a revenge mission just because someone attacked her. Even with the power difference, her best weapon was still her intelligence network. Gnosis was a deadly fortress. Clearing it out the usual way would be a nightmare. Unless August wanted to destroy the whole deadless street, going in was basically suicide. We stick to our original schedule, Hestia nodded. She reminded Lily that she and August were getting ready to explore the new dimension that was trying to summon him. That mission came first. The local faction fights could wait. Exploring a new world was more important than dealing with Gnosis. The Evolus were just small-time troublemakers anyway. Still, you did well tonight, Hestia offered rare praise. She was impressed by Lily's quick thinking. Spotting the ambush, getting the girls to safety, and firing the flare under pressure was no easy task. Even if the assassin was just playing with them, escaping a level for Hunter long enough to call for help was a huge achievement for someone at level 1. Speaking of which, given everything you survived over the last few days, I think you've racked up enough experience. Hestia motioned for Lily to turn around and bear her back. Obviously, Lily smirked, radiating confidence. The last few days felt unreal. The danger pushed her to her limits. She wasn't just giving orders from the back anymore, she survived real battles on the front lines. All that stress made her stats shoot up. Hestia traced her finger over Lily's smooth back, using her divine power to unseal the fauna. Lilaruka Arde, Level 1 Strength, H112 Endurance, G220 Dexterity, F301 Agility, E499 Magic, C620 Skill, Ortal Assist Magic. Cinderella surviving the huge monster horde and tonight's assassination attempt was a real test. Her stats jumped up as a result. Lily, this is an incredibly lopsided build, Hestia deadpanned. Why is your strength stat barely moving? The difference in her physical strength was almost funny. Lady Hestia, I'm a supporter, not a frontline guerrilla, Lily retorted. Don't judge me by Vanguard standards. Her growth was already crazy fast. Taking part in 3 big battles and surviving a fight with Antares sped up her progress way beyond normal. She had definitely reached a new level. Do you want to rank up? Hestia asked, leaning in. Her stats were high enough to level up. Usually, you had to get at least one main stat to D-rank and collect enough high-level Excelia to reach the next level. That meant surviving life-or-death situations, which Lily had done plenty of. Not many adventurers gathered enough Excelia to level up this fast. Of course I do. Lily didn't hesitate for a second. Waiting to rank up was something only elite vanguards could afford, since they wanted to max out their stats. For a supporter like her, getting to level 2 right away made her much safer. She wasn't about to miss that chance. All right then. Hestia channeled the accumulated Excelia, consuming the stored greatness to break the mortal limit. Lily didn't feel any instant changes as her fauna updated, but the writing on her back changed. Lilaruka Arde, Level 2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Skill, Ortal Assist Magic. Cinderella, time to pick your development ability, Hestia said, scanning the new options. You actually unlocked abnormal resistance and poison resistance. Both were rare and highly valued abilities. Abnormal resistance, Lily answered immediately. Poison resistance was helpful, but abnormal resistance was a must-have. It was one of the few abilities that protected against divine charms and mind control. After surviving Ishtar's territory, keeping her mind safe was most important. Poison defense could come later. Development ability, abnormal resistance I. Hestia finished the update, and was happy with the results. Not bad at all. Your growth rate is incredible. She was glad for the Paolum. Growing so quickly meant Lily had a solid spot on the team. The fauna was flexible, so even if she focused on support now, she could learn combat skills later. Don't get too comfortable, though. The next rank up won't come this fast, Hestia warned gently. Getting to level 3 takes a lot more high-level Excelia. She wanted Lily to stay motivated. No kidding, Lily rolled her eyes. Leveling up wasn't easy. Getting enough Excelia meant surviving tough, life-or-death fights. With her fighting style, Lily guessed she'd be close to 30 before she even got near level 3. Have a little faith. Anything is possible, Hestia smiled. She never underestimated how tough mortals could be. Their knack for doing the impossible when things got rough was what made them so interesting to the gods. That spark of potential was the best thing about the lower world. August came out of the bathroom, feeling clean and relaxed. He saw Lily staring at her updated status sheet. You ranked up. Didn't think you'd hoard enough Excelia that quickly, August noted. He couldn't read the divine writing, but he got the idea. She was now officially level 2, which meant the guild would soon give her a new alias. Tomorrow, I am going to fight tooth and nail to get you a badass alias. Hestia pumped her fists, radiating heat. At the very least, I won't let them saddle you with something embarrassing. Tomorrow is the Donatus, the gods' quarterly meeting. The main event was arguing and picking titles for newly ranked-up adventurers. Just thinking about the coming debate with the other gods got her fired up. She was excited. August didn't care about all the ceremony. As long as the name wasn't dumb, he was fine. In his old world, top operatives got callsigns based on what they'd done anyway. Just make sure it isn't cringe. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 112, welcomed by the 17th floor boss. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The next day, there were no patients scheduled. Not many people knew about August's healing magic yet. Rumors were just beginning to spread, but only a few were aware of what really happened. The middle-aged men from the day before took time off to watch over the healed patients and check for side effects. With their own work to do, the medical business paused for the day. Back in Rio. Today was the day Hestia attended the Donatus. To pass the time, August and Lily decided to head back into the dungeon. They followed the map and, as usual, ran into ambushes. Monsters charged at August as soon as they spotted him, but heavy gunfire took them down before they got close. Seriously, do these things have any brains at all? Lily muttered, watching the carnage. Not a single thought up there. She fired up the industrial vacuum, sweeping the scattered magic stones into her pack. Still, it is a bit strange, she added. As they went deeper, August got tired of walking and brought out a vehicle. He had already cleared these floors before, so they drove straight down to the 13th floor. The monsters here were even more aggressive, attacking as if they hated everything. They roared, but August's long-range shotgun blasts took them out quickly. He kept driving, steering through the tunnels and heading deeper. The engine noise is doing a great job drawing them out, Lily observed. Unless they have specialized sensory organs, a loud engine like this just makes them run in circles. The loud engine worked like a magnet. Monsters could sense people nearby, but the noise made it hard for them to track August and Lily. We should still be careful, though, Lily warned, staying alert. Who knows if a high-level irregular is mixed into the pack? Some monsters might look like regular level 2s, but they could be as strong as a level 3 or 4. Better safe than sorry. This isn't exactly a friendly neighborhood. Even August knew he wasn't invincible in the middle of the dungeon. They drove further down. The winding tunnels eventually opened into massive caverns. They reached the 16th floor, where a steep, sloping ramp led downward. "Are we getting close to the big wall of grief?" Lily asked. "I didn't expect to make it this far. We're already on the 16th floor." Unlike their previous dives, the 14th and 15th floors hadn't thrown massive hordes at them. Just a few stragglers. But the 16th floor was different. This was the domain of the Minotaurs. This cavern was home to the strong, level 2 Minotaurs. Their strength could easily kill beginners. Adventurers needed at least B-rank strength or agility to stand a chance. The jeep rolled through the Minotaur spawn area and down the slope. Suddenly, the walls on both sides lit up. The dungeon no longer hid its hostility toward August. It seemed to want revenge. Dozens of Minotaurs burst from the dungeon walls. They lined the cavern, glaring fiercely at August and Lily. "Here they come again." August kept his hands on the steering wheel. "Too bad they don't stand a chance." He slammed his foot on the gas. The jeep shot forward, crashing into the group of Minotaurs. This was no ordinary vehicle. It had tank-level steel armor and a spiked bumper for ramming. The Minotaurs screamed as the jeep's heavy frame broke their legs. Some were unlucky enough to get stuck on the bumper spikes, their huge bodies hanging from the front as the jeep kept going. The rest of the monsters stopped in their tracks. There were hundreds of them against just one jeep, but they were the ones being wiped out. Lily cheered, watching monster blood splatter across the reinforced windows. "Crush them." The Minotaurs soon noticed the jeep wasn't taking them all out at once. Hoping to win by wearing it down, they regrouped and charged again. "Like hell I'm stopping," August scoffed. He rolled the window down and flipped the charging herd a mocking gesture. Seeing the vehicle speed toward the 17th floor, the Minotaurs went berserk. Roar! They weren't used to this kind of humiliation. Getting run over was bad enough, but being mocked pushed them over the edge. Bellowing in rage, they chased after the jeep. But the Minotaurs' hooves were no match for the jeep's tires. August sped ahead, leaving them behind as he drove onto the 17th floor. He finally arrived at the domain of the first floor boss. The Big Wall of Grief. So this is the Big Wall of Grief. August looked around. The walls near the boss room were much smoother than the rough tunnels above. Monsters from these walls were much stronger than those on the upper floors. "The floor boss, Goliath," Lily said, checking the area. "Too bad it isn't here. It hasn't been long enough since the last respawn." Part of her was disappointed. She wanted to see if August's tanks could blow a hole in the giant. "That's fine. We aren't in a rush." August got out of the jeep and walked up to the Big Wall of Grief. Its texture felt different from the usual dungeon walls. He tapped the stone, wondering how it glowed and where the light came from. If he remembered correctly, the 18th floor below was a safe zone with its own artificial daylight. He searched for a bit but didn't find anything helpful. Just then, the Minotaurs caught up. They had spent 10 minutes running hard to close the distance between floors. Roar! When the herd saw the metal vehicle and the two people out in the open, they got excited. They charged, hooves pounding, rushing straight at August and Lily. "Persistent, aren't they?" August smirked. These Minotaurs acted strangely. When the Loki Familia attacked them, they usually ran away in fear. But when they saw just one human and a Paolum, they grouped together and attacked. "I'm not exactly an easy target, though." August waved his hand. Dozens of assault rifles appeared out of nowhere. Smoke filled the air as a steady stream of bullets tore into the charging Minotaurs, pinning them down. August had done this before. Even so, the Minotaurs were tough. Some used the bodies of their fallen as shields and managed to get closer. Lily raised her hand crossbow. She shot a volley of bolts, blinding the last minotaurs. Lily was a great shot she had to be to survive alone in the dungeon. With their eyes hit, the minotaurs stumbled, and August finished them off with rifle fire. In the open cavern, the minotaurs were easy targets. 62mm bullets tore them apart, until they turned to ash and left behind magic stones. They never learn, Lily sighed. She started clearing the battlefield. With Goliath still gone, she felt safe enough to collect the loot. Hundreds of magic stones would bring in a quick payout, several 100,000 valis. Not a bad profit. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed through the room. Auguste reacted instantly. He grabbed Lily and ran toward the edge of the cavern. The big wall of grief started to crumble, and a huge shape appeared from the stone. It's supposed to take a few more days. Lily panicked. She always tracked boss timers. The last group to defeat Goliath did it just over a week ago, so the respawn should have been at least 3 days away. This early spawn broke the usual dungeon rules. It's a targeted hit, August said grimly. The dungeon was spawning Goliath early on purpose, just to target him. It was clearly a trap. It accelerated the floor boss spawn. Lily clung to him as he dodged the falling boulders. August had no intention of playing defense. If the floor boss wanted a fight, he was ready to give it one. All guns, open fire. He called up his heavy artillery. Several tank barrels appeared, all aimed at the giant's head. Boom! The shells slammed into Goliath. The giant roared in pain. It was used to fighting adventurers with swords, magic, and potions, but it had never faced modern armor-piercing weapons. One high-explosive shell blasted a huge hole in its chest. August didn't let up. He unleashed a relentless barrage. Goliath, a monster strong enough to smash stone walls, was being torn apart. Its body couldn't handle the force of the artillery. The level for floor boss was getting beaten down. Amazing. Lily watched the tank shells effortlessly suppress the giant. Goliath tried to roar again, but a shell shot straight into its mouth and blew its jaw apart. Tough bastard, August noted. Too bad you aren't the Black Goliath. If he had been up against the irregular Black Goliath, he might have needed 600mm artillery to win. But regular 120mm tank shells were more than enough for this boss. Goliath struggled to its feet, only to have its head blown clean off. Without fast healing or magic attacks, the giant was just a big, fleshy target. All it could do was take the hits until it died. But as the giant let out its death rattle, a response echoed from the tunnels. A huge group of monsters poured out from the passage back to the 16th floor. The dungeon wasn't done yet, it was sending reinforcements. August narrowed his eyes. How many did it spawn this time? He thought the dungeon would make 2 or 3 more Goliaths. Instead, it was trying to use up all his ammo. The dungeon seemed to think he had a limited number of bullets. If he ran out, he'd be defenseless. But that was a big mistake. Perfect timing, August said. Let's see how much you can take. He lifted his hand and called up a weapon much bigger than his usual tank cannons. A massive artillery barrel appeared in the cavern. An 850mm railway gun. This wasn't a normal rocket or missile. It was a solid steel shell almost a meter wide. Even for Goliath, an 850mm shell was deadly. Fired at hypersonic speed, the impact was overwhelming. The massive shell tore through the remnants of Goliath and slammed directly into the tunnel packed with monsters. Boom! The 17th floor shook hard. The shockwave was so strong it drowned out all sound, leaving only a high-pitched ringing in the cavern. The blast wiped out the monster horde in an instant. The explosion cleared the tunnel, and even the floor boss was gone with just one shot. He didn't even need a barrage, one shell was enough. We did it. Lily cheered. She hadn't expected a single shot to wipe out the entire threat. The few monsters left, hurt by the shockwave, were truly afraid. For the first time, they realized that no matter how many of them there were, they couldn't beat this human. He was breaking all the rules. He finished the fight with a single 850mm shell, and didn't even break a sweat. All that was left in the smoking crater was a huge magic stone. Well, August said, looking at the giant crystal, I didn't think I'd have to use that one so soon. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-patreon.com/dragons, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, bonus, arriving at the safe zone. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, the artillery shell detonated. The explosion rocked the whole cavern. This floor was more than just a safe place from monsters. It was a permanent outpost for adventurers. What the hell is happening? Boris, who managed the town, knew right away that something was very wrong. The cavern walls shook hard. This felt much worse than any floor boss rampage. It's the 17th floor. Someone is fighting up there. They killed Goliath. There are so many dead monsters. Adventurers hurried back into the settlement. Some had seen the chaos above with farsight magic or tracking skills. A huge group of monsters had been wiped out at the big wall of grief. Even the monsters lurking around Rivera became uneasy, startled by the aftershocks. They could feel a heavy, strange pressure coming from above. Boris muttered, his single eye widening. Who the fuck is hunting the floor boss right now? Isn't Goliath supposed to spawn in a few days? Why is it early? The timing made no sense. Floor bosses always came back on a set schedule. Familius planning to rank up had to plan their raids around that. So what was going on up there? Nobody had an answer. Then, a booming roar tore through the illuminated cavern. A helicopter burst through the upper passage. The steady beat of its rotors resounded across the safe zone. Every creature in the cavern looked up at the machine. Yet, the local monsters hesitated. Instead of attacking, the monsters pulled back. The helicopter still carried the stench of the floor boss and the pressure of fresh slaughter. The monsters stayed hidden in the shadows. The adventurers simply stared at the iron bird, stunned. What was that? The helicopter swept over the wooden structures of Rivera and touched down smoothly on the outskirts. The adventurers made a wide circle as the helicopter's rotors slowed. 2 people got out of the cockpit. Most of the crowd didn't know who Lilaruka Arde was. But when August took off his helmet and sunglasses, everyone suddenly realized who he was. The monster rookie. The adventurers looked at him with a combination of awe and fear. This was the famous rookie. Boris took in the sight, stepping toward the front of the crowd. I wondered who was tearing up the floor above us. Should have known it was you, Boris said warily. Boris was in charge of Rivera, but he always listened for news. The adventurers nearby had heard stories about August wiping out thousands of monsters on the upper and middle floors. Even the toughest veterans here would have lost many people against a horde like that. But August had beaten them alone. August stored the helicopter in his spatial void and surveyed the crowd. The adventurers in Rivera were tough, either searching for rare items or hiding from bounties on the surface. Reaching the 18th floor took real skill. Everyone here was at least level 2 or a maxed-out level 1. No one here was weak. Congratulations, rookie, Boris grunted. He looked at the young man. August was calm and steady, not rough like Boris. He didn't act proud, just quietly confident. If Boris had achieved those feats at that age, his ego would have been insufferable. Taking down Goliath and shaking 2 entire floors wasn't something Boris could pull off. The kid was a force of nature. Just clearing the path, August smiled, brushing off the praise. The passage up to the 17th floor is still open, but it's a mess right now. If anyone plans on heading to the surface, I suggest waiting until tomorrow. He gave the warning without holding back. It was safer to wait for the dungeon to fix the damage first. Boris understood what that meant. The 17th floor was now a ruined wasteland. Boris sighed and rubbed his scarred face. It was obvious this was the rookie's first visit to the under-resort. Since you're here, is there something you need? The local monsters were no longer a real challenge. Boris needed to know what brought a predator like him into town. Just looking around. And hunting down a specific familia, August answered bluntly. The adventurers standing around started to sweat with nerves. Some of the newer residents from the surface looked at each other, worried. Is he hunting the ones who put out the hit? A Paolum supporter whispered. The news of last night's assassination attempt had already reached the deep floors. Boris frowned. He hadn't heard about a hit. And Boris looked at the Paolum, a longtime Rivera resident. Boss, it went down last night, and explained eagerly. Someone posted a 10 million Valis bounty on the underground board. They marked every member of the Hestia familia for death, excluding the captain. And glanced at August, his eyes wide with awe. Then, Lord August tracked down one of the broker hideouts, and blew the entire building to ash. The Ishtar familia mobilized to stop him. Not only did their captain Phryne get beaten down, but goddess Ishtar herself got publicly humiliated by Lady Hestia. And shared the gossip with the energy of a tavern bard, clearly enjoying the excitement. Even Ishtar got taken down. Boris muttered, genuinely stunned. The pleasure quarter belonged to Ishtar. And said August had just walked in and destroyed it. Boris realized calling him monster rookie wasn't enough. The moon was like a natural disaster. He'd only had a fauna for 2 weeks. It made no sense. We have rules down here. If you're looking for a specific target, we aren't talking, Boris stated firmly. He had no intention of giving up information. Rivera was full of outcasts and veterans, and nobody betrayed their neighbors. August paused. He hadn't expected Boris to stonewall him so quickly. But it made sense. He could force answers out of people, but breaking the town's trust would destroy the safe zone. Surviving alone deep in the dungeon meant the dungeon would eventually wear him down with endless monsters. That's fine. I understand, August said evenly. You manage this town. You have an obligation to protect the people staying here. He respected the main rule that kept Rivera running. Boris blinked, surprised by the easy concession. August was surprisingly reasonable, which made him even more dangerous. Boris had expected to face an arrogant tyrant, and could have rallied the town against a bully. But August was well-mannered and respected his authority. Boris almost wished he was dealing with someone arrogant. Boris, how much do you know about adventurer disappearances down here? August asked, his voice projecting across the crowd. Or rather, do you think it's possible someone is trafficking adventurers? The question made even the toughest veterans uneasy. Dying in the dungeon was part of the job. But human trafficking, forcing people into the deep floors, was something else entirely. That was too much. Impossible, Boris snapped, his pride wounded. I helped build this town. If human trafficking was happening under my nose, I would know. Boris kept watch over everything. The Ganesha familia officially captured live monsters, and that was strictly controlled. But smuggling people. The entrances were always guarded. He just couldn't believe it. It is possible. Lily stepped forward and raised her hand. Now it was the tactician's turn. Don't forget, the dungeon has uncharted areas, places where monsters don't appear. Smugglers could use those paths to avoid the main tunnels. I'm sure there's a secure, hidden tunnel right here on the 18th floor. Lily smiled up at the towering town boss. The adventurers around them gasped in surprise. A hidden, safe tunnel leading straight to the surface would be priceless. If such a route really existed, every adventurer in the city would want to find it. Skipping the dangerous upper floors was worth everything. So it's just a theory. You have zero proof. Boris challenged. But what if it isn't? Lily countered, her smile widening. She had him on the hook. If a specialized tunnel exists, it would provide a guaranteed safe extraction route for injured or low-level adventurers. Bypassing the monster spawns is the difference between life and death. She knew exactly how to work the crowd. The idea of a safe route to the surface was enough to excite everyone. Riviera was a valuable safe haven, but it was also a prison deep underground. If an adventurer was too hurt to climb back up, they died here. It's run by remnants of the Evolus. August dropped the bombshell. The news shocked the crowd. Just mentioning the Evolus changed everything. Those psychotic bastards are still breathing. Boris growled, his hand drifting toward his weapon. Regular adventurers could be ruthless, but the Evolus were like monsters pretending to be human. They enjoyed torture and luring innocent people into deadly traps. Many veterans in Riviera had lost friends to them. Clearly, August said. They had enough capital to put a 10 million Valis hit on my crew. I'm just curious how they've been surviving all this time. Did they scatter and hide inside other familias? Or did they sell their souls to the dungeon itself? Who knows? The adventurers nearby exchanged worried looks. Things were getting out of hand fast. But here is the best part. Once we locate this tunnel, the Hestia Familia won't claim it, Lily stated clearly, laying her cards on the table. We have zero interest in managing a toll road. If any of you want to seize control of the access point, be my guest. The Hestia Familia wasn't interested in controlling territory. Giving away a safe, monster-free path to the surface was the best possible offer. It let the town avoid Goliath's boss room for good. No one could turn it down. I need to discuss this with the others. I don't run this town alone, Boris grunted, buying time. But he didn't say no. Honestly, he wanted that route more than anything. A safe, monster-free way to the surface would change Riviera forever. Take your time, August smiled, gesturing casually. We'll start running recon in the meantime. After making their offer, August and Lily turned and walked away. Boris watched as they vanished into the cavern. Boss, why didn't you agree on the spot? A veteran adventurer hissed, visibly anxious. That tunnel is a gold mine. We need to secure it. You think I don't know that? Boris muttered, rubbing his scarred face. But wanting it and being strong enough to keep it are two very different things. New weekly event, bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.